Michigan Studio Hotline at 336-464-1791. Coming up on 30 seconds until airtime. Mark, 30 seconds until airtime. Once again, stations, if you encounter technical issues during the broadcast, please call the Michigan Studio Hotline at 336-464-1791. Stations, your final time cue will be with 15 seconds until airtime. Mark, 15 seconds until airtime.
Over the middle, inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch it, shoot 3, yes, sir!
They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
280 days ago, the Big House played host to its most recent regular season football game, one that Michigan fans will never forget. Hassan Haskins and the best offensive line in college football bullied Ohio State en route to a 42-27 win that exercised years of demons. A week later, the Wolverines enjoyed a 60-minute coronation in Indianapolis and won their 43rd Big Ten championship. Here we are, 200 days after that emotional afternoon back at the Big House with the Wolverines set to start another season with such a different lead-up than last year. Thanks to those 2021 Wolverines, expectations are where they should be here in Ann Arbor. Big Ten title or bust. And yet, there's also plenty of meat on the bone as Michigan couldn't keep up with Georgia in the college football playoff. Jim Harbaugh and the Wolverines have set 4 goals for this season. Beat Michigan State, beat Ohio State, win the Big Ten championship, win the national championship. Last season's team got closer to checking off all 4 boxes than anyone expected. Now with the knowledge that it's possible, and with the motivation that it still didn't happen during a magical 2021, the Wolverines head into this season opener with even more hunger than a year ago. Journey begins. College football back in Ann Arbor as the reigning Big Ten champs take on the Rams of Colorado State. A new crew with a new sound ready to take you to kickoff and beyond as we welcome you to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from north, east, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the players, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Alongside former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
What a season last year was, and now it's time to start a new one. We are indeed a new crew with a new sound. Jack Miller is here, former Michigan offensive lineman. Jack, it is so great to be with you. I know you are pumped up.
I am. I'm fired up. It's great to be home. It's great looking forward to what should be an incredible 2022 season, and off the heels of a historic one last year. The timing couldn't be better. So, yeah, I'm fired up to be here. That's an understatement.
We talked about what happened against Ohio State here the last time that Michigan Stadium played host to a game. You were here. Take us through your mind before, during, and after that snowy and beautiful Saturday.
Yeah, I'd say nervous before, nervous and excited during, and euphoric after, right? I mean, it was, everyone's seen the clips from it, was here, experienced it, a magical day, right? The snow falling, the style of football Michigan played that day, getting Ohio State to really quit in that game and put a stamp on the end of the season that way. into the Big Ten championship to win that, to get to the Final Four, and having to get over the hurdle of beating an incredible Ohio State program to do it. It was special. It was a magical day, one that Michigan fans won't forget.
So what, in your eyes, needs to carry over from last season, and what did that do for this program to show that everything that happened was possible?
Yeah. Well, I think it's a confidence thing. They proved to themselves that they could do it, particularly when nobody really thought that last year would go that way, or really even get close to the way that it went. So it's a confidence thing, and you want to keep that momentum rolling through the offseason. It seems like they have, by all accounts. Seems like it's been it was a great offseason in the weight room and conditioning. Sounds like training camp went well. Knock on wood, it seems like everyone's pretty healthy, and there's some really good momentum heading into the season, and that's what good programs do. You just keep stacking, you keep building. When you have to reload, when you lose starters, okay, next guy in line, and good programs have those guys getting coached up and ready for when it's their time to perform. They get on the field, and they step into the shoes of those who have left and carry the torch.
The storyline that was most talked about this offseason was reliving last year. The second was the quarterback competition, and that storyline continued this week. It will probably continue through maybe most of this month, and who knows, maybe most of the season.
Yeah,
Cade McNamara here today will get the start. J.J. McCarthy gets it next week. We've heard the adage, if you have two quarterbacks, then you actually have none. The head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh, doesn't believe that, and as he says, he looks at this situation as a good thing.
I can't see it other than a good thing. You know, it's and they're actually both playing their best football since they've been here. Cade is arguably one of the most improved players on the team, and he's playing his best football. I mean, JJ did not have spring practice, but he's ascended to to where he's at based on his performance. So that's a really good thing. There's no demotion for Cade McNamara. He's playing his best football. It is a promotion for JJ. Based on what he's been able to do as well.
Jack, your initial impressions when you heard this decision?
Well, unorthodox, but I think a lot of what Coach Harbaugh has done in the past has been not necessarily cookie cutter, and I don't disagree with the decision. It's a very tough one to make, right? You got a guy in Cade who, obviously, being a captain, being a trusted leader, has the belief of the locker room, right? Is smart with the ball, commands the offense, does a phenomenal job last year of leading this team to a place it had not been in a long time. How do you not respect that and give that guy his props? At the same time, you got a young up-and-comer who, by all accounts, can do really special things on the field, and you want to have him be able to make plays for you and help your team win football games. So a very tough decision to make, one that I think Michigan this year has the luxury of making because of what just quite frankly is not the strongest out-of-conference schedule. You have time to figure out what's going to happen. At the end of the day, whatever happens on State Street where they practice, it has to convert to Main Street, right? It has to play out in games. So the idea that you have the opportunity to get both guys out there, see what happens, see who performs well under pressure, a bigger stage, the fans, a game, that's where it counts. I think it's a good opportunity that they have to get it right, to figure out what they need to go, do going forward. And maybe the answer is both, and maybe the answer is one. That'll sort itself out, and might take some time, but it will.
It certainly makes these first couple of games a lot more interesting than they might have already been because, as you mentioned, the non-conference schedule combined 10 wins among Colorado State today, Hawaii next week, and then UConn in the non-conference finale. But we'll have plenty more on the quarterback situation. We'll talk about Colorado State and the Wolverines getting a scout on each side. Later on here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, we'll talk offensive line and chat with Michigan starting left guard Trevor Keegan. Rob Joyce is in our network studios. We've got college football talk and a discussion on the playoff announcement from this week. John Jansen, he joins us starting at 10 a.m. Doug Karsh, the new voice of Michigan football, will be along at 10:40. And, of course, traffic and weather every 10 minutes on the 8s, thanks to our friends at WWJ.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's going to be a hot one here today at the Big House. 82 degrees at kickoff. By about 3 o'clock, 85. If you're coming to the game, stay hydrated. There are plenty of opportunities to do that here at the Big House. 4 free Abso Pure water stands around the concourse. There are drinking fountains, bottle filling stations. There are 2 misting tents, plenty of options, and every concession stand can hand out complimentary cups of water. So don't go thirsty. Stay cool, and hey, bring the sunscreen too. It's going to be beaming all afternoon. Wolverines getting set for a 12:05 kickoff with Colorado State. We'll come back and talk about the week that was. Plenty of quarterback talk here as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Drinking ice-cold Miller Lite this summer on the lakes may be coming to an end, but don't be sad. The best season is here. Football season. Grab Ann Arbor's favorite light beer for all of your tailgating, football watching, and touchdown celebrating. Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. Celebrate responsibly. 2022 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Are you a Wolverine for life? Do you have the guts to get recruited to a team that will beat Ohio State? When you choose to become an organ, blood, or bone marrow donor, you're choosing to help save a life and to be someone's hero. Join us Sunday, October 9th, and be a hero at the Big House by donating blood or registering as an organ or bone marrow donor at Michigan Stadium. Sign up now at wolverinesforlife.org and help us beat Ohio State in the annual battle for life-saving donations. Visit wolverinesforlife.org and register today.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. A day that is unmistakably yours, at the place that is undeniably spectacular. Whether you're winning big, dining lavishly, or relaxing oh so comfortably, it's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
We're not ready to say who that starting quarterback is, but the decision we made is Cade McNamara will start the opener against Colorado State. J.J. McCarthy will start the second ball game against Hawaii, and then after week 2, we'll make a decision going into week 3, starter backup.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
That was 1 week ago on In the Trenches, which you can subscribe to at MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen, and that started what we know now to be one heck of a quarterback competition in season. That was where it started, and Harbaugh talked about how he evaluates quarterbacks in his conversation with John. And Jack, I want to get your perspective on this because he broke it down kind of in 3 ways, and he gave us the tale of the tape. Passing ability, that arm talent, making all the throws, accuracy, timing, decision-making. And Harbaugh said that Cade's probably ahead in the back end of those, the accuracy, the timing, with it about even everywhere else. Then playmaker. Turn water into wine, right along with the biblical quote he had on Monday's press conference. Uses speed, intelligence, running game ability, avoids turnovers, and he said that J.J. McCarthy has the advantage there. And then lastly, field general. Coach on the field, evaluating formations, protections, gets the checks right. And Harbaugh said probably pretty even, maybe a slight advantage for Cade. You've played with a lot of quarterbacks. You know what it takes to it's a responsibility at the quarterback spot that's different than most positions. Is that a fair assessment? Before we get into Cade versus JJ, just trying to encompass all that a quarterback must worry about, is that pretty all-encompassing?
I think it's spot on. That's exactly right. You have to have all 3 of those components to be a successful quarterback. Some have more, than others, right? You look at a Tom Brady, probably the greatest of all time. He's not really that turn water into wine guy, but he's a field general, and he's accurate with the ball. He knows where it needs to go. You could look at a guy like a Patrick Mahomes who can just all of a sudden sling a ball 40 yards downfield on a rope and make something out of nothing. So there's not one particular way that you have to do it. You can talk about running quarterbacks, right, and what they bring to the game, what the defenses have to do to defend against that threat. No way is necessarily better than the other. There's a couple different ways to skin a cat, and both these guys, have different abilities that they can bring to the field to make the team better.
Fair how he assessed Cade versus JJ. I think people see Cade as maybe a little bit of the safer option because he has the experience. He didn't have a turnover until week 6 of last season, whereas JJ, we saw the playmaking ability against Georgia in some sets last season.
Yeah. No, I think it's spot on for both of those guys. I think maybe the more conservative route is a guy like Cade. He's proven. He's been smart with the ball. You can trust him. He's a captain. He's been around the program longer. He's had to struggle to get where he's at. It was never handed to him. He had to beat guys out, earn the trust of the locker room and earn the trust of the coaches to be the guy to be on the field. On the flip side of that, you got a young star probably in the making that can do some really, really unique things, which it takes that in college football to be ultra successful. So it's a balancing act. It's a tightrope act. We know what coach is going to do. Cade's going today. JJ will go tomorrow. We'll see what happens if Michigan gets out to a big lead today. Do they get JJ in the game already? Do they not? What's going to happen with all of that? So a lot to be determined, a lot to work out, but a good problem to have. I mean, high caliber football programs have to battle this year in and year out. You got good recruiting going on. You're winning games. Guys are hungry to play, and they deserve to play. You just got to sort it out.
Competition at every position. This is just a unique position because there's only one spot. And because practice and camp was so even, Jim Harbaugh wants to see what happens in games when it really counts.
In totality, it's neck and neck, as far as what they're going to do, what they've done in practice. So you need to see it in the game because that's where it really separates. Points per drive is the thing that you look the closest at. But the situations, red zone efficiency, 2-minute efficiency, third down efficiency, and that really needs, in my opinion, to be played out in the ball games. For who is the quarterback that's going to give us the best opportunity. By the time we get that third game, fourth game, and both are considered starters here, and that's it. What's the only motive, the only intent is what's best for the 2022 Michigan football team.
And I think, too, it's specific to 2022. If this happens last year with the schedule, week 1 Western Michigan, but week 2 Washington, I don't think this happens. Look back to 2018, Michigan opened in South Bend. In those situations, if you put one quarterback against Notre Dame and one week 2 at home against a bye game, you probably know who the quarterback is. This schedule sets this up.
Yeah, it wouldn't be fair to do it if you had a big showtime kind of game before you got into the conference play. It wouldn't be fair to do. They have that luxury, this year they can do that. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. I don't necessarily know if I agree with if you have two, you have none. I think you get two guys who, it will be telling. We'll find out in the first couple weeks, no matter how it shakes out. We'll figure out what kind of locker room they have, because if it's going to affect the team or if it's not, no matter how it shakes out. And these are two, from all accounts, high character guys who appreciate each other. I don't think they're bitter with one another. I think they understand the importance of competition and the right for the other one to compete for the job. And if that's the case, and you got a solid locker room with solid guys who have character and are going to do things the right way for the sake of the team and not for themselves, then no matter how this thing shakes out, it shouldn't be too big of an impact on the guys.
And this team, outside of quarterback and including quarterback, is loaded. We will break that down as we go inside Michigan from top to bottom on the roster with our self-scout next. But first, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
It's time for the Tailgate Tip, brought to you by Meyer. Smart tailgating is all about the prep work. Do as much as you can in advance, like shaping burger patties and preparing toppings. Today's Tailgate Tip brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. We'll talk about the rest of the roster for the Wolverines when we come back. This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan show, and you're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! James! No, first base!
Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meyer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meyer.com/community.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
Rave Associates, distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer in conjunction with Founders Brewing Company, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Founders Brewing Company produces some of Michigan's most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers. Ask for these great Michigan craft beers at restaurants and retail stores here in Washtenaw County and throughout Michigan.
It's a Michigan game day.
This team's been ready to play a game now for about a week. And everything now is focused on the opener, Colorado State, and preparing the game plan for that. But roster-wise, it's been an extremely healthy roster. Great camp. So many guys have put themselves in a great position to start the season.
And that we've been ready to play for a week was said about a week ago. So this has been anxious. It has been highly anticipated. And Jack Miller, I mean, how much truth is it to the fact we hear from guys all the time, man, we're just ready to hit somebody in a different jersey. And I have to imagine when you get to the tail end of this game prep for week one, it's really on display.
Oh, it's 100% true. I mean, you've been waiting to play football, all off season, let alone you get into training camp, which is a grind. Everybody knows that. And you've been going against the same guys and banging away over and over and over again. And so, yeah, you want the opportunity to showcase your work. You put in all this time and effort. It's time for the season to start. It's time to get this thing rolling. And, there's so much unknown going into week one, right? How good are we really, or are we not? What's really the case with this? You can't always get a good sense of that going against the same defense and the same fronts and knowing the guy like the back of your hand. I mean, as a former offensive lineman, the smart defensive lineman would pick up on your calls, and so they'd know what's happening before the play even starts, right? And now you got an opportunity to go play somebody else who doesn't know that. All they have is the ability to study film from last year to figure out who you are. So it's fun, right? It's a different challenge. This is what you put in all the time and effort for. And, I can guarantee these guys are fired up, ready to get started.
We'll go quickly through the position groups. Offensively, I mean, you lose Hassan Haskins at running back, single-season program record in 20 rushing yards. Yet Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards, that duo, they have a chance to be as good, if not better. Wide receivers, you get Ronnie Bell back, and I mean, Jim Harbaugh mentioned as many as 10 guys. Cornelius Johnson was kind of the number one last year. Henning, Wilson, Anthony, Mike Sanderstill, will he get to be sprinkled in after shifting largely to the defensive side? And tight ends. I mean, you got one of the best 1-2 punches in America with Eric All and Luke Schoonmaker. A ton of weapons for whoever's under center.
Yeah, no doubt. There's weapons all over the field. I mean, starting in the backfield, you know what you're going to get with Blake Corum. Solid, steady, explosive kind of guy. Donovan Edwards, to me, might be the difference maker in this offense all season. His ability to catch balls out of the backfield, to kind of flare out, to do some unique things, jet sweeps, and all the attention that will take to open up things for the rest of the team. At wide receiver, you said it, you go down the list. These are guys who can make plays. They proved it last season. These are guys that are explosive. They can get down the field. They're quick. They can get separation, and Cade or JJ can throw a ball to them on a dime, to get first downs. And then, you talk about, I think the unsung heroes of the offense last year were the tight ends. I think those guys, their ability to block on the perimeter, to want to block and to effectively do it, and then to catch balls when they need to. We know, at Penn State with Eric All, that play that he made, those guys were the difference maker, I think, a lot last year, and they go undervalued. But you got two of them who could be, two of the best in the country, undoubtedly. So playmakers all over the field makes it easier for whoever is behind center.
I know you're not Jansen because it's been 25 minutes into this Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show, and we haven't talked offensive line. You haven't thrown me out of the booth.
I try not to be biased. I try to give love to all the position groups, but we can make it easy and talk up front.
I mean, there's a real chance that this unit can repeat as the Joe Moore Award winner.
No, I think so. You got a lot of guys coming back. Vastardis out, Olu coming in, who by all accounts is just as good, if not better. Had a great training camp. The confidence that these guys have and playing together the season from last year, the chemistry that they must experience up front, passing off twists, making the right calls. Now all of a sudden you can go a step further, start reading the secondary and the position of the safeties because you're so confident in what you're doing up front. It creates a whole nother level of sophistication to the offense and to the offensive line. And guys who are proven, guys who had great seasons last year, looking to repeat again. It'd be fun to watch the big guys up front. And if they could find a way to repeat it, boy, wouldn't that be something.
No doubt. Defensively, I mean, Mozzie Smith, he has to be great on that defensive line. Linebacker, we'll see on Nakai Hill-Green, seems to be really a game-time decision. Not sure if he'll play. In the secondary, you lose Dax Hill, first-round pick, Brad Hawkins, Vincent Gray, two really strong players. But DJ Turner has a chance to be the next star at corner for the Wolverines. A lot gone.
Yeah.
Defensively, though, a chance to create some new stars because the talent's there.
Well, yeah, who's going to step up? There's enough talent at all positions, and there's enough playing time. There is enough experience. Now, you lose Hutch, you lose Ojabo, some guys like that, right, who make all the difference in the world, the Dax Hills, Brad Hawkins. But now you got the opportunity, and like we talked about at the Open, right? That's what good programs do. They're building their bench while the team is playing. They're getting ready for the next season. These guys are getting ready to step up to fill those roles and to emerge as the star. And it doesn't necessarily have to be, it'd be hard to get another Heisman finalist like you had in Hutch, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be that, but who's going to be the leader? Who's going to be the vocal leader? Who's going to lead by example and play as hard as a Hutch did, that type of stuff? We'll see. We'll see who emerges as that guy. It's going to be fun to watch first couple weeks and sort it out.
And you want to talk about a weapon, Michigan special teams. You get Jake Moody and Brad Robbins back. I mean, that is massive.
Yeah.
And it was something that helped Michigan in so many junctures last year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And not only just the kicker and the punter, right, but the guys surrounding that. When you have a good team and a deep team and you're building all the time like we're talking about, a lot of those guys get their opportunities because they start in special teams to start, right? And if you have a culture where guys really appreciate that and they want their time, they're earning, they're competing to get time on the field offensively or defensively, they can showcase that in special teams. We've seen that over the years. A guy like a Jordan Glasgow comes back to mind, right? That's how he got his start. He's still playing in the NFL doing that because of what he was able to do on special teams. So, by all accounts, offense, defense, special teams, there is talent. Can they put it together and rise to the level that we think they can? That's what we'll go find out.
About 2.5 hours away from kick, Michigan and Colorado State, second all-time meeting coming up here at the Big House. We will scout the Rams when we come back. First, though, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We will talk Colorado State as the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show rolls along next. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
The rainstorms here in the Midwest can sometimes be harsh, so make sure you're prepared with a brand new set of Bosch Perfect View wiper blades from Auto Value, where Perfect View wiper blades are on sale for just $8.99 each. And don't forget the windshield washer solution. Rain-X All-Season Windshield Washer Solution is only $5.59 at your neighborhood Auto Value auto parts stores. And thank you again for keeping it local. Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by Absopure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with Absopure natural spring water. Find Absopure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with Absopure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with Absopure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Hey y'all, this is Michael Felder, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country every week during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way through the national championship game in January. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you love to get your favorite podcast. And be sure to follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Brian and Jack are previewing today's Michigan game right here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
Known Jim a long time. This football team's a reflection of what he feels about the game. They're physical, they're well coached, and they have very good players. So really excited about the opportunity, the challenge to go to Ann Arbor and start our 22 season.
It is the start of a new era for Colorado State. And yeah, Jay Norvell, Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh's rookie season with the Bears coincided with the second and final season of Norvell's short NFL career. Same Raiders staff in the NFL, early 2000s. Cool little connection, and I think a really good hire for Colorado State. They got him from Nevada in the same league, the Mountain West. And, I mean, literally Nevada crushed Colorado State in the season finale last year, and they went and got him.
Yeah, what does that say that he's able to leave a program like that and end up in Fort Collins? I think it speaks to what they're doing there, what they've created there, that he would want to make that move. Coaching's a small world, right? Sure. It's fairly incestuous. If you've been in the game as long as Jay Norvell or Jim Harbaugh have, chances are you've come across the majority of people who are out there coaching major college football or in the NFL. So these guys are familiar with one another. They know each other from back in the day. I'm sure there'll be a pleasant handshake at midfield, and then their teams will get after it.
Yeah, plenty of cool connections. The athletic director at CSU, Joe Parker, three-time All-American swimmer here at U of M. He was integral in the building that we're currently in right now, renovating the big house, the press box, back a little bit more than a decade ago. And also, of course, in the NCAA tournament, Michigan and Colorado State played in Indianapolis in men's basketball. That was the first meeting in 20 years in hoops. This is the first time these two football teams will play since the '94 Holiday Bowl. But it'll be interesting to see. This is a team in Colorado State that has a ton of new to it. Yeah. When you have a new coach, we've seen it in the Big Ten. Of course, Mel Tucker did well with the transfer portal at Michigan State in his first two seasons. This is a situation where, unquestionably, you can build your roster quickly when you start at a new program if you get into that portal, and he's done that. A dozen players from Nevada to come to Fort Collins.
Yeah, it's a different era of college football, right? You're able to pull guys from the place you were previously. It's a little bit of free agency. But to your point, you can recreate a team essentially in a year. There's totally change a culture, bring in new guys at new positions who are going to be, stars hopefully going forward for them, and it looks and feels entirely different. Jay Norvell's done that. Looks like they're going to try to turn around what started as a good season last year for Colorado State. When I was working for the University of Toledo, they came into the Glass Bowl and won. It was a big upset. They played pretty well that game, and then it all kind of fell apart from there. So definitely looking to get back on track. We'll see if Coach Norvell and the guys he brought from Nevada are able to do that.
Yeah, last year 3-9. They started 3-3, wins at Toledo and then against San Jose State and New Mexico. They hung around with Vandy and Iowa last year before a really tough finish. So Jay Norvell comes in, brings that air raid offense. His time at Nevada, 18th or higher in pass attempts per game. Last season, they averaged 37 points a game, and they will have a new quarterback, Clay Millen, a transfer from Nevada. He almost went to Colorado originally before Norvell and company got him to Nevada late. Don't know much about him, but he did throw for 292 yards and 4 touchdowns in the Rams spring game. Here is the head coach, Jay Norvell, on his new quarterback.
He'll learn from every opportunity he gets, but he's really prepared well. The quarterback room is right next to me, so there's a reason for that. So I can see who's in there watching film and studying. Clay's in there all the time. He really is putting his time in and preparing, and I'm anxious to see him play.
It'll be interesting. It seems like he has a lot of talent. That transfer portal allows you to kind of seek out some time, but heck of a first assignment for the young man.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Coming into the big house and playing in a home opener in Ann Arbor is something that he probably wasn't anticipating when he ended up at Nevada. Not much that we know about Clay Millen. Played a couple games last year, ended up redshirting, but he did transfer with Torrey Horton, who was a wide receiver from Nevada, who averaged, I think it was 16, 17 yards per catch last year. So knowing what we know, being a big underdog in an opener, and getting a receiver who can stretch the field, I would anticipate them to want to take a lot of shots, right? You got nothing to lose. Might as well gamble and see if you can come up big. But, yeah, there's a lot of unknown. There's a lot of unknown for this Colorado State team. But that doesn't matter from a Michigan perspective, right? If they do what they do and play their game, they'll be just fine no matter what Colorado State tries to throw at them.
Yeah, Horton had 10 touchdown catches last season. The big loss offensively for Colorado State, not a transfer, but a departure to the NFL. Trey McBride, he was the Mackey Award winner, top tight end last season.
Great player.
Defensively, really good player. He's with the Arizona Cardinals now. Defensively, they do bring in a Rutgers transfer in C.J. Onyechi. They average 3+ sacks a game. Again, a lot of changes, but defensively, it's tough to know really anything about what this Colorado State D will look like.
Yeah, I just remember from last year, and again, it could be a total look and feel that's different from last year, but I just remember when I was with Toledo kind of scouting Colorado State, their secondary struggled, and I think a lot of those guys are out. They brought in a lot of transfers to redo that secondary and try to complement the rest of the defense. I do remember Mohamed Kamara, a defensive end that's got a lot of praise for Colorado State, so he might be a good test for the offensive line early in this game to see what happens there trying to get after the quarterback. But again, to your point, hard to know, right? When you recreate these teams every year, it's hard to pinpoint exactly what they're going to look like, what their strengths are and weaknesses going into week one. There's a lot unknown in week one. You get to figure it out, obviously, more and more with tape as the weeks go by. But week one, it's anybody's guess. So you just try to play your game the best you can and let the chips fall where they may.
At kicker, Caden Camper, he was a semifinalist for the Lou Groza Award, something to watch if the Rams are in field goal range. But that's a look at the foe here today, Colorado State. We'll come back and talk a little college football and bring in Rob Joyce in a little bit. First, though, we've got traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We'll talk the first couple of days of the college football season. We'll talk the new college football playoff setup when we come back on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. The That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
The Michigan volleyball season is in full swing. Don't miss your chance to experience Michigan taking on some of the top teams in the nation at Chrysler Center this fall. The Maize and Blue will host rivals Ohio State and Michigan State, along with reigning national champion Wisconsin. The Chrysler Series Ticket Pack offers a great way to package all of the Chrysler volleyball games into one. To purchase or for more information, visit mgoblue.com. That's mgoblue.com.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the Maize and Blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at mdn.com or visit the MDN location nearest you today. The MDN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDN. Go Blue!
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires. Go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the MDN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
Indeed we do, as we get you set for the Wolverines and Colorado State here, 12:05 to kick off. Big House getting set to open the gates here very, very soon. Throughout the season, we will get the insight and the perspective on everything college football from inside our network studios. If you've heard our basketball radio broadcast, you know this voice. Rob Joyce is along for the 2022 season. Rob, it's great to have you this year, my friend.
Yeah, great to be back. Basketball starts in, 70-something days?
Don't
remind me.
It's football season. Come on now, it's football season.
Exactly. We can go bracketology in a little while, but there will be some bracketology. Look at that transition. Smooth, simple. There will be some of that. I mean, does Lenardi go over to football now with this 12-teamer?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday they announced that expansion. It kind of came out of nowhere, right? Like, there was all those talks in the spring, and then they fizzled out, and we kind of thought, all right, like, that's going to be it until the contract is up. So 12 teams starting in 2026. Encouraged them to start a little earlier, so 4 byes to the highest-ranked conference champs. Then everyone else will play. How about this home games, home venue? So, if Michigan were a 5 seed, they play a home game at the Big House. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, to me, I would have loved to have seen that, not just for those 5-12, 6-11, et cetera. I would have loved to have seen it for the 1, 2, 3, and 4 seeds to get a home game. I understand that the bowl picture and all that, especially if you're going to try to get this going in 2024, but it seems odd to me. Yes, the bye obviously helps. You'd like to advance without having to play, Jack, but I would have liked to have seen all top 8 teams get a home game, then go neutral site for the South.
Well, I think there's still a lot they have to sort out, right? What did they say? It's going to happen by 26, probably
at the latest.
Want it to happen by 24. I think there's going to be a lot that still has to come out about how they want to do that between TV rights and the athletic departments agreeing to play home or away or neutral sites. So I'm not putting all that much stock into it. It is curious that they announced this the week that, week 1, right?
Timing.
I mean, the day before we're going to start week 1 of college football, they announced the playoff thing. I don't know if that was purposeful or not. But either way, I mean, I think everyone thought that that's where this was trending, that that's where everything was going to go. Maybe not 12, maybe it was 8. You can have that debate. But I think everybody understood that that was the trajectory college football was going to take. Be interesting. Like I said, I think some things still have to play out to really get a better picture.
Now, it's interesting, and Rob, I'm curious your thoughts on this because they showed what the bracket would have looked like last year had this been implemented. Michigan would have been the 2 seed, and they would have faced the winner of 7th seeded Ohio State and 10th seeded Michigan State. There is no way that the committee would have put 7 and 10 Ohio State, Michigan State to play Michigan. They would have finagled that a little bit differently, I'm thinking.
Or conspiracy theorists out there, they say, no, they did that on purpose.
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe.
People talk about, Duke, UNC meeting in the Final Four. Could you imagine Michigan, Michigan State, Michigan, Ohio State meeting in the first round, the second round, whatever it is? So, I mean, these rivalries, we can't even imagine.
That's why I would love to see. I'd love to see home venues a little bit longer, and I get the logistics of the big house in the middle or late stages of December. I understand that, but it's one thing to have a regular season atmosphere, but to have a playoff game, it'd be amazing.
Well, that's essentially what the Ohio State game was last year, right? You had that feeling. I don't necessarily mind the idea that you might have to play a team back-to-back or, 2 out of 3 weeks. That's not that concerning, but if that played out the way it did, then Ohio State would have had to have come to Ann Arbor twice in 3 weeks to play. I mean, that would have been I think you would have gotten a lot of complaints down in Columbus for something like that. But who knows? It's going to shake out the way it's supposed to shake out, and that's the fun part about college football. As long as it doesn't dilute the regular season games, right, and take away from those rivalries and take away from the meaningfulness that every game has because you're trying to position for the playoff. If they can find a way to balance that and walk that tightrope, I think it'll work out.
And that's why the 12-team model, to me, was the best approach, because there's value in being the 4th seed versus the 5th seed. There's value in being the 8th seed versus the 9th seed. If you I know there was talk about 16. It just didn't make sense because at that point, what are you playing for?
Everyone's in.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
Because last year's Michigan-Ohio State game would have been just a seed. Now, of course, there's more to it.
Yeah.
But from a playoff-only situation, it's not an elimination game. It is very clearly seeding, we'll see what happens, stuff along those lines. But, hey, that's playoff. I thought it was terrible timing to come out now. This could have been a week-long discussion in June.
Right.
There's been college football. Rob, what have been some of your observations early on here in the week 1 and even week 0?
Yeah, today's slate a little underwhelming. I mean, you have a bunch of teams playing FCS teams. Rutgers is at BC. Maryland hosts Buffalo. And then you obviously have Ohio State playing Notre Dame, so the outlier there. But what do you think of these early season Big Ten games? Do you they've been really entertaining. The week 0 Northwestern-Nebraska game.
Yeah.
Penn State-Purdue on Thursday was so back and forth. Even last night, Indiana-Illinois, that late touchdown by the Hoosiers. But I'd imagine coaches, they gotta hate opening the year with a league game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I love it as a fan, but I've always said that I think if I had control of a college football schedule, I'd always open at home with a bye game just for that week 1 easing into the situation. But that didn't happen for several Big Ten teams.
Well, I totally agree. As a fan, you love to see it, right? It's meaningful, it's exciting. You understand both programs. You feel all those 3 games, maybe not so much Penn State, Purdue, but the rest of them, pretty evenly matched. What's going to happen? How's it going to work out? That's exciting to watch. You don't want to watch week 1s where, the teams are favored exponentially over the other, which is typically what happens. So from a fan's perspective, yeah, it's awesome. But if I'm on that team, if I'm really involved with that program, I don't know if I like that. I like the idea of a non-conference schedule, similar to how the NFL has a preseason, to get yourself ready to build up for what really counts, which is trying to win your conference.
Yeah.
You know who really likes it, though, guys? Pat Fitzgerald. He really likes it because he's 1-0 and he's looking up at Nebraska, Purdue, and Illinois already 0-1, and the bulk of the season hasn't started.
Yeah, no, that's true. Whereas, boy, the atmosphere in Lincoln for 0-1 Nebraska versus first game North Dakota, the Fighting Hawks won't exactly be the most thrilling. We will talk Nebraska a little bit later when John Jansen comes by here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Great stuff from Rob in studio, but we got traffic and weather now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan, Colorado State, the season opener from the Big House. Kickoff coming up at 12:05. We'll go on to that Michigan offensive line. Catch up with Trevor Keegan when we come back. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Are you a Wolverine for life? Do you have the guts to get recruited to a team that will beat Ohio State? When you choose to become an organ, blood, or bone marrow donor, you're choosing to help save a life and to be someone's hero. Join us Sunday, October 9th, and be a hero at the Big House by donating blood or registering as an organ or bone marrow donor at Michigan Stadium. Sign up now at wolverinesforlife.org and help us beat Ohio State in the annual battle for life-saving donations. Visit wolverinesforlife.org and register today.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $65,000 with $50,000 or less in assets, and tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Michigan football fans, the 2022 season is finally here. They've been doing this in Ann Arbor since 1879. It's a storied tradition, but one filled with new beginnings, new seasons, new teams, and yes, even new hosts of the Tailgate Show. I'm so excited to get started and be joined by a regular guest on the show, Andy Hetzel of Blue Cross. Hello, Andy.
Hi there, Brian. It's great to see you outside of basketball season at the beginning of a new broadcast team tradition for Michigan football. I know that just like what we see on the field today, you will be part of a great team.
Well, I appreciate that. And traditions like college football and the Big House are part of how we mark the time. I know that Blue Cross sponsors a great program that is now in its 13th year, long enough to be called, well, a tradition. Tell us about Win by Losing.
Brian, Win by Losing is a no-cost weight loss competition for all of Blue Cross and Blue Care Network's employer group customers. We host it in the fall and the spring, and companies of all sizes from all across Michigan compete against each other to see whose teams can lose the most weight. Registration for this fall's Win by Losing competition is underway now, with the 9-week contest starting September 19th. We've had customers with as few as 3 people on one team and some who place multiple teams.
Andy, Win by Losing is a great way companies can promote healthy habits among their employees. It makes good sense to focus on well-being in the workplace, no matter where that workplace is, in person or even virtual.
Absolutely, Brian. Win by Losing promotes teamwork, engagement, and better health, things employers truly value in their workforces. Any Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan employer group customer can begin by registering their team online at bcbsm.com.
So just go to bcbsm.com and search for Win by Losing. Right, Andy?
That's right. Blue Cross will provide all the tools and support employers need to have their people participate. And Blue Cross is also ready to help our group customers focus on whole person health for their employees. And this includes their financial, social, and emotional well-being in addition to their physical health. We offer interactive webinars twice each week. It's part of a value-added program we call Blue Cross Virtual Wellbeing.
Andy, it sounds like Blue Cross is ready to help your customers build traditions of wellness in the workplace. Great stuff.
Thank you, Brian. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
Back here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, catching up with a member of that Michigan offensive line and Trevor Keegan. And first off, we hear it all the time from players. At this point, you're just excited to hit somebody else. How'd camp finish up, and how excited are you to finally get that chance to try to enforce your will on someone else?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, now that camp's over, we've been grinding with each other, all month, all summer. It's going to be nice to finally hit somebody and prove that we're one of the best offensive lines in the nation, if not the best.
And that was what this offensive line was last year, the Joe Moore Award. Did that motivate you guys during the offseason? That's a heck of a trophy. I know you want to keep it. Was that a driving force?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think the Georgia game is really what fueled us all offseason. We kind of got, our tails whipped that game, being able to bounce back, and, that was our identity. All offseason, we can't let that happen if we're the best offensive line in the nation. So we're just chomping at the bit all offseason. We're going to see it come to full view, this weekend.
Let's talk about the two returners on this line from a starting standpoint along with you. Ryan Hayes at left tackle. What makes him so good, and how is that dynamic with you two on that left side?
Yeah, I mean, we've been playing next to each other for, I think, coming on 3 years now. So, we basically know the ins and outs of each other's game. So, all of our calls, we got our little sign language at the line, with, what the defense is doing. So I think we just counter each other really well.
And then the other guard, Zach Zinter, I mean, how you obviously appreciate good guard play. You exhibit it. What does he bring, and what makes him such a good player?
Yeah, I think, he's a very athletic guard. He brings a physical, mean streak to our offensive line. Just another guy to have, that you trust and that, you want to play good with. So, he's like one of our tight friends. He's a leader in the group. So, he's good for the group.
Your first impressions of Olu Oluwatimi, a guy who was one of the best centers in college football last year. He comes to Michigan. You guys had a great center last year in Andrew Vastardis. Mm-hmm. How can Olu maybe be even better?
Yeah, I mean, once Olu came in, you could just tell he's a down-to-earth guy. People really, just want to be with him. He's a good dude. He drags people with him. He's a good leader. He just does everything the right way. I mean, he's one of our captains this year. He just brings a sense of leadership. I mean, not the same as Vastardis, just a different kind. And, it's good. We needed, somebody to replace Vastardis, and he's the guy to do it.
A lot's made about the decision at quarterback to start Cade against Colorado State and then JJ against Hawaii. Does that faze you? Is that a big concern in any way, shape, or form? How have those two played so far in camp as well?
They both played really well. For the O-line, I mean, it doesn't matter who's back there. We love both of them. Like, we enjoy blocking for everybody. So it doesn't matter. It's not up to us. It's above our decision. So, whoever's back there, we're gonna protect and take care of. So,
lots made about the running backs and the wide receivers, deservedly so. Curious your perspective of the tight ends. I know it's kind of an extension of the offensive line in a lot of ways, from Eric to Luke, Joel, and others. How do those guys help you and the rest of the offensive line?
Yeah, they definitely help us out a lot. I mean, they're physical. They know their schemes well. They're good at communicating. We trust each other in the run game, and in the pass game, they're pretty dynamic as well.
Lastly, Colorado State. It's a team with a lot of change from a coaching staff, from a personnel standpoint. What's your early vibe on what you're going to see from the Rams?
Yeah, they want to get to the quarterback, that's for sure. They got a good third down package. It's pretty challenging. I mean, they got a lot of new guys in there. I saw something like 60 new dudes on the team or something like that. So, it's going to be a challenge, playing somebody you haven't really watched film on. So we'll see how it goes, but we're ready for it.
No doubt. Trevor, appreciate the time. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
There's Trevor Keegan from that Michigan offensive line. Excited to see what they can do as a repeat bid for that Joe Moore Award. Michigan football brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Again, going to be a hot one here today at the Big House. 82 degrees at kick. 85 by 3 o'clock. If you're coming out to the game, stay hydrated. 4 free Absol Pure water stands around the concourse here at the Big House. There are drinking fountains, bottle filling stations. There are 2 misting tents, so tons of options. And every concession stand can and will, if asked, hand out complimentary cups of water. Don't go thirsty. Get the sunscreen, too. Going to be a hot, sunny one. We'll have John Jansen coming along here momentarily. First, though, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan, Colorado State, second all-time meeting here on the gridiron. Before we go any further, here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, let's pause 10 seconds. Let our stations identify themselves. You're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield. John Jansen stops by next. You're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Imagine this, winning big at Soaring Eagle, where the fun is twice as nice during the $75,000 Double the Prize giveaway. Every Friday in September, you could win up to $10,000 cash and up to $5,000 in premium play. Drawings are every hour, 7 to 11 p.m. The Double the Prize giveaway, only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
From Ann Arbor to Ellen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. We know that when you're hurt, hiring a law firm with the most experience can mean the difference between getting everything you deserve or walking away empty-handed. We're Michigan's most experienced personal injury law firm. Our lawyers have over 600 years of collective experience. 600 years. And that matters because more experience means more money and more wins for our clients. Our experience pays. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
I couldn't be more excited. The opportunity that it is, the privilege that it is. I've had the great opportunity of living many dreams in my life, and now this is the next in a line of dream jobs that I've been able to have.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Indeed he is. That was shortly after the announcement. John, you had been helping out with Dan Deerdorf over the years, but now it's your seat permanently. What's going through your mind right now?
Well, it's permanent for today. And
sure.
That soundbite, I'm not really sure I was selling the excitement in my voice when I said I was excited.
That's because it was March.
Wait a second, yes.
It was March. Now it's September.
Now it's September, and yes, I couldn't be more excited about this. I can't be more excited. It's game day. We get a chance to see this team take the field. New team, new coaches, new captains. It couldn't be a better scenario. The weather is going to be a little bit sticky today. Mm-hmm. So I am happy to be sitting in Dan's seat up here where we at least have a fan blowing. Maybe there's some AC, and I'll let Jack and Jason handle all of that swampy feeling that'll be down on the field.
Yeah, you get a good feel for it down there, right? An actual what it's like to play football. You guys sit up here in your ivory tower. It's all comfortable and air-conditioned and coffee
You were
water.
literally doing this last year at Toledo.
Yeah, I know, but now I'm not doing it this year. Now I'm down in the action. Now I'm gonna be sweating in these pants down there and trying to sneak water from the sidelines. You know.
Here's Doug, and Doug is here too. So here's how soft we had to make it for the new guys.
I love how this is going to be the first time Doug talks on the air as the voice of Michigan football in this setting. Is going to be talking about it being soft.
That are down there are obviously they're heat controlled, but they now have both benches. On the backside, air conditioned units in the seats.
They put those in because of Jack Miller.
because of
And
Jack.
Jason
Absolutely not.
Because those guys needed.
Yeah, no, not for Jack. It's totally for not for Jason. It's for
No,
Jack.
it's for Jack.
It's for Jack. Yeah.
None of that
and trust me,
existed.
I'm jealous. I am jealous, and I heard about that. I mean, Thursday night I was emceeing the pep rally here, which was a great turnout for the students. And I was sitting on those benches, and the kids are asking me about all of the different features, and I'm like, yeah. I said, I don't know why they're out right now because, I mean, it's not going to be cold until November. The heat comes out of the feet now. They're asking me, Dad, did you have any of this stuff? And then this morning I'm walking across the field, and the guy says, hey, did you see the new benches? I'm like, yeah, they look nice. He goes, they're air conditioned. My goodness.
Well, we talked about it on the podcast not long ago. Back in the day, they were just back in my day, I should say, they were just starting to get big on nutrition and health. It was, hey, how tough can you be? How tough can you be? Now it's, how comfortable can you be to go perform and do your job, right? So the game has certainly changed. Those guys are comfortable down there. Jason and I will not be, though.
No. You
Some
guys
call
are
it
both-
progress.
Others call it, well, why don't we just pause it there? Now, Doug and John are taking over for Jim Brandstatter and Dan Deerdorf, and those two at the Big House went out with an absolute bang as we listen back on our throwback call of the game brought to you by Pretzel Bell.
McNamara gets the snap, gives it to Haskins. Haskins scores untouched from the 4-yard line. His 5th of the day, and the Wolverines extend their lead. Just take this team on your back, Hassan, and bring this victory home.
That almost looked like Ohio State let them in. I mean, that was a defensive surrender. That might have been on purpose.
Our throwback call brought to you by Pretzel Bell. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite. Pretzel Bell on Main Street in Ann Arbor. The 5th of 5 touchdowns for Hassan Haskins, and that's why this job and what you two are about to do is so special. We don't know what that moment will be, but Jim and Dan's call of that will live forever in Michigan football. They never got that in the Ohio State game until last year, and that's what made it so euphoric. And that was, I mean, it's unforgettable.
It is, and quite honestly, the pressure's not on me because when they replay it, it's just going to be Doug.
I don't know. I think Tony Butler's going to have to just pop that John Jansen mic down.
Yes, exactly.
I was so happy for those guys.
Yeah.
I mean, Dan was, after that game, said, I thought I was going to do this job for almost a decade and never get to see a win over Ohio State. And to have it in their last game in the Big House, I get goosebumps thinking about what it meant to them.
Yeah.
And two guys that treated everybody walked into this booth with class. They set a high bar. But Dan I was especially happy for because Jim had done games where Michigan beat Ohio State.
Yep.
Dan had not in this capacity. And to go out like that, it was fitting.
Yeah. Win over Ohio, a win in Indianapolis, chance to go to the college football playoffs. It was a great year for Michigan football, and couldn't be happier for Dan and Jim. And you know what? They set the standard, and Michigan set the standard last year.
Yep.
And now it's going to be, was that the new standard, or was it a one-off? And this team this year is going to have a chance to stand up and say, that's not a one-off. This is who we are. And does that mean they have to win a Big Ten championship? No, but they have to play at that level every single week.
Yeah, going to be fun to watch. We will talk about this. John's along for the rest of the way on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. Jack Miller will be back during the pregame. We'll have Doug along as well in a little bit. First, though, we got another traffic and weather update.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Colorado State coming up. We'll go in the trenches with John Jansen next. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey Ann Arbor, football is here, and we know you're thirsty. Whether you're tailgating on the golf course, Hoover Avenue, or the parking lot, make sure you grab a case of Miller Lite. It's Miller time for those who hold true and bleed blue. Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. Celebrate responsibly. 2022 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Host your next event before a Michigan football game this season with Revel XP. Whether you're entertaining clients, employees, or just looking for a fun day with family and friends, Revel XP has you covered. Turnkey tailgate packages include everything you need to host your event, including a private space just minutes from the stadium, tents, chairs, and a variety of catering options. To reserve your event or for more information, visit revelxp.com.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 20 minutes, we'll update the out-of-town scoreboard. The voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh, will join the broadcast in 30 minutes. But right now, let's go in the trenches.
And it's revved up on the podcast feed, MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen in the trenches. 3 episodes a week. The Wednesday interview-based one, Friday keys to the game, and John's long-awaited locker room speech. 9 months in the making, which ended with, we'll beat Hawaii next week, basically. And then, of course, the postgame episode coming up on Saturday. We got Conquering Heroes, Defend the Block, all of that. I know you get fired up for those locker room speeches.
Hold on. Now that you get the new job, they turn your mic off. I do get fired up for the locker room speeches, and I'm trying to temper it a little bit because we know Colorado State, Hawaii, UConn, right? Not formidable opponents, and so I don't want to burn some of my best stuff. Sure. And everybody knows that coming in, so I got to make sure I'm realistic about this. I am excited that we're here. We're going to play Michigan football. Students are going to show up. 100,000 plus are going to show up. It's going to be a great day, and we're going to get a chance to hear from Coach Harbaugh, some of the players, about what this season means, and we're going to talk about what we want to see today. And quite honestly, I want to see disciplined football. That is the goal for today, disciplined football.
So there were a couple of exclusive editions last week, including this past Saturday, head coach Jim Harbaugh unveiling the quarterback strategy. Cade McNamara will start today. J.J. McCarthy will start next week against Hawaii. Cade was named a captain. Here's Coach Harbaugh on that not affecting the quarterback battle.
The captain vote is, the team is saying which guys on this team are going to give it their very all for the team, and it's a great honor and also a great responsibility. Now, I remember when I was elected captain, that was, wow, these guys think that of me, so I'm not going to disappoint. I'm going to give everything I have for the team. But yes, when it comes to the depth chart, that's not something that's elected by the players. So. Yeah. And it's similar, Eric All and Luke Schoonmaker. I mean, they're both starting tight ends on our football team. Mike Sammer's still elected captain, but he's a starter along with DJ Turner and Jamon Green at the corner position and the nickel position. So, no, does it complicate things? No.
And that was certainly a conversation when the captain status came out, but as Harbaugh said, that's a player decision. Depth chart's a coach decision.
Yeah, and I mean, that's clear. I think everybody understands that. It's here to coach. It's good to hear Coach talk about it, but I think we'd all be naive to think that that doesn't play into whatever his final decision is going to be. And, you know, you put down a list of things for Cade, and we're going to find out what more of those things are. He says, hey, he's the most improved player on the roster. What does that mean? What does it look like when it comes to games? We'll find out today. And all of those check marks go in a certain box for Cade. Some more go in a certain box for JJ. We'll find out what those are. We'll get a chance to see that next week. But one of them that goes in Cade's column is the fact that his teammates elected him captain. Yeah. You can't ignore that fact.
Yeah, no doubt. You talked to every captain, and it was great stuff. This was about a week and a half ago now. In particular, Ronnie Bell. He was injured in the opener last year. You asked him a great question. Here it is.
What do you want them to remember about your time in Ann Arbor?
It's kind of funny. I want them to remember the little kid that didn't have no offers, wasn't even looked at as a football player, and the one that really took a risk. You know what I mean? I flipped sports and decided to play football like the last second. And really stuck, like Coach Harbaugh stuck his neck out there, and I stuck my neck out there too. And just, you know what I mean, like what that kid did, you know what I mean, like to make the most of his time here.
You look at how loaded and how many stars in the recruiting battle Michigan's wide receiver core has, and yet wide receiver one, two-time captain, is little old Ronnie Bell.
And it's so great that he's had the recovery that he has. Yeah. You know, coming off of the knee injury last year, we saw just a brief little bit, and it was outstanding in that first half against Western Michigan last year. Hopefully we get 12 regular season games out of him, a Big Ten championship game, 2 playoff games out of him this year, so that when people do remember, that they do remember the fact that he was a guy that was supposed to go somewhere to play basketball. Jim Harbaugh found out about him, offered him a scholarship to Michigan. He changed course, came here. And there's no guy on this team that would handle the football that fights for every yard more than Ronnie Bell. And then for him to be elected captain twice, it's a great legacy. Now he gets to go out this year and continue to add to it.
Lastly, we post a radio replay of Inside Michigan football each week, and new center Olu Oluwatimi came by on Monday night. Great conversation here about his relationship with his counterpart in practice as of late, Mazi Smith.
When I first got here, you know, Mazi told me, like, how happy he was that I came and, you know, the daily battles that we're going to have. And sometimes in spring, like, I'll tell him, like, okay, I'm trying to work set and left today. So when we're on one-on-ones, you know, he lines up on my left and just different things. And he always asks me, like, different questions about, like, double teams and things of that nature, trying to pick my brain. So he feels like he has an edge on game day when he's, you know, facing double teams or different things.
How did you guys receive the news when Mazi was ranked as the #1 freak in college football?
I mean, we see it on a daily basis in winter, summer, through spring ball and, you know, fall camp. We see, you know, I remember there was a funny play during spring ball where I think he ended up kind of like tweaking his hamstring, but it was a screen play, and he chased the running back for like 40 yards. You know, the next play he was dead tired, but you seen him open it up and get out there. But, you know, Mazi's a freak.
Olu was also way nicer than I ever was. I would have told James Hall, Glenn Steele, all those guys the night before they played somewhere else.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, that
excited
battle,
to have them here.
Yeah, that battle, we'll talk about it plenty, but that battle in practice, I'm sure, has been great. Again, subscribe. Go Blue podcast. We'll have the post-game edition shortly after this one as the Wolverines gear up for the Colorado State Rams. Time now for traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We'll get John's perspective on that quarterback battle. Cade McNamara to get the start today. J.J. McCarthy will start next week against Hawaii. As the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show continues, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
This season, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky is making its debut at Michigan Stadium. Exciting news for fans looking for a delicious protein snack. It is a native to Michigan brand for over 45 years now. With a reputation for quality products, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky will be available as a halal concession option at the Big House, Chrysler Center, and Yost Ice Arena. For more information, check us out on Instagram and Facebook and at saadmeats.com. That's SAADmeats.com.
It's a fact. Some vehicles just work harder than others. That's why Dorman offers not one, not two, but 3 lines of chassis parts designed specifically for your situation. From control arms to bushings, from sway bars to tie rods, Dorman chassis parts are high performance, corrosion resistant, and guaranteed to provide long service life. That's Dorman chassis parts. Available at your neighborhood Auto Value Auto Parts stores. Thanks again for shopping locally. Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
John Jansen here, inviting you to check out the podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. MGO Blue Podcast is the home of 3 different episodes. In the Trenches focuses on all things Michigan football. Defend the Block highlights both basketball programs here in Ann Arbor, and Conquering Heroes features interviews with players and coaches from all over Wolverines programs. Search MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. MGO Blue Podcast, subscribe today, and go Blue.
This is Michigan football.
Non-conference play, beginning of the season. I think we cannot take anyone lightly. And we really have emphasized this year that, we have an even bigger target on our back this year. We're well aware of that. And I think this team's motivated to, we almost have more to prove this year. And I think, the guys are aware of that, and the guys are ready to attack it.
There is today's starting quarterback for the Wolverines, Cade McNamara, talking about this certainly light in terms of intrigue non-conference schedule, but with the quarterback decision, John Jansen, it makes it really interesting. And Jim Harbaugh said this week they can't try to be anything but themselves. I mean, in this spot, it's kind of sort of audition might be strong, but it's a big part of the evaluation. How realistic is it to make sure, hey, just be yourself, don't try to do too much?
Well, I mean, it's going to be easier for Cade to do than it is for JJ because Cade's got the 12 regular season games last year where he's very comfortable going down on the field, taking the team, down the field and scoring, which he did half the time that he has led possessions, has always ended up in a score. And so for Cade, it's more about just, hey, how much has he improved? Where are the areas – getting down the field? Is he more accurate? Is his arm strength a little better than it was last year? And again, going back to decisions, he was very good, but there's always things that you can improve upon. And then in regards to JJ, his evaluation is continually and ongoing, but it will begin as soon as this game ends. How does he prepare as the starting quarterback? How does he handle Monday? How does he handle the media? How does he handle his teammates? Preparation for the game. That's a known quantity for Cade, but still somewhat unknown for JJ.
Give us the tail of the tape, and in particular with what you saw from JJ during camp, because he did not get a chance to compete during the spring due to injury. We don't have nearly the sample size on him, especially as a thrower, as we do obviously with Cade. What have you seen from both in camp and in particular JJ?
Well, the evaluation for JJ is what can he do that Cade can't? And so some of it's the throws on the field, his arm strength, his accuracy, down the field a little bit more. But the things that he needed to improve upon was his decision-making. Can I really fit it into this tight window? The read option. That's something you can use with JJ that you don't really see with Cade because of JJ's speed.
Sure.
It's the decision of when to hand it off, when to keep it. Those are the types of things that you're going to be evaluating. Has he been able to improve? And in practice, yeah, all of those things look good. But we've all seen guys, and I've been around guys that can do it in practice. They can do it in spring ball. They could do it really well in a spring game. But then you put 100,000 people in the stands. You make it a night game. You put it on primetime television, and it's a different dynamic. How does he handle that? Can he do those same things that we see in practice? Can he do it on Saturday in primetime with so many people watching him?
I think a lot of people assume that part of the rationale for this is because of just how college football is these days, the transfer portal, the potential for one of these two to leave and seek out playing time elsewhere. Coach Harbaugh was asked about that this week, and here was his response.
Did it factor in that one would transfer or not? No. My thoughts are that they are both the kind of guys that don't flinch, fold, or quit at the slightest whiff of adverse circumstances or something that doesn't go their way. That's not Cade McNamara. That's not J.J. McCarthy.
John, do you concur?
No. And sorry, Coach, I respectfully disagree. And just like I disagree with the fact that being elected captain, it doesn't complicate who you're going to pick at the starting quarterback. I mean, come on. Like, we would be foolish to think that doesn't play a part in it. That's a check mark in Cade's box. Also, complicating matters is the fact that you don't have to be a grad transfer anymore. That term, while we still use it, it's irrelevant. You can transfer and be immediately eligible at any time. So for us to sit here and think, well, if JJ doesn't get the job, could he transfer? Could that play a part in him deciding to transfer? Absolutely. And it doesn't have to do with adverse circumstances. It has to do with the fact that you only get 4 years to play. JJ doesn't have a red shirt. He played last year, and yes, he could get a red shirt if he only plays this year. It doesn't matter what year, but he's not going to take a step back. He burned his shirt last year. He's got 3 more years of eligibility before, or 2 more years before he's eligible to go to the NFL. He wants to maximize every single year. So to say that it doesn't play a factor in Jim Harbaugh deciding whether it's going to be Cade or JJ or how he's going to make that decision, to me, it is absolutely relevant.
And it was fascinating. He was asked, can you see JJ play today and Cade play next week against Hawaii? He said yes. I was surprised about that.
Well, I am a little bit as well because, and yeah, JJ this week, I see that. But are you really going to bring in Cade after you're up 4 or 5 touchdowns against Hawaii? Sure. I would be shocked. I think that's really going to be more Alan Bowman, sure, Davis Warren, Alex Orji, those guys. Because the one question I tried to get in on Monday night, but he completely blew right by it, is who is number 3?
Yeah.
We don't want to get to that point, sure, but is it Alan Bowman? Is it Davis Warren? Are we going to see the freshman Orji at some point? And yes, sprinkled in, but JJ, we saw in parts of almost every game last year. Are they going to do that same thing with Alex? I don't know.
We'll talk more about it as our coverage rolls along. We'll talk a little college football as a whole here as well momentarily on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. First, though, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan, Colorado State gearing up for a 12:06 kickoff. The they bumped it back a minute. We're getting you to it as quickly as we can. Some warm-ups on the field going on a beautiful day in Ann Arbor. We'll talk some college football, the playoff, what we've seen so far in the Big Ten when we continue along. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long in the state. Pure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine.
Me when I go back and I think about, let's do this, Brian, for a second. Ufer, you got Beckman, Brandstatter. I mean, the play-by-play voice it's about as important. I mean, you would think Ward Manuel, Michigan football play-by-play.
Doug just walked out. Where did he go? No.
See, this is the stuff that makes me nervous. Stop that.
Well, I mean, listen, I have a feeling John's going to throw you some curveballs here and there.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
No, that is not surprising at all.
Yeah, but over the history that we have had together, I mean, I think Doug at this point knows that he really can't anticipate what might come out of my mouth. So
that's why they have the 7-second delay.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah. This is true. No, John does a great job. We've worked together on the pregame show forever. And so crossing my fingers that we can just continue doing what we've done, and hopefully the people like it.
Your perspective on the quarterback decision here, or really lack thereof.
Yeah, I think it's modern-day college football. Yeah. I think there is an element here, whether Jim Harbaugh wants to admit it or not, of massaging the roster. I think this battle is that close. There seems to be tremendous mistrust. It can't possibly be that close, but apparently it is that close. And just because the calendar switches to August 29th or August 30th doesn't mean you name the quarterback. You name the quarterback when you're ready to name the quarterback. So it should come. This decision should come without any consequences on the field. And if it helps get two guys ready, because I looked it up, injuries happen.
Sure.
Like the data supports it. Injuries happen, and having two guys at the position.
Last season was the anomaly. Last season was the anomaly where you had your top two quarterbacks stay healthy the entire year. You're going to need two guys, maybe more, like you talked about. Who's the third quarterback?
Well, and I mean, to that point, when Cade did get hurt, what happened in the Michigan State game? JJ was thrown in there, and there was a miscommunication, and it affected the game. So if you've got two guys with more than just spot duty experience, it bodes well for you throughout the course of the year.
But JJ took snaps, right, at Nebraska. Now, I will tell you this. At field level, last year, Nebraska, it's chaos.
Sure.
It's not just loud, and it's loud. It's visual because there are so many fans on the field. One point, JJ, and this experience is incredible for him. Here he is as a true freshman, looking to the sidelines, trying to find where the signal's coming from because there's fans basically at field level right there, distracting. And I could see him looking for the signal. He took snaps against Ohio State. I mean, I think that kid's ready to go, but there's nothing like game reps. Sure. And they will maximize what they can give the two quarterbacks over the next 2 weeks, if not longer.
And the complications of this decision, you mentioned it's the business of college football right now. You've got a 4-star, you've got a 5-star. Does that help you make a decision in this? It really plays no part, but it does in the public's eye. And then you've got one that's a captain. You've got another one that is there's a threat of possible transfer. I mean, the amount of ancillary information going into making this decision is way more than it was 20, 30 years ago.
Before we let you go, Doug, with this transition, something that did go by the wayside was the little-known facts. That is not returning. However, I do want to try something, and I gave you zero. You could have been prepping for March. I didn't give you a second to think. What is the most obscure thing that you found, your little-known fact in your prep for Colorado State? Do you have something that you're like, man,
yes,
that's really wild?
I do.
I want to make this a weekly thing.
And I will tell you off the air because I'm saving it for John for on the air.
Okay.
I want his genuine reaction. It's a bit of a trivia question, but I want to test his knowledge of football. I will be testing John's knowledge of football.
Wow.
With
it's been nice. I appreciate it.
Which is what a rudimentary football question.
So Doug Inaki was just in here, and John, for the 8 millionth time, lobbied for his extra COVID year, and all Doug said was GPA. So trivia, not exactly his strong suit. But we will look forward to that.
I got 4 letters for him.
And we're gonna have to go now. But hey, I wanna incorporate that. I want the Doug Karsh little known fact.
Okay, I got one.
We'll sprinkle in.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to it.
All right, sounds good. For now, though, traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We'll get John Jansen's keys to the game as we count you down to Michigan and Colorado State. This, the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Are you a Wolverine for life? Do you have the guts to get recruited to a team that will beat Ohio State? When you choose to become an organ, blood, or bone marrow donor, you're choosing to help save a life and to be someone's hero. Join us Sunday, October 9th, and be a hero at the Big House by donating blood or registering as an organ or bone marrow donor at Michigan Stadium. Sign up now at wolverinesforlife.org and help us beat Ohio State in the annual battle for life-saving donations. Visit wolverinesforlife.org and register today.
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires. Go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3-and-outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
Let's get to the John Jansen keys to the game, and I got to tell you, I love that your keys to the game are written down on the back of a paper plate. And I think from here on out, we will have a sponsorship opportunity with the John Jansen back of a paper plate keys to the game. And let's start with the Michigan offense.
I hate doing dishes, so paper plates are big in my house.
So it's back. It continues. You get the new roll, but you still have the paper plate. It's the nice square one, too.
It is, yeah. These are the ones that we have here. You can fit the hot dogs will not roll off of this one like they will a round paper plate. So there is strategy in the selection of paper plates. But before we get to offense, defense, special teams, and I included this in my locker room speech. So if you're on your way in, it's 7.5 minutes episode. Yep. It's not long. Turn it on, get you fired up before we get to kickoff. But I was in between making a team key to the game, but I included it in my locker room speech, and it is for the team. Have confidence. You are defending Big Ten champs. You did not lose a game in this stadium last year. So come out and play with that confidence. Play with the fact that you know you have more talent on your sideline, that you are a better team than is across the field. Don't play down to the level of your opponent just because you get lackadaisical, you get sloppy, you know you're going to win or you feel you're going to win. Come out, know it, and show it.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, let's get into your keys to the game as we find out how the Wolverines are taking care of business, brought to you by Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance. We start with that Michigan offense.
Well, it's all about the pre-snap. You've got to have discipline, and we're going to find out about the leadership of this team when you talk about at the end of the game, did they have any pre-snap penalties, missed assignments in terms of where they were lined up, personnel groups in and out of the huddle. You got to make sure, hey, you can play with 10, but it's not an advantage. And you can play with 12. It's clearly an advantage, and the referees are going to tell you that is not supposed to happen. So make sure you got 11 in the huddle. Make sure you know the snap count. Make sure the basics of football in today's game, that you take care of that, and then no turnovers. You don't want to give Colorado State any hope, any extra opportunity to put points on the board. Don't give them an advantage of field position. Don't give them any momentum. Once you get up, you just keep on rolling. So No missed assignments, no pre-snap penalties, no turnovers, and it's not complicated today.
Defensively, no Nakai Hill-Green here this afternoon. Coach Harbaugh's talked about this is a no-star defense a little bit this season with Aiden Hutchinson, Dax Hill, David Ojabo off to the NFL. There might not be any stars now, but there's a chance for some to emerge starting today.
There certainly are. Junior Colson, obviously Nakai's not playing today, but DJ Turner, Rod Moore, RJ Moten. I mean, this defense is loaded with guys that at the end of the season, we're talking about as stars.
Yep.
So they may not start off with it, but they're going to be stars. And then up front, you got Mozzie Smith. I mean, we could go through the entire roster like Coach Harbaugh loves to do. I'm not going to do that right now. But the keys, the number one for the second, this is an air raid offense that they're playing against. So keep everything in front of you. Prevent the big play. We don't want to have those 5, 10-yard completions, but they're not a team that's going to nickel and dime you down the field. They want that big play. They want their offensive drives to be minute and a half, 2 minutes, followed by a 70-yard touchdown pass. Don't allow those. Up front, be disciplined. It's also a team, because they know they're at a disadvantage, that's going to try some trick plays, some reverses, some shuck and jive in the backfield. So don't fall for that. Just be disciplined up front.
And special teams, this is not a game that should come down to special teams. There will be games this season on the schedule where special teams can and will be the difference, but this is a good chance to kind of get things acclimated with a special teams unit that's got sky-high potential.
It does, and Jay Harbaugh, the special teams coordinator, has set the standard that this is going to be one of the, if not the best phase that Michigan has every single year. But it's also an opportunity for young players to get out there and get on the field, get some experience of what it's like to be on the field in this environment. So when you have young players, just like I talked about with the offense, hey, don't jump off sides. Don't give, if it's 4th and 2, you know that they're going to try and draw you off sides on the punt. Don't give them a free first down. And hey, if you're on the the kickoff coverage team, if you're on the punt team, stay in your lane, stay disciplined. Make sure that you just simply do your job. It's today is the basics of football. It's basically football 101. Go out there and perform that way. And then again, make sure that if you've got points with Jake Moody, that you give them the opportunity, go out there and be consistent.
That's how the Wolverines are going to take care of business. Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance understand each client is unique and every situation is different. Let Meadowbrook review your current policy, listen to your insurance needs, and present you with coverage options that fit your lifestyle. Uncover your new rate today by visiting meadowbrookagency.com/quote. That's the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. Coming up, the pregame as we count you down to Michigan and Colorado State at 12:06. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Thanks for joining us for the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan is committed to providing you access to quality health care. However, whenever and wherever you need it, Blue Cross is here for it all and always will be. Stay tuned for the pregame show, which includes more analysis from the crew and the exclusive pregame comments of head coach Jim Harbaugh. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
A whole lot of loot could be yours at Saganing Eagles Landing. Every Saturday in September, you can win a share of $15,000 cash. Whole lot of loot drawings are every hour from noon till 10 p.m. And the day's final winner will take home $5,000. That's a whole lot of loot, and it's only at Saganing Eagles Landing Casino and Hotel. Real fun, real friendly. Visit saganing-eagleslanding.com for complete rules and details.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $65,000 with $50,000 or less in assets, and tuition support for some families earning more. keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
The Michigan volleyball season is in full swing. Don't miss your chance to experience Michigan taking on some of the top teams in the nation at Chrysler Center this fall. The Maize and Blue will host rivals Ohio State and Michigan State, along with reigning national champion Wisconsin. The Chrysler Series Ticket Pack offers a great way to package all of the Chrysler volleyball games into one. To purchase or for more information, visit mgoblue.com. That's mgoblue.com.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Over the middle, inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch it, shoot 3, yes, sir!
They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
People come up to me and say, "Hey, Coach, you look great. You mean a big smile on your face. You look happy." I am happy, and I'm reminded where that happiness comes from. Knowing that our players, they got to experience being a champion.
He breaks it at the 10, the 5, Blake Corum, touchdown, Michigan. Sack time for Aiden Hutchinson again. Yes, touchdown, Michigan. Eric All on a crossing route, and the Wolverines retake the lead. Haskins scores untouched from the 4-yard line. His 5th of the day. The long drought is over. Ohio State is vanquished. Donovan Edwards throwing deep down the sideline. He's got a receiver wide open. The trick play. It's a house call for Michigan. The 2021 Michigan Wolverine football team is your Big Ten champion.
That was great. Now let's see if we can get all 4 goals. Let's beat Michigan State and Ohio State in the same year. Let's win the Big Ten championship, and let's win the national championship. Those are our 4 goals.
Team 143 is a different team, and what Team 142 did last season doesn't really matter anymore.
Everyone's coming full throttle, getting ready for the season. We're pushing each other to the limit.
I'm just excited to win and, see where the season takes us.
We expect to win.
Get to the natty and win it.
We want to win national championship.
Fight like hell for Michigan to get that done.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the Pregame Show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines, chat with players and coaches, and hear the exclusive pregame comments from head coach Jim Harbaugh. Wolverines football is brought to you by Abso-Pure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. By Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol. And by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Let's head live to the stadium with national champion John Jansen. Here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Well, welcome again to the Big House, home of the defending Big Ten champion Michigan Wolverines, and defending that title is of utmost importance to Jim Harbaugh's team. Today, the Wolverines open up the 2022 season with the Rams of Colorado State for the second all-time meeting between the two. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh here. It's Michigan football from here in Ann Arbor. Michigan coming off a 12-2 season, ranked as high as 6th in the preseason coaches polls. The Wolverines returning 10 players on offense with starting experience, an offense that racked up the second most yards in school history a year ago. Colorado State coming off a 3-9 season. They made a coaching change. Jay Norvell takes over after 5 seasons at Nevada. He brings in 59 new players and will debut his air raid offense. Let's welcome in my broadcast partner, the 2-time Michigan captain, All-American, and national champion John Jansen. And people, John is like a child today. They say Disney is the happiest place on earth. Not for you.
Nope. I am here with 110,000 of my closest friends. No better place to be than right here.
And what time did you get here today?
We were here at about 5:40. Gates, parking lots opened up at 6, and hey, nothing changes. That's the beautiful thing. Yes, there are some parts and pieces that change from year to year, but whether you or I are here, Dan or Jim are here, whether it's Jim Harbaugh, Lloyd Carr, Bo Schembechler, it doesn't matter, because Michigan football Saturdays are an institution in the fall, and people are going to show up. They're going to cheer on their team, and it is awesome.
Well, you were on a team that reached the mountaintop back in '97. What do you remember about coming back and getting ready for the '98 season and the challenges that came with trying to repeat as Big Ten champions?
Well, I remember it kind of sucked because we lost to Syracuse, we lost to Notre Dame, but then went on to defend our Big Ten championship. So the pressure is there. Now, it's a little bit different playing against Colorado State than it was Notre Dame. It's a little bit different playing Hawaii than it was Syracuse. But it's still the pressure of, hey, you were a champion last year. We expect you to do the same thing, if not more, this year. And you want to build upon that. But like I said, there are going to be changes. There's 10 returners on offense with starting experience, but not everybody is back. That team is different. Aiden Hutchinson, David Ojabo, all of those guys are now gone. So who are the guys that are going to step up and fill that leadership void this year?
Well, much attention was given to Jim Harbaugh's handling of the two talented quarterbacks, and we'll talk about that at length today. But let's face it, the real question for this team, what will the defense be like without Aiden Hutchinson, David Ojabo, Josh Ross, Dax Hill, and more?
Well, I think the production will still be very much the same. At the end of the game, the yards given up, the points, the end result will be the same. Early on, we don't know that we're going to have the same razzle-dazzle. 3rd and long. Maybe it's not a sack and then eventual punt, but you're going to still get pressure from edge rushers. You're still going to have Mozzie Smith pushing the pocket. You're going to have guys in the back end defending passes, and it's still going to end up in a punt, but you may not have that same razzle-dazzle early in the season.
Well, last time the Wolverines played here in Ann Arbor, it was one of the more epic days in recent memory, capping off an 11-1 regular season with a snowy win over Ohio State. No snow in the forecast today. Temperature's already 78, on its way to 87 with no rain or snow expected. We got lots to do here on the pregame show as we get you set for Michigan and Colorado State, including our conversation with head coach Jim Harbaugh a little bit later on. Brian Bush will be back with us to help preview this one, the Wolverines and the Rams. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long in the stands or on the go with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4ABSOPURE to learn more.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Charles Woodson down the sideline. He's gonna go all the way.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination. Get in zone, AutoZone. Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
Michigan is back at the Big House for the 2022 opener against Colorado State. Today's game is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Now, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Getting set for the season opener, Michigan and Colorado State from the Big House. Brian Bush here, John Jansen alongside. Whole new sound this season here on the radio. You'll hear from the two new members of our team, sideline reporter Jason Avant and our pregame, halftime, postgame analyst Jack Miller in a bit. Let's get into our offensive scouting report. Story of the week around Ann Arbor, the quarterback decision. Cade McNamara to start today. J.J. McCarthy next week against Hawaii. Why is this the right decision? Here's co-offensive coordinator Sharon Moore.
I think you got two great quarterbacks. You got two great starters, and it's going to be fun to watch them both compete. So I think it's a great decision by coach, and you know we all agree on this. It's a great decision for us as a program. So excited to watch those guys battle out and watch them, play for the team.
John, your impressions of this decision, and certainly the intrigue that this adds.
Well, it's unique, and it can be unique because right now, we've got 3 preseason games. And nobody really wants to say it out loud, but Michigan is heavily favored against Colorado State. They're going to be the same thing against Hawaii and UConn. So you can test a few things out. You want to make that decision as soon as you know. Jim Harbaugh clearly doesn't know. You want to be able to develop chemistry with a quarterback in the huddle, get in the line of scrimmage throughout the entire week. But until he knows for sure who is best suited to lead this team into the Big Ten, season, then you have that opportunity now to figure it out.
Whether it's Cade or JJ, great weapons at their disposal. We know about the Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards punch at running back. Wide receiver-wise, so many options. As many as 10 receivers, elite tight ends. Here's Sharon Moore on all those weapons.
Yeah, you hit the word right on the head. We're trying to be balanced, run and pass. So the goal for us is to make sure, we get the playmakers the ball, and whether it's in space, down the field, in between the tackles, around the edges, and we're going to try to distribute the ball to everybody and make sure we keep the defenses off balance.
And one of those wideouts, Ronnie Bell, back after that torn ACL in the opener last season. He figures to be that top option receiver-wise.
Yeah, and when you think about what Ronnie Bell did just in a brief moment last year, early on, and we saw that quick strike ability, you're excited to have him back. Add him to a guy like A.J. Henning in the backfield who – he's a guy that they can use on reverses, on screens. Andrell Anthony, we know what he did against Michigan State. We expect that more this year, more production just like that. Roman Wilson, everybody can remember what he did against Penn State in State College last year. Mikey Sanders still, don't be shocked to see him back on offense at times. We're going to see him defensively, and then those young receivers. This is an exciting offense because you have so many different weapons and so much experience at every level.
As for today's opponent, here's Sharon Moore on Colorado State.
First of all, head coach, Coach Norvell, he does an outstanding job wherever he's been. So we know they're going to be a challenge for us, and know it's going to be a group that's going to play hard, play fast, play physical. So we've got to match that, and we've got to play our type of ball. So excited to see what the defense is and what it looks like on the field, and excited for the challenge ahead.
A very new roster under a new head coach in Jay Norvell. If Michigan's offense is clicking, they don't have the personnel.
No, they don't. And that's when we talk about the fact that this team has a lot of weapons. Yes, Colorado State, they've got 59 new guys. They've got guys that are familiar with their head coach, but they've got a new defensive staff coming over from Montana State. It's going to take them some time, and it's really not about what Colorado State is doing. It's all about what Michigan is doing on their sideline, the players that they're putting out there, the players that they're developing, not just for these 3 early games, but it's a trip to Iowa. Who needs experience now so that when you get to Iowa City, they're ready to go?
Buy 4 and score with Cooper Tires. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper Tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den. Visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information. We'll talk defensive scouting report when we come back on the pregame show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go!
Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
O'Reilly Auto Parts provides more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also offer free check engine light diagnosis. We can scan your vehicle and provide a list of possible fixes. Find the right parts for you or recommend a great local repair shop. Don't ignore your check engine light. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Beautiful Saturday here at the Big House. 12:06 kick. Colorado State in town. Time to hear from new co-defensive coordinator Jesse Minter, who replaced Mike McDonald this offseason. When you're new, helps to have some player leaders show you the way. That was Minter's experience with a new defensive player and a new captain in Mike Sanderstill.
In the spring, it was kind of like everybody was new. A lot of the players were in new roles. I was new, a couple of the other coaches. And so having a guy that had played a lot of football here, was very well respected, sort of for how he plays the game. You know, he's always been a hard hat player, kind of whatever they've asked him to do. Special teams, throwing vicious blocks downfield as a wide receiver. And so I think the first thing that he brought was just a little bit of needed leadership at the beginning. And then as he started doing it and you kind of saw his skill set, you know, Coach Harbaugh was spot on with the idea of thinking this guy could play in the secondary.
So, John, just how good can Mike Sanderstill be in that secondary?
He can be as good as it gets, and it's just going to take him a few game reps for him to gain that confidence that, yes, I've seen myself on film do it in practice, and he's got a distinct advantage because at this level, you don't always get wide receivers that move over to the other side of the ball. He knows what's going on in the minds of those wide receivers. He knows what they're trying to get him as a defensive back to do, and that's a huge advantage for him.
The other defensive captain for the Maize and Blue, the big man up front, Mozzie Smith. Here's Minter on Mozzie.
Yeah, Mozzie's sort of taken the bull by the horns. He's brought the group together. He's spoken a lot about wanting this defense to be really even more cohesive than the group last year. You know, he's been great, and on top of that, he's a very diligent worker. He wants to be really good. He's very meticulous in his game, so he's very detail-oriented, which as a leader, you know, passes down to the young players. But I think the guys respect him most because just kind of the work he puts in. He's kind of a quiet leader most of the time, but then when he does speak, everybody wants to listen.
John, Mozzie Smith, college football's top freak in a good way, according to the Athletics' Bruce Feldman. How does he take that to the next level, really wreak havoc?
Well, he's got to be able to take everything that he can do in the weight room, on the training field, and what he was labeled as a freak as, and get production on the field. Production for him isn't always going to be in stats. It's going to be, hey, as a defensive tackle, I need to be able to blow that center up and cut that offense in half. All of a sudden, you make an offense play only on half the field, it really limits what they're doing. And Mozzie has that ability. And I've always said this, defense, guards and centers protect the depth of that pocket. If Mozzie can push and pressure that pocket, if we're not getting the same rush as we were last year, we may not need it if quarterbacks are being pushed out to those defensive ends.
That's our defensive scouting report. We'll stay on that defensive side. Catch up with DJ Turner on the other side of this timeout. Kickoff at 12:06. Wolverines and Colorado State. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan Athletics and Founders Brewing Company are partnering with Freshwater Future to educate fans on where our drinking water comes from and how we can work together to protect it. Freshwater Futures strives to safeguard the Great Lakes to help ensure access to safe and clean drinking water for all. The Great Lakes water integrity is crucial to keeping our student athletes hydrated, nourishing the great people of Michigan, with the bonus of making great Michigan-made beer like Founders. Visit freshwaterfuture.org to learn more about how we can protect our Great Lakes water.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDIN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at MDIN.com or visit the MDIN location nearest you today. The MDIN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDIN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDIN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDIN. Go Blue!
More Wolverines football is a minute away.
Over the left side and into the end zone for a Michigan touchdown.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
The year was 1919. Barbasol shaving cream was invented by a dreamer named Frank Shields. The world's first modern shave cream, Barbasol changed the face of shaving forever. A few billion shaves later, Frank's dream lives on. Behind every face is a dream. Barbasol proudly salutes every fearless, self-assured, wide-eyed dreamer all across America. Celebrating 100 years. Barbasol.
Back here on the pregame show, getting set for Michigan and Colorado State. Member of the Michigan defense, DJ Turner, is alongside. And DJ, first off, I have to imagine you, your teammates are antsy, ready to go. Just how productive was this offseason, and just how ready are you guys to actually get out there and face off against another team?
Oh, yeah, I mean, we're so excited. And, I mean, this offseason from spring to now, we just can't wait. And we got comfortable with each other, and we're confident, just can't wait to take the season now.
You were one of the players that people really saw as an on-the-rise guy last year, the way you improved from week 1 until the end of the season. What strides have you taken from the end of last year to now?
I might say, I put on weight. That was the main thing I wanted to do this offseason, and then just going to the season healthy. And that's why I done those two things, and I'm excited for the season.
Do you feel like despite that weight, you have the same speed, maybe even more speed? How do you balance that?
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, weight isn't always bad when it comes to speed. When you put the weight on the right way, you get faster. So, I mean, I'm going into the season like fast and with more weight. It's better, both best worlds.
There's a lot of people who've talked about the change of losing Aiden Hutchinson, David Ojabo, so many others, Brad Hawkins, Josh Ross. Have you taken on a leadership role? And if so, how has that fit your style of going out there and being more vocal?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I definitely have. I mean, like I said, going behind those dudes, like you really just, the blueprint was right in front of me, especially with Brad. He was in the DB room. So, I mean, I just always, just took after him, and I definitely have a leadership role on the team, and that's why I just take, charge in that.
Your impressions of the units in front of you at the linebacker spot, the defensive line, some changes, especially in the front four. How have those guys acclimated to that?
They're ready. They stepped up. Yeah, I mean, they all stepped up. Mozzie took care of them in the front and everything, and it's just, we all just gelling together now.
Your impressions of Colorado State. I'm sure there has been some film and some coverage of them throughout the offseason, even though you've locked in on them this week. What's your thoughts on their offense?
They're a good offense. got to come ready, and they definitely passed the ball. So.
Last thing, the Big House. You're back. You get the first 4 at home. I know there's just a different energy in this building. How excited are you to get out there to play in front of the fans after an incredible showing in front of them last season?
I can't wait. I mean, I was just saying earlier that on Friday and before the game, I had to try to relax because I just be too anxious. And so, I just feel like I just got to take a deep breath and relax because I just can't wait to get out there.
I bet. DJ, we appreciate the time. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
There's DJ Turner from that Michigan defense. We'll come back with more pregame coverage from the Big House. Michigan and Colorado State. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Before you get in, get going, get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires, go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper tire retailers for more information.
It's time we go together. Let's go see something new together. Let's go capture moments together. Let's go experience something unexpected together. Wherever you go, enjoy a cleaner running engine with Citgo's top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline. Citgo. Let's go together.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Introducing the 2023 Ford Explorer. Place an order for a 2023 Explorer lease and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery, the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ Plan lessees can order a 2023 Explorer and lease it for $299 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Take delivery in fall 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 renewal and $1,000 retail order bonus cash. Take new retail delivery from dealer stock by October 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $299 lease payment on the 2023 Ford Explorer today. Think Ford first.
Getting set for 12:06 kickoff, Michigan and Colorado State. And we introduce another new member of our broadcast team. Down on the sidelines, the former great Michigan wideout, Jason Avant. Jason, I'm so thrilled to have you on this broadcast. Just before we get into today's matchup, what does this opportunity mean? What's it like to be field level at the Big House again?
Oh, this is unbelievable. Bringing back so many memories. I can remember my first game being out here and it changing the man that I am and making me to the man I am today. And these guys have that opportunity. You can smell football. You can hear it. Everything about Michigan football is happening today, and I'm excited to be here. So excited.
It's going to be awesome to have you all season long. Let's get your perspective on the quarterback situation. Cade McNamara will go here today as the starter. J.J. McCarthy next week. As a receiver, would that affect you, phase you at all early in the season to kind of seesaw back and forth?
Can you guys hear?
Having some technical issues here with Jason. We'll try to work on those as we're down on the sidelines with Jason Avant here for the first time. Jason,
can you guys hear
us still?
Can you guys hear me?
Not able to at this point. So what we'll do, we'll take a break, come back. We got Jack Miller's thoughts in a bit. We'll count you down to kickoff. Michigan and Colorado State. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
How are you the ultimate Michigan fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea? Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Wolverines fan. Just go to WolverineCards.com.
This season, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky is making its debut at Michigan Stadium. Exciting news for fans looking for a delicious protein snack. It is a native to Michigan brand for over 45 years now. With a reputation for quality products, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky will be available as a halal concession option at the Big House, Chrysler Center, and Yost Ice Arena. For more information, check us out on Instagram and Facebook and at saadmeats.com. That's SAADmeats.com.
43 Big Ten championships, 11 national titles. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive. Being a baseball fanatic like me can be stressful. It's not all sports points and touchdowns. So Progressive is going to help you take your mind off your team for a moment. Instead of thinking about how they missed that goal point score, think about the Name Your Price tool from Progressive, letting you choose coverage options based on your budget, unlike your team that missed the end zone net area. Well, anyway, hope this distraction about Progressive's Name Your Price tool was helpful. It sure kept me from thinking about all those penalty balls. Yay, sports!
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Today's game is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Alongside former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Yeah, excited to welcome in Jack. We'll catch up with him momentarily as the crowd continues to file in here at the Big House, Michigan and Colorado State. But it's time now for the Michigan Answer Spotlight from Michigan Medicine. We all know there's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. In fact, if you head over to MichiganAnswers.com, you can see hundreds of questions Michigan Medicine has been answering, as well as stories of people whose lives have been changed by the teams at U of M Health. Another way they're answering questions is with the Michigan Answers podcast. Each episode, they highlight a specific topic and have an expert answer the internet's most searched questions about that topic. You're getting science-based answers from experts at Michigan Medicine. This week, we focus on an episode from Season 1 when Amy Rothberg, an endocrinologist and medical director for the weight management program at U of M Health, answers questions about weight management.
We and others have actually proven that diabetes, especially for those who are newly diagnosed or who have had diabetes for only a few years, can have complete remission of their diabetes by reducing calories, getting regular physical activity, and maintaining those lifestyle changes. Both insulin sensitivity and insulin secretion improve, and the beta cells, so those insulin-producing cells, recover.
Again, that's from the Michigan Answers podcast. You can find it at MichiganAnswers.com or wherever you get your podcast. As promised, Jack Miller alongside.
Hey now.
Jack, great to have you. How excited are you to be back here and on this broadcast?
Yeah, it's a dream come true, really. It's awesome. When you leave this place, you realize how special it is, and having the opportunity to come back, stay around the game, be a part of this radio broadcast crew. It's awesome. I'm fired up on the heels of an incredible 2021 season, a lot to look forward here in 22. I'm really happy to be here.
And from this perspective, Michigan, we've talked so much about the quarterback situation. I want your standpoint on the offensive line. Doesn't look like Ryan Hayes will be able to go here today, but still, this group is incredibly talented.
They're deep, they're talented, they've played a lot together. You got to assume that they have great chemistry, confidence in one another, understand what the other one's trying to do. It allows them to look at defenses maybe a little more deeply, right? You can look into the secondary and start to look at where the safeties and corners are to pick up on tendencies and blitzes. You can take it to another level, and that's what this offensive line's looking to do this year. There's talent all around. If they can give the quarterbacks time to get the ball to the playmakers, there's no reason this offense shouldn't be incredibly explosive.
Defensively, a lot to replace, to be sure, for this team. Aiden Hutchinson, the number 2 overall pick. Dax Hill, late first round. David Ojabo would have been a first-rounder had he not gotten injured at the Michigan Pro Day. But it does feel like there's some potential. No Nakai Hill-Green today, but a lot of potential budding stars.
Yeah, you got Junior Colson, Mozzie Smith in the middle. Guys that we've heard about briefly, right? Can they elevate their game? You know, it's probably hard to replace a Hutch, right? A guy who's a Heisman finalist. Going to be hard to get a guy like that back out there. But can those guys who have been hanging around take it to the next level? Can the guys who have been waiting, right? They've been waiting, they've been practicing. Now's your opportunity to showcase it. Can they step up and be one of the leaders on this defense to take the defense where it needs to go? We'll see. We got a couple games here, you know, to figure that out with between the quarterback position, between defense and who's really leading that. There's a couple games to get that sorted out. Big one today when we'll figure out who rises above.
Colorado State, the opponent, new head coach and Jay Norvell, tons of new players, transfers, etc. Your perspective on a Rams team that they're a few years away from probably being able to compete at the Mountain West level, but your thoughts on what Michigan can do against them?
Well, it's hard to know with Colorado State. Like you said, Jay Norvell comes in, brings a bunch of transfers with him from Nevada, so it's a new look, a new feel to this Colorado State team that struggled at the end of last year. Can he rebuild that culture? Can he create a winning environment there? And are some of those players that he's able to plug in, are they stars? Can they show up today? You know, we'll see. But irrelevant to that is if Michigan does what they need to do, if they execute offensively, if they play fast and aggressive defensively, those different looks that they brought all last season, expect a lot of that same defense. If they take care of their business, it's probably not going to matter who's on the other side of the football. So for Michigan, it's really not about the opponent. It never really is. It's about, are you playing at your highest level? Can you take all the work that you had in the offseason and training camp, translate that into a good week one?
Jack Miller will be back at halftime. Jason Avant will talk to you from the sideline. Doug Karsh, John Jansen getting set to bring you the call in about 30 minutes. Rob Joyce is in our network studios. He'll have a check of the scoreboard in a bit. And after that, head coach Jim Harbaugh's thoughts with Doug Karsh. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Drinking ice-cold Miller Lite this summer on the lakes may be coming to an end, but don't be sad. The best season is here. Football season. Grab Ann Arbor's favorite light beer for all of your tailgating, football watching, and touchdown celebrating. Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. Celebrate responsibly. 2022 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Your official home of the Maize and Blue, the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
You're listening to University of Michigan football live on WWJ, the big game. On Monday, get your week off to a big start with the latest local news.
Governor Whitmer made a major announcement this morning.
Traffic and AccuWeather updates every 10 minutes on the 8s.
Past Howell on I-96 westbound, a collision at M52.
Everything you need to know, all in one place. It's a game changer. Detroit's news, weather, and traffic station. WWJ News Radio 950. Depend on us.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is here to keep your car on the road with our free loaner tool program. Your local store has more than 80 specialty tools available to rent for your next repair. Refundable deposit required. Ask our professional parts people about the loaner tool program today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Michigan fans, our long wait for college football's return to the Big House is almost over, and I couldn't be more excited. Before we kick off the 2022 season, let's say hello to Andy Hetzel from Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics, and Andy will join us every weekend to share Blue Cross's expertise in healthcare. Great to see you again, Andy.
Doug, hi. It's good to see you again, and congrats on your new role as play-by-play voice of Michigan football, and best wishes to you and your partner, John Jansen, from all of us at Blue Cross.
Thanks, Andy. And it feels very new, but in many ways very familiar. And I'm glad to pick up our conversation about healthcare topics that affect us all. We've talked about Blue Cross's whole person approach to healthcare. I see you're building that with a collaborative care model that puts primary care doctors in better position to help patients with mental health concerns.
That's right, Doug. Our collaborative care model is growing at a time when the whole country, including Michigan, is facing a shortage of mental health resources. It's especially glaring when it comes to psychiatrists. In Michigan, we have fewer than 12 psychiatrists for every 100,000 people. Most are in southeast Michigan, which increases the care gaps for people in other parts of our state.
Andy, the need for mental health support is growing rapidly, and primary care doctors are often stepping in to meet the need.
That's right. These doctors are usually the first to see the signs of mental health issues in their patients, and that's why we're bringing our collaborative care model into Blue Cross's designated patient-centered medical home practices.
Michigan fans may recall that Blue Cross has the largest PCMH program of its kind, with more than 4,600 doctors in nearly every county, directly impacting about 3 million of your members, right, Andy?
That's right, and we're adding a behavioral health component to the program so patients can connect to appropriate mental health care in a familiar setting in their doctor's office, and they'll be supported by a care team that's led by their own doctor.
Sounds like a great way to address a critical need and support Blue Cross's approach to whole person care. Great to see you again, Andy.
Thank you, Doug. Go Blue.
Our thanks to Blue Cross Blue Shield. Rob Joyce back in the Learfield Network studios as we count you down to Michigan and Colorado State. A 12:06 kickoff as we preview the day in the Big Ten and beyond. 6 other games in the league today. 3 at the top of the hour. Maryland opens the year at home against Buffalo. Rutgers, a road game at Boston College. And then Iowa begins the year against an FCS team in South Dakota State. Again, all of those games are at noon. A lone 3:30 kick in Lincoln after their close loss in Dublin last week to Northwestern. Nebraska, its home opener today at 0-1. That comes against North Dakota out of the FCS. And the night slate sees a final game against FCS competition. That is 18th-ranked Wisconsin at home against Illinois State at 7 o'clock from Camp Randall. So somewhat tame. Then the big one. Top 5 tilt in Columbus tonight between number 2 Ohio State and 5th-ranked Notre Dame. First game for new Irish head coach and former Buckeye linebacker Marcus Freeman, who takes over for the departed Brian Kelly. That is at 7 o'clock, or 7:30, excuse me. That highlights the day around the rest of the top 25. But there are a couple of other enticing matchups throughout the day nationally as well. Other noon games today. Number 6 Texas A&M faces an FCS team in Sam Houston State. 13th-ranked NC State, an in-state road game to open up the year at the top of the hour. Wolfpack at East Carolina. 5th all-time trip to Greenville for NC State. They've lost 3 of the first 4. The defending national champs, number 3 Georgia, opens up the year with a de facto home game against 11th-ranked Oregon. It's technically a neutral site game, but it's in Atlanta. That's at 3:30. That historic Georgia defense from last year not only replacing a record number of NFL draft picks, also replacing a defensive coordinator as Dan Lanning went to be the new head coach of, who else? The Ducks. So he opens up against his old employer. One other notable game tonight at 7 in Gainesville. Florida introduces a new head coach in Billy Napier. His Gators welcome in the defending Pac-12 champs in 7th-ranked Utah to the Swamp. Again, Michigan takes on Colorado State here, 25 minutes or so from now. Pregame continues. We'll get Jim Harbaugh's pregame thoughts. He sits down with the jug after this as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
What's up, fans? This is Roddy Jones, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country weekly during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way to the national championship game in January, from the East Coast to the West Coast. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you love to get your podcast. And while you're at it, be sure to give us a follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
With kickoff approaching, let's hear from the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. Now, here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsch.
Michigan and Colorado State kicking off just afternoon, and it's time to talk with the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. And, Coach, let's start with the feeling that you have about this team and the feeling the team has about itself. Coming off a Big Ten championship, do you feel like the players know, hey, we know what it takes to get this done, that everybody has that feeling going into this season of understanding what it takes to win a championship?
I think they're ready to have at it. The energy's high. Practices have been really good, and they're just ready to get out there and play some football.
Well, it starts with Colorado State today, and Cade McNamara gets the call at quarterback, as you announced last weekend, and for this week. And talking with Matt Weiss this week, your quarterback coach, he said that Cade is arguably the most improved player on the team. What have you seen from Cade this offseason getting ready for the 2022 year?
Yeah, and I would agree with that, what Matt is saying there. And there's so many guys that are improved, had tremendous camps, really at every position. And Cade's certainly one of them. Cade's improved every part of his game, from throwing the football to extending plays in the pocket, just his savviness, leading the football team. And, I think he's playing at a really high level, playing his best football. And a lot on the line, as you know, and he's ready to have at it.
And, Coach, maybe the most impressive thing is that JJ's made it this close. Talk about JJ's improvement where he's made this difficult decision for you.
Well, we got to see JJ quite a bit last year. He played in 11 ball games. And that's right. He didn't have spring ball, but he's been on fire in camp. I've made this comment that this is not a demotion for Cade. This is a promotion for JJ. And I don't know about other coaches or other teams, but I like having good players, and the more good players, the better. And I like having more than one good quarterback. So we have that. That's a good thing for Michigan football. And both are trained up. They've gone through the training camp. They're playing their best football, and we're excited to see both of them play. I think both will play this Saturday, and both will play next Saturday. Kate gets a start. Will play most of the game against Colorado State. JJ will likewise do the same against Hawaii.
Your offensive line won the Joe Moore Award last year. You come back this year, you add Oluwatimi, and veteran experience all over. This group has a high standard to live up to, but it sounds like they have the ability to do so.
Yeah, I think so. Returning really 3 starters, plus Olu, plus Trente Jones, who's always been one of my favorite players to watch, and also Carson Barnhart. We really feel really good about 6 starters on the offensive line, plus Greg Crippen, plus Gio and Jeff Percy, Raheem Anderson. We feel really good about Reese Atterbury as well. I mean, there's it goes about 9-10 linemen deep. Yeah, just keep the tradition going. I mean, there's a kind of a strong argument that this is lineman U here at the University of Michigan, and we're very proud of that.
Coach, defensively, you lose guys at each level, very talented players at each level. Who the most? Everybody gets better in the offseason, but who would you specifically say this guy has stepped up the most defensively?
I start with the interior of the defensive line. Mozzie Smith be one that I would start with. But we're getting really good play from Chris Jenkins, who I think that's the team's. If you ask the team who's the next David Ajabo, who's the guy that's just really hard to block and tough to contain. Chris Jenkins is somebody that our offensive line points to, along with Mozzie. Rayshon Benny, George Rooks has been outstanding. They've been tremendous in penetrating, knocking back the games. If we can get the third down, I think you're going to see some really good stuff from our defensive interior. Dominic Cadiz is much improved. The edge guys like Taylor Upshaw, Mike Moe, Jalen Harrell also has a chance. A lot of hungry guys ready to step up and take the places of great players like Hutchinson and Ajabo and Dax Hill. Then I would go to the middle linebackers. Junior Colson's the real deal. Kalel Mullins, Mekhi Hill Green, those two playing the opposite linebacker. And you'll see Kalel today and Mekhi Hill Green next week when we play Hawaii. You're not going to see Mekhi today. And then in the secondary, love to play the safeties. They've really stepped up. R.J. Moten, Rod Moore, and Makari Page, somebody who's is dramatically improved. In the corners, the top guys, Jamon Green, Mike Samerstill, DJ Turner, those three playing at a super high level.
Coach, we'll preview Colorado State when we continue. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
What does it mean for you when University of Michigan Health was once again named the best hospital in Michigan by U.S. News & World Report? Or when they're recognized as the only Michigan hospital awarded straight A's for safety 10 years running? It means you can count on experts in every specialty, all in one place, working tirelessly to unlock a Michigan answer for you, U of M Health. One of only 8 hospitals in the nation to receive healthcare's top designations. Learn more at uofmhealth.org.
It's time to bring the big game to your backyard. With battery power, made by Steel. Steel battery blowers start at just $139.99, and battery chainsaws start at $299.99. Find yours at over 10,000 local dealers. Visit SteelDealers.com. Real Steel. Find yours. All prices BS SRP.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
John Jansen here, inviting you to check out the podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. MGO Blue Podcast is the home of 3 different episodes. In the Trenches focuses on all things Michigan football. Defend the Block highlights both basketball programs here in Ann Arbor, and Conquering Heroes features interviews with players and coaches from all over Wolverines programs. Search MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. MGO Blue Podcast, subscribe today, and go Blue.
Let's continue our pregame conversation with head coach Jim Harbaugh. Once again, here's Doug Karsch.
Back here getting you set for Michigan and Colorado State, kicking off just afternoon, joined by the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. And Coach, before we get into the Rams of Colorado State, you have a saying, who's got it better than us? When it comes to special teams, Coach, who's got it better than you?
I know the answer to that one. Nobody. Our guys really put a lot of time and effort into it, and Jay Harbaugh does a great job. So does Brad Banta and J.B. Brown. It's a tradition, that's really takes a lot of pride. Our guys take a lot of pride in it. We love it, and we love it when a guy like Josh Ross makes the Baltimore Ravens football team. And my brother John said it was how well he was trained on special teams when he was at Michigan. He was in a pro punt in college, and it's such a separator for the guys when they go from college to pro football, as you know, Doug. I mean, that it makes all the difference. That's how you make those those 53-man rosters is on special teams. So it's just on every level, we love our special teams play. That's where guys can get on the field, make an impact early in their career and late in their career. I mean, Caden Colasar, he's still our best guy on special teams as a senior. So there's, I could talk for a long time about that. And we love our kickers, our punters, our returners. I mean, those guys are our snipers. We got to protect them, and excited to see what they're all going to do today.
All right, Coach Jay Norvell, head coach at Colorado State. You go back. I'm going to take you back. I don't know if this is a good memory or bad memory, but I'm going to take you back to 1985 at Iowa City. He was a defensive back for the Hawkeyes, and you were the quarterback for Michigan. 1 versus 2. Do you distinctly remember Jay Norvell, the Colorado State head coach, in the secondary for Iowa back in 1985?
Yeah, I sure do. And then we played against, I think he was gone by 86, but he's got the bragging rights from 85. Then 86, Iowa came back to Michigan, and then we beat them on a last-second field goal. Been great to see Jay's success. He's a tremendous coach. Colorado State has made an incredible hire, not just for this year, but for the future as well.
Let's talk about their air raid offense. What challenges do they present today?
This veteran quarterback, their quarterbacks from Nevada. They've got quite a few transfers from Nevada. They like to air it out. They're going to be dropping back, throwing the ball. They do it to all parts of the field. They stretch it vertically and horizontally. Tremendous attack in the screen game, and they can hit you in the running game as well. So Jay's had tremendous success with this offense, and we've been studying it. Colorado State offense, you really got to look at the tape from Nevada, and then defensively, you got to look at Montana State. Special teams, you got to go to UTSA. That's where all the coordinators from different spots. So feel like we got to as good as we can going into the first game of what some of the things they'll do. And they're a talented team with quite a few transfers, which has helped a lot of programs. And Jay, we know his reputation and how good of a coach he is. So our helmets are strapped on, and we'll be the loins girded for this ball game.
Well, Coach, we appreciate your time. We'll hear from you after the game. Best of luck today.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Doug.
It's Jim Harbaugh. Wolverines and Rams coming up. We'll get you set for kickoff next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Are you a Wolverine for life? Do you have the guts to get recruited to a team that will beat Ohio State? When you choose to become an organ, blood, or bone marrow donor, you're choosing to help save a life and to be someone's hero. Join us Sunday, October 9th, and be a hero at the Big House by donating blood or registering as an organ or bone marrow donor at Michigan Stadium. Sign up now at wolverinesforlife.org and help us beat Ohio State in the annual battle for life-saving donations. Visit wolverinesforlife.org and register today.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $65,000 with $50,000 or less in assets, and tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
People come up to me and say, "Hey, Coach, you look great. You mean a big smile on your face. You look happy." I am happy, and I'm reminded where that happiness comes from. Knowing that our players, they got to experience being a champion.
He breaks it at the 10, the 5, Blake Corum, touchdown, Michigan. Sack time for Aiden Hutchinson again. Yes, touchdown, Michigan. Eric All on a crossing route, and the Wolverines retake the lead. Haskins scores untouched from the 4-yard line. His 5th of the day. The long drought is over. Ohio State is vanquished. Donovan Edwards throwing deep down the sideline. He's got a receiver wide open. The trick play. It's a house call for Michigan. The 2021 Michigan Wolverine football team is your Big Ten champion.
That was great. Now let's see if we can get all 4 goals. Let's beat Michigan State and Ohio State in the same year. Let's win the Big Ten championship, and let's win the national championship. Those are our 4 goals.
Team 143 is a different team, and what Team 142 did last season doesn't really matter anymore.
Everyone's coming full throttle, getting ready for the season. We're pushing each other to the limit.
I'm just excited to win and, see where the season takes us.
We expect to win.
Get to the natty and win it.
We want to win national championship.
Fight like hell for Michigan to get that done.
Michigan football is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. And by Coca-Cola. There's magic when we cheer together. Once again, here's Doug Karsh and John Jensen.
At the Big House, getting you set for Michigan and Colorado State. Before we bring in John, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. All right, it's a sunny day here in Ann Arbor as the Wolverines getting set to take the field. And John Jansen, great to have you back, of course, for another season of Michigan football. And your level of intensity has been ramping up all morning.
It has been. It doesn't get any better than this. The stands are full. The stadium in the surrounding areas, the tailgates, everything is great. And you can hear just the excitement of the opportunity these fans have. And it's been 17 years since they've had a chance to talk about the defending Big Ten champs coming out of that tunnel.
Some injury notes before we get started. Nakai Hill-Green, as you heard Jim Harbaugh say, will not play today. The linebacker is out with an undisclosed injury. Also, late-breaking news, starting left tackle Ryan Hayes will not be in uniform today. However, they are very deep with Carson Barnhart, who is they call him the 6th starter. He will start at left tackle, his 7th start of his career.
And Sharon Moore had talked about this week the fact that they use Carson Barnhart at every single position on the offensive line, and it's great when you have that luxury, and today that luxury is going to pay off with his first start of the season.
Eric All was questionable because Eric All's son was born at 7:30 this morning. 7:30 this morning, and Eric hustled over to the stadium for his kid's first game.
Yes, and hey, congratulations to him, the baby's mom. Everybody in reporting is everybody's doing well, and what a great moment for him to be able to lead this team out as they come out of the tunnel, hit the banner, knowing that I'm a new dad.
Well, Eric All led the captains along with Cade McNamara, Mikey Sainristil, Mozzie Smith as they took the field, and Wolverines really, really excited as they are on the near sideline getting set for kickoff between Michigan and Colorado State. And John, every week we want to know what you want to see Michigan establish early in this game.
Well, it dominates in this game. They're heavily favored. Everybody knows that. They need to come out and play sound football. The scoreboard will take care of itself. Don't be looking for that explosive play on every single play. They will come, both offensively and defensively, against this air raid offense today. Keep everything in front of you. Take the opportunities when they present themselves, but don't try and force things. Everybody wants to make something happen, especially in week one. It's going to come to them. Be patient. Play with excitement, but play with that controlled excitement.
Cade McNamara gets a start today at quarterback, and let's talk about Cade a little bit. Last year, really established himself as a legitimate high-level starter in the Big Ten and obviously leading Michigan to the Big Ten championship and the college football playoff. But I think his strength is his ability to quickly process information and execute facing any kind of defense.
We saw this early on when he had a chance a couple of years ago against Rutgers and a couple of the starts that he had. His ability to get rid of the ball, understand blitzes, understand protections, where they're coming from. Last year, it wasn't forced to do it early on because of the dominant run game. You're going to see more of that early on this year, but again, it's his ability to process what's going on the field and what happens after the snap. That's where he really excels.
The wide receiver position. Michigan is deep, but the Wolverines, they don't have a lot of accolades at that position. Jim Harbaugh has not had a first-team All-Big Ten wide receiver. That may change this year, but that is a deep position filled with 6 guys, really, who I think can look at as equals.
Yeah, and it could have changed last year. We saw a very explosive Ronnie Bell in the first half of week 1. Then we didn't get a chance to see him the rest of the year because of the knee injury. I think he makes a huge return today. Then guys like Andrew Anthony. I mean, what we saw with him against Michigan State last year, that was his coming out party. We need to see some more of that.
The captains are gathered at midfield for the coin toss. Today's coin toss brought to you by Rude. The honorary captains from CBS Sports, Michigan graduates Dana Jacobson and Tracy Wolfson.
Colorado State, you're the visiting team. You'll have your choice. Heads, tails. It's heads, tails. Your call again. Tails. The call is tails. It's a tail, so you've won the toss. Colorado State has won the toss. They will defer to the second half.
So we'll see the Michigan defense first. That was today's coin toss brought to you by Rude. You can rely on Rude. Correction, we'll see the Michigan offense first. And, John, you just said you want to see them establish dominance early, so the offense gets a chance to do just that.
Yeah, and when they come out, it's not – we may see Matt Weiss and Sharon Moore. I don't know what they've scripted for these first 10 plays. You may see them come out slinging the ball around, but they're probably going to come out and be very measured early on, take their shots in this first drive as they present themselves. And this is a game where, yes, you can make those moments happen. You can force those moments, but you don't have to.
We'll see some debuts today as the Wolverines have several freshmen that will play in this game today. Maybe none more impressive than Mason Graham, who as a true freshman will start at defensive tackle. That does not happen.
It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen in the Big Ten a lot. It hasn't happened in Michigan in a long time. And when you have a guy, and we talked about this in the spring game, coming out of the spring game, we learned the name Mason Graham. I think Michigan fans are going to be very excited about what they see from him. Other freshmen that are going to be playing, but this really comes down to, especially on this opening drive, when we watch the offense, how are they going to use guys like, Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards in the backfield? What's that rotation going to look like early on? How many different places are they going to line Donovan Edwards up? Because we saw at the end of last year, he can line up in the slot. He can line up at wide receiver. It's about creativity and the amount of ways that they can use. And don't forget, I know we talked about Eric All. He's a new daddy. They're going to use him in a lot of different ways, so don't be surprised to see him get the ball early and often.
I think he can be an All-American. An interesting fact about Eric All, he's not scored a touchdown in the Big House. Every touchdown he's scored has been on the road.
Yeah, well, we'll take that one that he had last year at Penn State. That was a dandy.
That was a special, special play. It'll be Henry Cattleman kicking off for the Colorado State Rams, and deep for Michigan is Roman Wilson. And the Wolverines getting set to start the season on a sunny day in Ann Arbor. The defending Big Ten champs hoping to get the season off to a 1-0 start here at Michigan Stadium. John, butterflies right now, what are they like?
For me or for them?
Well, let's go both.
Yeah. Right now, they've been hitting each other for the past 5 weeks. They are just so excited to see somebody else lined up across from them.
And Cattleman puts his foot into it. It's a low-line drive, and it's going to go into the end zone and out of the back of the end zone. And the Wolverines will take over from the 25-yard line for the first time this year. As we mentioned earlier, Carson Barnhart getting the start at left tackle, left to right. Carson Barnhart, Trevor Keegan, Olu Oluwatimi, Zach Zinter, and Trente Jones. The tight end is Luke Schoonmaker to start this game with Ronnie Bell and Roman Wilson, along with Cornelius Johnson. At the wide receiver spots, Blake Corum is the running back, and of course, Cade McNamara is the quarterback. Third-team All-Big Ten selection a year ago in the Wolverines lineup, with Corum the lone back, 2 receivers split to the left, and 1 to the right. They bring Wilson in motion, and it's a handoff to Corum, running left, up the middle, he's got a small crease, out to the 29-yard line, gain of 4 for Blake Corum on the first play of the season.
Going to go right behind new center. You mentioned new guys. Oluwatimi, the transfer from Virginia, Remington finalist, second-team All-American. I think he's going to be a great addition to this offensive line that won the Joe Moore Award last year, and they run that first play right up his backside.
2nd and 6 for the Wolverines. Now 4 wideout split for Cade McNamara. Puts Blake Corum in motion. Now 5 wide. McNamara back to pass. Looking, fires near sideline, and it's low and incomplete. Intended for Cornelius Johnson right at the marker, so it'll set up a 3rd down and 6.
Really good protection. They brought a blitz off the left side, offense's left side, and Trente Jones blocked a slanting defensive end, which allowed Cade McNamara to get outside the pocket, and that's a throw that Cade needs to make every single time. Wide open receiver for a first down.
Donovan Edwards checks in for the first time today, and he's flanked to Cade McNamara's left. Again, 4 wides, 3 to the near side, 1 Cornelius Johnson, split to the left. McNamara back to pass, looking, fires to Johnson, incomplete. His throw was wide, and the Wolverines are going to go 3 and out in their first possession of the year.
Well, I'm hoping that this moment for Cade McNamara, obviously there's a lot of eyeballs on him with the quarterback competition continuing into the season. A couple of throws that we saw him make very easily last year, not expecting him to go downfield, but just an easy out on that 2nd down throw and the same thing on the 3rd down. I think there's probably some butterflies and some anxiety going on with him.
Brad Robbins to punt for Michigan. He averaged over 46 per kick a year ago. And Melquan Stovall, fields it at his own 20, and he's met right there by a host of Wolverines led by Rod Moore. A 51-yard punt from Brad Robbins.
Rod is certainly one of the guys that we're going to keep an eye on defensively, but great coverage. And special teams for Michigan has been just that, special over the last couple of years, led by Jay Harbaugh. He's done a great job of putting these guys in position to be successful and almost forced a turnover on that one.
Well, here come the Rams with a redshirt freshman, Clay Millen, the transfer from Nevada, at quarterback, and they immediately go 5 wide in their air raid offense against the Michigan defense, which we will set in a moment. Millen in the backfield, brings a man in motion behind him. That's Ajon Vivens, his running back. Now from the pistol formation. They hand it to Vivens, running left. He's got a little bit of room out to the 25-yard line.
Well,
Pick up a 5.
Michigan needs to be careful because they shifted right before the snap, and they allowed Colorado State to see where they're lined up. And Mike Morris went inside that tackle, and that's exactly where Colorado State attacked.
Colorado State with a 2nd and 5. Quick pass to the far side, and it's caught out there. And a first down as the Rams get it out across the 36-yard line. Gain of 9 to Torrey Horton. Another transfer from Nevada. You're going to hear that a lot today.
Yeah, transfer from 11 from Nevada, I believe it was. Yeah. But one of the challenges about an air raid offense is the up-tempo that they play with. We see this across college football in a lot of different versions, but with the air raid, you got to make sure that secondary is set and ready to go.
Clay Millen with 4 wide receivers flanked out, goes quickly to his tight end, and it's caught at the 40 and dragged down at the 42. Gain of 9. It is Tanner Arkin, the redshirt freshman, on the receiving end of that. Khalil Mullings on the tackle.
Inexperienced at the linebacker position right now. Yes, Junior Colson played a lot, freshman All-American last year, but Khalil Mullins is getting his first taste of what it's like to be in the big house. They're going to have to do a better job of identifying some of those backs in motion out of the backfield. 2nd and 1 for the Rams. A handoff to Vivens running right, and he's stacked up, but he's going to get the first down. A gain of 2 out to the 45. A host of Wolverines leading the way. Khalil Mullins amongst them, and it's a first down for the Rams. You probably won't see, and we haven't so far, a lot of blitzes with that up-tempo. The quarterback's got the ball in his hands. It gets out quick. It's really hard for those front 4 to get there. So it's up to the secondary to put a stop to this drive.
Quick pass to Mullins out of the backfield of Vivens, and he is dragged down in the backfield. Mike Morris leading the way, and it's a loss of 1. It'll set up a second down and 11. 12-11 to go, first quarter. We are scoreless from here in Ann Arbor.
It's nice to see Mike get out in the flat and make a play in pursuit. You're going to need to see that from some of these defensive ends.
Now a run with Vivens left. He's got a small seam. Scampers out to the 49-yard line, where he is dragged down after a gain of 5. Junior Colson on the tackle. And it'll be 3rd and 6 as the Rams quickly get to the line of scrimmage again.
Yeah, it's an opportunity. Mason Graham just came off. Mozzie Smith back in. Mozzie needs to use some of that freakish ability to cut this defense in half, put pressure right up the middle, knock the center back, and allow them to only utilize half the field.
3rd and 6 for Colorado State. Back to pass is Millen. He's in trouble, and he's going to get sacked. Big play there. Mikey Sainristel on a blitz. And the Wolverines are going to force a punt.
Well, it was great coverage, and I know we hear this a lot, but that coverage was really, or that sack was brought on by the fact that he had nowhere to go with the football. Millen looked downfield, checked right, checked left, and then tried to escape the pocket as it collapsed.
Back to punt for Colorado State is the Aussie, Patty Turner, his first career punt. His father played Australian rules football, John.
Huh.
So you can expect to see the Australian rules punt here, the rollout, and that's what he does, left-footed. And a little chip shot that he tries to angle to the sideline, and the ball just checks up at the Michigan 20. And that's where the Wolverines will take over following the punt from Patty Fisher of 33 yards.
Well, hopefully on this second drive of Michigan's offense, they're going to come out, settle things down. First downs were available. They didn't complete any of those or convert any of them, and they need to do that here in this second drive.
10:27 to go, first quarter. We're scoreless from the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan Athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The wait is over. Also, waiting as we know it is over. Because with good internet from WOW, everything is done in a flash. Streaming never stops. Online multiplayer games are buttery smooth. And video conferencing is like being in the same room with everyone. With speeds up to 1.2 gig, waiting is a thing of the past. Get WOW with plans starting at just $9.99 a month. Plus, learn how to get up to $300 on us at wowway.com. Wow, good internet. Limited to new customers with auto-pay and paperless billing. Offer subject to change. Terms apply.
Score tickets to the hottest acts in town performing live at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Rock steady with the Whispers on September 22nd. Witness a Hall of Fame-worthy performance from comedian and social media superstar Desi Banks on October 8th. And don't miss legendary frontman Aaron Lewis as his Frayed at Both Ends acoustic tour makes a stop at Motor City for 2 shows on November 4th and 7th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Hey, how would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up with your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com. Scoreless in Ann Arbor, 10:27 to go here in the first quarter. Michigan following a 3-and-out. Colorado State 2 first downs before the Wolverines forced a punt. They'll take over on their 20-yard line. And for the first time today, let's go down to the field and check in with Jason Avant. And Jason, first time on the field. Colorado State has a live mascot. It's a ram, Cam the Ram. Have you seen Cam the Ram down there yet, Jason?
I haven't seen Cam the Ram yet. I'm looking for him now that you said something.
All right. Well, if you do get a chance, we'd like you to go over there and see. Give Cam a little pet. Welcome to Ann Arbor.
All right, yeah. I'll make sure I give him a punch in the chest for us.
Look forward to having Jason on the broadcast along with Jack Miller, former Wolverine center, who now does pre-halftime and post, along with Brian Bush. Wolverines 1st and 10 from their own 20. Blake Corum in the backfield takes the handoff running left from Cade McNamara, and he breaks a tackle. And he's got open field, 30, 35, knocked out of bounds at the 40-yard line. First down for Michigan, a gain of 19 for Blake Corum.
Absolutely perfect play call for the blitz that Colorado State had. They brought a linebacker and corner off the right side, left a vacancy on the left because the corners and safeties all rolled over the top, and there was nobody there once they broke through that initial line of scrimmage for Blake Corum.
From the 39-yard line, 1st and 10 for Michigan. Pistol formation, Blake Corum, the lone running back. 3 receivers split to the right. Now Corum motions up to McNamara's right. Back to pass, McNamara, quick pass, Roman Wilson, and he's got running room. 50, 45, 40, 30, 20, cuts inside, 10, 5, touchdown. Roman Wilson, 61 yards. It's 6-0.
Just a simple wide receiver screen that ends up going 61 for a touchdown. Did a great job of getting behind his blockers. And if you're going to have big moments and big runs like a wide receiver screen, you got to have other guys blocking downfield, and that's exactly what happened. And then it's all about speed and awareness, cutting back against the grain, got him into the end zone.
Cornelius Johnson amongst the receivers blocking downfield. And Wilson just made a move at the end and outran the last defender for Colorado State, Greg Leday, for the 61-yard touchdown reception. Jake Moody's extra point is good, and the Wolverines have taken a 7-0 lead.
Those are the moments that we mentioned early on. They've got to be organic. You can't force them. 3 and out on the first one. You get a good run by Blake Corum, and then you bust one open with Roman Wilson. That's exactly what needs to happen throughout the course of this first half.
2 plays, 80 yards, 38 seconds. 9:49 to go here in the first quarter. Michigan on top of Colorado State, 7-0. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Haskins scores untouched from the 4-yard line.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. Headquartered in Brighton, we also have offices in Clarkston, Northville, and very soon, we're opening a new office on West Stadium Boulevard in Ann Arbor, just down the street from the Big House. Visit us at FoguthFinancial.com. That's F-O-G-U-T-H Financial.com to find out more. As a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we can't wait to see you in Ann Arbor. Go Blue!
7-0 Michigan here at the Big House. Doug Karsh and John Jansen on a sunny day in Ann Arbor. That Wolverine touchdown was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. Roman Wilson, 61 yards. Cade McNamara, first completion of the season. Wide receiver screen. Put the Wolverines on top. And I want to check in with Jason Avant down there because, Jason, I know when you guys play, you don't play if you can't block. What did you think of the blocking downfield from the wide receivers?
Oh, impeccable blocking down here. Was so excited off the line for those guys. And CJ made a great block. Ronnie Bell is doing a great job out there as well. These guys are excited, and that was the energy that the team needed. So they're excited on the sideline. So I'm that. Receivers up, baby.
Well, Jason was known to be a great blocker, great all-around receiver. He did everything in his days with Michigan.
A little bit of an exhale there after Colorado State gets a couple of first downs. Michigan struggled on their first possession. Nice to see him come out and be explosive and make something happen on their second opportunity.
So Jake Moody will kick off. We'll set the Michigan defense in a moment. As Colorado State moves quickly, it's hard to establish who's out there, but the Wolverines subbing a lot nonetheless. As Jake Moody puts his right foot into it. And Vivens will go back and signal fair catch, but the ball will go over his head and into the end zone. Wolverine starters up front: Mike Morris, Mozzie Smith, Mason Graham, and Taylor Upshaw. Junior Colson and Kalel Mullings. At the linebacker spots, DJ Turner, RJ Moten, Rod Moore, Mikey Sainristel, and Jamon Green makes up the Michigan secondary.
Yeah, we'll be watching Mikey Sainristel as he makes that transition from wide receiver over to the secondary, getting a chance to see what that transition's been like for him and how effective he can be in that secondary.
Braden McGregor has checked into the Michigan defense at one of the defensive end spots, and Michael Barrett in at linebacker. Clay Millen from the shotgun. He's got Vivens to his left. Back to pass. Millen looking. He's going to fire to Vivens out of the backfield, and he's met immediately by Junior Colson. Not messing around. A gain of 2. Junior wrapped up Vivens on a nice play from the Michigan linebacker.
Junior Colson, a freshman All-American, and this year he talked about, hey, last year I was 240 when I started the season, about 220 at the end. He wants to be able to keep that weight on, and if he continues to run like that at that weight, he's going to be a force on this Michigan defense.
5 wide for Colorado State on 2nd and 8. Millen in the shotgun, back to pass. Here comes pressure, steps up in the pocket, fires over the middle, and it's picked off. It's Rod Moore at the 50, the 40, cuts outside, now makes a man miss at the 20, and he's dragged down at the 12-yard line. Rod Moore, the interception for the Wolverines. That was a product of pressure, John, and that was Braden McGregor off the edge that forced Millen up in the pocket and the bad throw.
Well, Braden McGregor beat the left tackle off the ball. Great job of swimming to get around the left tackle quickly, knowing that, hey, the ball's going to come out fast. Pressure, force that bad pass, and then Rod Moore, he did what you would expect every skilled guy to do, make an offensive lineman miss. If he gets tackled by an offensive lineman, hey, game over the rest of the year. You're never going to live that one down. Great job by Rod being that free safety in a perfect spot, identifying it, catching it, and creating those turnovers.
36 yards on the return, and Michigan will take over on the Colorado State 12. Blake Corum in the backfield. Split to Cade McNamara's left. Wolverines with 3 wide. Back to pass. McNamara, he's got time over the middle, and he throws it behind Cornelius Johnson. He has thrown 3 incompletions to Cornelius.
Yeah.
All a little wild.
Yeah, and obviously the first one on the second down on that first drive was low, and he just needs to settle down. The completion to Roman Wilson was an easy one because he wasn't moving. You've got to be able to hit those receivers in stride. Cornelius Johnson coming across the middle of that formation, wide open, trailed by a defender, but if he catches it, probably scores.
We see Andrell Anthony in the lineup for the Wolverines for the first time today, and we get a whistle, and it looks like a timeout by Colorado State. They want to talk some things over, saw something they didn't like.
Colorado State, their first of the half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
So I saw single coverage on Andrell Anthony out to the near side, and I wonder if there was something they didn't like.
Well, I think Andrell Anthony, we saw what he did last year against Michigan State in East Lansing, and he has great big play potential. And when you're in the red zone, you don't have a lot of momentum as a defense, maybe not a lot of confidence right now either with what happened on that last possession. You don't want to go man-to-man against Andro.
Well, here's what he didn't like. Here's what Jay Norvell didn't like. They had 10 players on the field.
Oh, yeah. Well, hey, at least they had one on Andro then. I don't know who was uncovered. But I'm guessing that uncovered guy would have had a better chance to score than maybe even Andro would have had at that point.
Well, the Wolverines will come out of the timeout, same formation. 2 tight ends to the right. Now Schoonmaker motions left next to Joel Honigford out there. Blake Corum in the backfield. They're going to hand it off to Blake, running left, and he gets tripped up at the 12-yard line, which is where the Wolverines scrimmaged.
Well, and it's exactly the same play they were going to run last time. It was there, and it literally was a shoelace tackle. If he could pick up his feet just a little bit more, he's going to get to that edge, and that's one of the great things that Blake Corum can do. He's so quick of getting to the edge. Just got to pick up his feet a little bit more.
The Wolverines correction on the 13-yard line, 3rd and 10 for Michigan from the Colorado State 13. Donovan Edwards in the game, and he'll motion out to the right. McNamara back to pass, fires, and his receiver, Eric All, tripped, and it looks like that ball was intercepted. Eric All coming out of his break, slipped and fell, and one of the Rams was there to pick it off. And it looks like it was Jack Howell, the safety, who came up and made the interception, and that was a play that was there. It's just Eric All went down, and the ball sailed where he would have been, right to Jack Howell.
Yeah, and I think that ball might have actually been tipped at the line of scrimmage as well. So just a couple of errors on that. And that's one of the things that we saw last year with Cade McNamara was the batted balls at the line of scrimmage. This one just tipped a little bit. Eric All does slip.
Play is under further review.
They're going to see if he actually caught the ball. Going to review this one, take another look at it. We will hear in the booth as well. Initial reaction was that it looked to me like a clean interception.
This will be sitting into a full media timeout as well.
Well, as they take a look at this one, we'll take a break with the Wolverines on top, 7-0, 8:11 to go first quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Rates are on the rise, but with Rocket, you get an advantage. You can lock your rate for 90 days while you search for a home. If rates drop within 3 years of buying your home, you'll get exclusive savings from Rocket Mortgage to refinance to a new lower rate. We'll help you lock it and drop it so you can buy today. That's the Rocket Advantage. Call 8337-ROCKET or go to therocketadvantage.com.
Must lock purchase rate between 7/19/22 and 9/30/22. Call 1-8337-ROCKET for coverage fees, terms, and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Hey Michigan fans, StubHub is the easiest way to buy and sell Wolverine tickets for almost 20 years. Whether you're looking for a single seat at the 50 or a section for your whole squad, StubHub has the best selection of tickets for any budget. Use Virtual View to find your perfect spot. Score a great deal with a price alert and get your tickets delivered instantly. It's the best way into Michigan Stadium. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan Athletics. StubHub, be there.
Need metal? Alro Metals Outlet makes buying metals and plastics fast and simple. Our retail stores are open to the public to walk in and shop. Alro Metals Outlet customers include machine shops, job shops, contractors, welders, hobbyists, artists, and do-it-yourselfers. We offer saw cutting and shearing while you wait. Michigan locations include Ann Arbor, Livonia, Troy, Warren, Jackson, Lansing, and Kalamazoo. Visit us today or learn more at alro.com.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Michigan, Colorado State. Today's game is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Let's return to the Big House. Here again, Doug Karsch and John Jansen.
Michigan football is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Doug Karsch, John Jansen back at the Big House, and we got some good news, Michigan fans. That play was overturned. They say that Jack Howell didn't get his fingers underneath it, so an incomplete pass. Fortunate break there for Michigan, and Jake Moody will try a field goal to give the Wolverines a 10-0 lead.
Yeah, make the score a two-score game. And it's unfortunate right now that Cade McNamara has missed some easy throws. I think we forget early on last year that you can have some first-game jitters. Quarterback can have them. Receivers can have them. It's just going to be a part of it. He's going to settle down and make some of those throws that we saw him make much more effectively from about week, 6 or so on last year. He needs to do that now. But 1 of 5 so far, obviously that big one to Roman Wilson, and escaping with the fact that ball hit the ground, and they're going to come away with Jake Moody getting the chance to hit a little chip shot here.
It'll be a 31-yard attempt for Jake Moody. William Wagner, the snapper. Brad Robbins, the holder. And the All-American candidate, Jake Moody, who hit 23 of 25 field goals a year ago and was a Lou Groza finalist, Lou Groza Award winner. He will try a 31-yard attempt from the left hash. Snap is good. Hold is down. Kick is on its way, and it is good. So Jake Moody, good from 31 yards, and Michigan on top of Colorado State, 10-0. Good to get points out of that after it looked like Colorado State had an interception. And we can forgive Eric All, who probably had a long night for tripping. His son was born at 7:30 this morning.
We've been there. We don't know the story behind it. I'm sure we'll hear it this week. But, he's probably a little weary-eyed. But you know who's not is Cade McNamara. And you got to be a little bit more efficient right now when you have wide receivers that are open. You don't want to waste a great opportunity. A turnover from Rod Moore. We're celebrating that. You have a chance to come out in the red zone, good field position. Yes, we get a chance. We feel lucky that we came away with 3 when, in essence, you should have come away with another touchdown. So a little bit of work left to do. How much of this do you think, Doug, is first-game jitters?
I think I haven't seen Caden McNamara miss receivers that open in his career, so I'm going to assume it was first-game jitters.
Yeah, little added pressure with the quarterback battle going on, and that's kind of the worry of not naming one early on, is that both guys are operating under maybe some undue pressure and still battling for their job.
Well, we're still pretty early in the ball game, so plenty of opportunity for Cade as Jake Moody. His kickoff is deep, and it's going to go into the end zone for a touchback, and Colorado State will take over from the 25-yard line. So the Michigan defense, which started to get some pressure midway through Colorado State's first possession, will be defending 75 yards, and they certainly got pressure on Clay Mill in the second possession. As we see a pair of youngsters now in the game at the defensive tackle spots, Mason Graham and Rayshon Benny out of Oak Park.
Yeah, Jim, Coach Harbaugh is very excited about how Rayshon Benny has developed over the last year. Big-time recruit coming in right here in the state of Michigan, and a lot of expectations for him, and he just says he's ascending, as Jim Harbaugh likes to talk about some of his players.
Bakari Page also in for the Michigan defense at safety, as Millen from the shotgun with 5 wide, back to pass, fires, and it's tipped and caught. Oh, man, that ball was tipped by Michael Barrett, then caught by Stovall, and out to the 45-yard line are the Rams, gain of 20.
Stovall found a little empty area right behind the linebackers.
Now a quick pass out to the right, no huddle, and not much there as the Wolverines. Mikey Sainristel led the tacklers, gain of 2. Second down and 8 for Colorado State.
Yeah, this defense, as they change personnel every once in a while, they're going to have to be very efficient getting on and off the field, because Colorado State doesn't want Michigan to make those personnel changes. They want to utilize their receivers and their guys as mismatches as Michigan's defense gets a little bit wore out.
Millen from the shotgun, pistol formation with Vivens in the backfield, hands it to Vivens, running left, and there's not much there, and he's met by Rayshon Benny. Right at the line of scrimmage, fights forward for a yard, and that'll set up a third down.
We see a lot of different numbers on linebackers these days, on defensive linemen, but for some reason, 26 just looks really odd as a defensive tackle, especially with as big as Rayshon Benny is. That's a big 2-6.
So 3rd and 6 now. 3rd and 7, rather, for Colorado State. 4 wide for Millen in a shotgun. back to pass, quickly throws out of the backfield, incomplete. Trying to get it to Vivens, and it went off his hands and out of bounds. And the Wolverines will force another Colorado State punt.
Well, when they run that screen, and this is where Michigan needs to be disciplined, it's actually a double screen. They've thrown it twice to the right, but both sides of the offensive line are basically abandoning any form of protection and going out to the right and left respectively. Be careful because they could go back to the left on that at any moment.
The Aussie ruler, Patty Turner, with a kick. A.J. Henning deep for Michigan. And again, it's a little chip shot that's going to roll out of bounds at the Michigan 21.
These kicks are frustrating because we saw on the initial kickoff it got about 6 feet off the ground, went through the back of the end zone. Both punts from an Aussie-style kicker have been low and to the sidelines, not giving Michigan's returner any opportunity to return the ball.
31 yards on the punt. And the Wolverines will take over on their own 21, leading 10-0, 6:36 to go. And Cade McNamara continues at quarterback. He's 1 for 5 so far. The one, a 61-yard touchdown pass to Roman Wilson. Donovan Edwards in the Michigan backfield. Just one wide receiver, that is Ronnie Bell. And it's going to be Edwards running right. Got a little seam, well-blocked play out over the 25-yard line to the 26. Gain of 6 for Donovan Edwards.
Running right behind big Trente Jones. One of the things that Trente adds to this offensive line is a little bit of aggression, but a lot of athletic ability at that right tackle position. He's a great a knee bender, so he has good balance, delivers a nice pop at the line of scrimmage, and they're going to run behind him quite a bit this year.
Pistol formation, Cade McNamara back to pass, looking over the middle. He's got it complete to his tight end, Luke Schoonmaker, out to the 35, falls forward to the 36, gain of 8 and a first down.
I know we're going to see Eric All probably limited today because of the birth of his son, but this is an unbelievably deep position group for Michigan with All, Schoonmaker, Honigford, Seltzer. They've got a number of guys that can play out there.
Pistol formation, Donovan Edwards behind Cade McNamara. Claps his hands, now looks to the sideline. Now Edwards moves to McNamara's left. 10 on the play clock. Inside handoff, Edwards hesitates at the line of scrimmage. Not much there, and he's dragged down. Gain of 2 for Donovan Edwards.
Donovan needs to be a little bit more aware of the flow of the defense. Everybody started flowing to his right. There is a cutback lane to the left side. The left side of that offensive line really just collapsed Colorado State's defense. If he can just feel that, he might not see it, but he's got to be able to feel that, cut it back. There's going to be a lane there for him.
Wolverines with 3 wide. McNamara back to pass. Fires crossing pattern caught. It's Ronnie Bell. And Ronnie Bell continues to fight forward. Colorado State thought he was down. He rolled over a defender, kept his feet, and Ronnie Bell moves the chains, and the fans welcome him back to Michigan Stadium.
A great welcome back to Ronnie Bell. Captain Ronnie Bell, two-time captain. We all know what happened last year and the challenges that Ronnie had with the knee injury, but when Ronnie Bell catches the ball, there's nobody that attacks a defense more and gets better yards after catch than Ronnie does.
15 yards, but I think they're going to review this one and whether or not Ronnie Bell went down. And it looked to me like his elbow hit the ground. And they see it the same way.
It's still going to be a first down. I believe he had first down yardage. It's right at the first down marker, but one of the things, and Ronnie's going to have to set the tone for this offense, especially for the receivers. We talk about guys blocking downfield. Ronnie Bell's going to be that guy. It's the official. I think he turned his mic on.
The ruling on the field was that the runner was not down initially. After review, it was determined that he was down at the 46-yard line, where it will be first down Michigan.
So it's going to come back. Still a first down, but until hey, Ronnie Bell, keep on going until that whistle blows. Let them go back and review. If they don't review, maybe you get away with one.
Did we just witness the world's fastest review?
That was. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
They average close to 2 minutes. If the review process is going to work that quickly, I'll embrace it more, that's for sure. First and 10 for the Wolverines at their own 46. 4:04 to go first quarter. Handoff, Blake Corum running left. Got a blocker out there, and now the Ram defense converges and will drag down Blake Corum for a gain of 1. Daquan Jackson, an all-Mountain West honorable mention linebacker, fifth-year player, leading the tacklers for the Rams.
Yeah, you got to do a better job on up front, whether it's center guard, guard tackle, of those combination blocks, getting good movement on that down lineman, but then being able to get off with square shoulders onto those linebackers, especially when you have, quicker linebackers than you do in terms of size.
Two receivers split to the near side. Blake Corum, the lone running back to pass. Cade McNamara looking, crossing pattern. Fires complete. It's Cornelius Johnson, but we have a flag on the play. Two officials threw flags. Cornelius Johnson to the 39-yard line of Colorado State, but we await the call.
It's going to be a hold on the defense. Cornelius Johnson is running great routes right now.
Greg Leday was in coverage there for the Rams.
Cornelius drove that up about 8 yards, set his defender up and came inside. I think he got him to hold him.
We await the call from Ron Hudson.
Holding. Defense. Penalty is declined. Result of the play is a first down.
That's the benefit of being able to have guys that run crisp routes and that are threats. We've seen Cornelius Johnson be a target a number of times. He should have about 4 catches. He's running really good, crisp routes, and if you are at a disadvantage in the secondary, you're on man coverage, your go-to is going to be to hold him.
Leday was right there. That's Cade McNamara's best throw of the day.
Yep.
So the Wolverines first and 10 now from the Colorado State 38. McNamara hands it off on a reverse. It's A.J. Henning. He's got a little bit of room to the 35. Tripped up as he gets down to the 30-yard line, just shy of it. And a good first down gain there for Michigan. Tywan Francis, the tackle for the Rams.
Some big plays for A.J. Henning to be had as that on the reverse. And I tell you what, Luke Schoonmaker, they called Colorado State for holding. He's got to be very careful because that ball is going to be run right behind him on the reverse, and he is in the middle of nowhere. He might have got away with one on that one.
3 wideouts for Cade McNamara. Blake Corum in the backfield. Gain of 6 on the first down play. Second down and 4. McNamara completes a pass underneath. Blake Corum makes a man miss, splits a pair of defenders inside the 25 and down to the 23-yard line. Blake Corum with a good gain and a first down. Jack Howell, the tackler for Colorado State.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple of Colorado State Rams that are wondering where Blake Corum disappeared to. He is really good at making guys miss, and that was Drew Kulik. They're starting Sam linebacker that just whiffed on Blake Corum.
Joel Honigford in for the Michigan offense. 2 wideouts split in a tight formation, pistol formation, with Donovan Edwards in the backfield. First and 10. Handoff to Edwards running right. Across the 20. Knocked out of bounds at the 16-yard line. Gain of 7 for Donovan Edwards on first down.
Well, one of the things that Oluwatimi brings to this offense is a little bit better athletic ability and movement from that center position. They pulled him, and that's one of the reasons he wanted to come to Michigan, because they do use their center like that. He could be featured as a guy that can get outside and block. Great job of getting around right edge and picking up his linebacker.
Inside 2 minutes to go here, first quarter. Michigan on top, 10-0. 3 wideouts split to the left. Cade McNamara from the near hash with Donovan Edwards flanked to his left. From the shotgun, handoff Edwards up the middle, big hole. Inside the 10, down to the 5, and that was a road-grading offensive line there, John.
Yeah, they came off the ball. They knocked them. That line of scrimmage was reestablished 2 yards into the defense. And when you have that opportunity, especially when you're running straight downhill, and Donovan Edwards is a running back that runs behind his pads. He runs low with good trajectory, and you're not going to tackle him with just a linebacker sticking out an arm.
9-yard gain for Donovan Edwards, who didn't get touched till he was about 4 yards downfield. Now I formation behind Cade McNamara, who will take a snap from under center. 1 wideout split to the far side is Andrel Anthony, but they'll hand it off to Blake Corum, and he will get dragged down in the backfield. And somebody missed an assignment as Blake Corum lost 4, and now we see limping off the field Carson Barnhart.
Yeah, Carson, I think he just got lost in the shuffle there. Zach Zinter was the right guard, pulled around, and has the end man on the line of scrimmage. And hey, just a better athlete made a better play on that one as the corner just undercut Zach Zinter on that play.
Loss of 4. Wolverines second and goal from the 10-yard line. 27 seconds to go, first quarter. Michigan on top 10-0. Shotgun, Cade McNamara, handoff. Blake Corum running right. Not much there inside the 10. Battles down to the 8. And that'll probably be the last play of the first quarter. Looks like Zach Zinter kicked out to one of the tackle spots.
Yeah, when Carson went down.
I'm sorry, Trevor Keegan kicked out to one of the tackle spots. And Giovanni El-Hadi came in to play guard.
There's a number of players that can play up front that Jim Harbaugh feels very comfortable. Sharon Moore has done a great job. We saw last year the interchangeable pieces that Sharon Moore has been able to put together on an offensive line to make sure that they can continue to function. If somebody goes down, it's next man up, and they now have the depth to make that happen.
Wolverines will be looking at third and goal from the 8 when we get to the second quarter. 10-0 Michigan. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing the 2023 Ford F-150. Place an order for a 2023 F-150 lease and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery, the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ Plan lessees can order a 2023 F-150 and lease it for $299 a month for 24 months with $4,509 due at signing. Take delivery in fall 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 renewal, $500 retail order RCL, and $500 retail order bonus cash. Take new retail delivery from dealer stock by October 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $299 F-150 lease payment today. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
One quarter complete in Ann Arbor. Michigan in the red zone, already leading Colorado State 10-0. Rob Joyce back in the Learfield Network studios. Quick Big Ten scoreboard update. 3 other games in progress. We'll start in College Park. Starting the second quarter, Maryland leads Buffalo 7-0. Roman Hemby, a 33-yard touchdown run, the difference there. Rutgers just tied Boston College in Chestnut Hill, 7-7 early second quarter. Aaron Cruikshank, a 26-yard field goal. In fact, they missed the extra point, so 7-6. Boston College leads Rutgers, and Iowa, a 3-0 lead on South Dakota State. Just ended the first quarter there. Everything else comes later. We'll break it all down and more at the half. That's your Big Ten scoreboard update brought to you by Absol Pure Water, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Doug, John?
All right, Wolverines on top 10-0 here as we get to the second quarter. Michigan facing a third and goal from the Colorado State 8-yard line. Let's go down to the field and check in with our Jason Avant. Jason?
Hey, I have some updated injury report here about Barnhart. Barnhart hurt himself on a couple plays ago with the surge up the middle. He hurt his right ankle. So we don't know how severe it is, but it's his right ankle as of right now. He's still in the tent being reevaluated.
Thank you, Jason. And Michigan with a deep offensive line group, like 1990s depth, is what I've been told.
Yeah, and when you think about the guys that you could put in there, I mean, Jim Harbaugh went through the list, whether it's Raheem Anderson, Reese Atterbury. We've already seen Carson Barnhart starting for Ryan Hayes. Giovanni El-Hadi goes in there instantly. When you have that many guys that can play, that you feel comfortable with, you don't have to. One of the benefits of that moment is you don't burn a timeout. It's next man in. Hey, Trevor, go out to left tackle. Gio, you're in at left guard. And you don't miss a snap. You don't miss a moment.
So the Wolverines here with a 3rd and goal from the 8-yard line. Cade McNamara from the shotgun. 3 wide out split to the near side. Roman Wilson, Ronnie Bell, Cornelius Johnson. 1 to the top. That's Eric All. Now the motion all back into a tight formation. McNamara barks some commands from the shotgun. Back to pass. Looking, here comes some pressure. Rolling to his right, and there's nobody there, and he's going to throw it away. Well, all the receivers were to the left.
Yeah.
McNamara got forced out to the right, and he had to just get rid of it.
Well, Trevor Keegan's got to get his left tackle feet underneath him because the pressure all came off the left. You knew Cade McNamara wanted to throw that way, but with pressure right in his face, had to escape to the right, and there just wasn't any options over there for him.
So that's going to bring on Jake Moody. His 2nd field goal attempt of the day. This one will be from 26 yards out. Looking for a 13-0 Michigan lead. Wagner's snap is good. Robbins puts it down. The kick is up, and the kick is good. So Jake Moody is 2 for 2, and the Wolverines get a field goal here early in the 2nd quarter and lead at 13-0.
So the question now is, are we seeing difficulty in the red zone? You get an interception by Rod Moore, and yeah, they get 3 points out of it. That's fine. After, thinking they had an interception, you get the 3 points. Now you drive down into the red zone. Is it possibly, hey, maybe Eric All isn't at full capacity. You don't have all your tight ends to be able to utilize down there. That's just a question, something to keep an eye on as this game continues. You had an opportunity to make this game 21-0, and right now we're sitting at 13-0. Points left on the field.
Yeah. Well, already Michigan down alignment with Ryan Hayes out, the starting left tackle. They feel very comfortable with Carson Barnhart. They call him the 6th starter. He backs up at 4 of the 5 positions. He goes out. Giovanni El Hadi comes in. So, hey, when depth matters most is when guys get hurt.
Yeah, and we're going to probably see some other guys rotated in there at left tackle. I know they're very comfortable with Jeff Percy going in there at left tackle. You may see some other guys, but right now it's Trevor Keegan, and he just needs to understand the sets are different at tackle than they are at guard. He took more of a left guard set and allowed pressure collapse that corner.
Meijer is the presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and a proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. 13-0 Michigan on top. 14:48 to go here in the 2nd quarter, and Jake Moody's kick is going 5 yards deep into the end zone, and where Ajon Vivens will let it go over his head, and Colorado State will take over from their own 25. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. First and 10, Colorado State from their own 25. Kalel Mullings back into the game for Michigan. Braden McGregor, Makari Page, who've been moving in and out. I like what I see from Mullings so far, who they were working at running back in the spring. But too valuable a linebacker, we probably won't see him carry the ball.
Yeah.
From the shotgun, Millen back to pass. Looking, going to go deep down the near sideline. Receiver out there is Horton. He goes up and he's got it. Was he inbounds or not? They're saying he was out of bounds.
Originally, one official said he had it. The other one said, nope, foot out of bounds. Braden McGregor on that Rodmore interception did a great job of getting off the ball, getting pressure on the quarterback right away. That's what that Michigan defense needs right now. You can't allow a quarterback with an arm like Clay Millen to sit back there and be able to throw the ball deep. That should not happen in a game like this.
And did you see who was in coverage out there for Michigan? The 5-star freshman, Will Johnson. Stride for stride with Torrey Horton. From the shotgun, Millen back to pass. Looking, here comes some pressure. He's going to step up in the pocket, get back to the line of scrimmage where he's dragged down. It's Junior Colson as Millen fell forward for a gain of 2, but good pressure there from the Michigan defensive front.
Bringing pressure with the linebackers. That was Khalil Mullings that came off the left side in between the guard and tackle. those are the opportunities that you can't allow a quarterback to escape.
Chris Jenkins in the backfield as well for Michigan. The first time we've seen him today as we get a timeout taken by Colorado State before this 3rd and 8. Michigan on top of Colorado State 13-0 with 14:15 to go here in the second quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Lee Bryce, October 8th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Tickets start at $44, on sale now at the box offices or online at etix.com. Kicking it country style with Lee Bryce. Saturday night, October 8th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. All the hits all night long with Lee Bryce.
How are you the ultimate Michigan fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes. You look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up here? What about some chamomile tea? Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Wolverines fan. Just go to WolverineCards.com.
When you call on your local Rude dealer for service, rest assured that our technicians are adhering to all health and safety protocols when they work in your home. Trust the experts at Rude, keeping your home and family safe and comfortable for more than 100 years. We service all makes and models, and we meet or exceed all home air quality inspection standards. Find your local experts at Rude.com and schedule an analysis to be sure your system can keep you cool and healthy. That's RUUD.com. Rely on Rude.
John Jansen here, inviting you to check out the podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. MGO Blue Podcasts is the home of 3 different episodes. In the Trenches focuses on all things Michigan football. Defend the Block highlights both basketball programs here in Ann Arbor, and Conquering Heroes features interviews with players and coaches from all over Wolverines programs. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. MGO Blue Podcasts, subscribe today, and go Blue. The season opener is on the air. It's Michigan and Colorado State, live from Ann Arbor. And the second quarter is presented by Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Doug Carson, John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan on top of Colorado State 13-0. 14:15 to go here in the second quarter. Michigan football is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Oh, we got a further injury update on Carson Barnhart. Let's go down to the field and Jason Avant. Jason?
Carson Barnhart is up and ready to go out of the tent. He's moving around, and I'm told that he's available for the next series.
Good news there on Carson Barnhart. Thank you, Jason. Wolverine defense looking at a 3rd and 8 here. Colorado State breaks the huddle following the timeout. And it's Clay Millen in a shotgun.
Michigan has brought pressure with their linebackers. We've seen Khalil Mullins do it. We've seen Michael Barrett bring pressure. I would be actually a little surprised if they do that here against this type of offense.
Millen with 2 wide, split to the near side, 1 to the top. Back to pass, Clay Millen. Here comes Braden McGregor into the backfield, and Millen spins out of it. Now he's rolling to his right, being chased down and chased out of bounds by Mike Morris. And Clay Millen, did he get a first down, or they got a flag?
Well, there's a flag. I think you're going to find the young buck, Will Johnson, get tangled up a little bit down the field, and that's what happens. You get pressure by Braden McGregor. It's not a sack, and you lose a little bit of focus in the secondary, and you get caught up with the receiver. It's going to be pass interference.
Now we'll take a look.
Could be holding instead of pass interference because the ball wasn't actually thrown.
We await the call from
no
Ron Hudson.
Defensive holding. Result of the play is 4th down.
How about that?
Well, we get away with one. I'll take it. Glad he confirmed what I saw.
So following the scramble by Clay Mullen, it'll be a 4th and 3 for Colorado State, and they are opting to punt. Patty Turner. I mentioned his dad played Aussie Rules football.
Yeah.
He played for Richmond, John. What is Richmond's nickname?
I'm guessing it's not the Spiders.
It is not the Spiders.
Which is the University of Richmond.
Yeah. Richmond of the Aussie Rules Football League.
No clue.
They are the Tigers.
Oh.
You are 0 for 1.
I am. I keep waiting for the little-known fact that you're going to throw my way that you've already predicted.
Yeah,
oh, that's it?
That's it.
Oh, okay.
You couldn't name the nickname of the Richmond Aussie Rules team. Yes. I was a Fitzroy guy back in the day. Patty Turner's punt is short. Bounces out of bounds at the 35. Another short punt as they are kicking away from A.J. Henning. And the Wolverines with a 13-0 lead and 13:28 to go here in the second quarter will take over from the 35-yard line.
Where is Fitzroy?
Fitzroy is a suburb of Melbourne.
Okay.
Did you know that all the Aussie Rules teams were originally around Melbourne before they spread out to the entire country?
No. I would have guessed Australia, but that would have...
Nor do you care. Blake Corum, the lone running back, and he'll take a handoff running left, makes a man miss, now cuts inside across the 39 to the 40. Good gain, 5 yards. Blake Corum on first down.
Using Blake to attack the edges a little bit more, and we were kind of wondering how they would use both of these backs. We've seen Donovan Edwards attack in between the tackles. We'll see if they can break that trend in a little bit because I want to see. I think Blake Corum is outstanding running up the middle. He is a little fire plug, and quite honestly, those linebackers have no idea where he is behind that offensive line.
He's had a great offseason. Blake put on some good weight, Mike Hart said. A little bit heavier than last year, but still maintaining his quickness, and he'll take an inside handoff. A little jitterbug move, now across the 45. Made a man miss. Gain of 6 for Blake Corum, and that'll move the chains.
Oh. Matt Weiss must be listening as they attack with Blake Corum right up the middle.
Troy Golden on the tackle. And now we see J.J. McCarthy into the game for the first time today. The sophomore out of IMG, Michigan's 8th first down. And J.J. will operate from the shotgun. With 3 wideouts, Blake Corum flanked to his left. McCarthy takes the snap, hands it off. Blake Corum makes one man miss, now battles forward across the 48 to the 49-yard line, gain of 3.
That's that extra element that J.J. adds, is the ability to run that read option. Good decision because he was under pressure, hand the ball off. No need to take an unnecessary hit at that point, but just keep an eye on that because at some point he will keep it, and we've seen the fact, Jim Harbaugh has mentioned it, he can go 40, 50 yards with nobody touching him.
Cade McNamara back in the game for Michigan. Looking at a 2nd and 7. 11:47 to go second quarter. Michigan on top 13-0. McNamara under pressure, fires it, and it's dropped. Oh boy, and Ronnie Bell for close to first down yardage. And right in his hands, Ronnie Bell dropped.
Ronnie Bell's just looking to make a play, and yards after catch is one of the things that we love about him, but you got to be able to catch the ball. Cade does a good job of escaping the pocket, getting away from pressure, fades to his right a little bit, and then that ball hit Ronnie Bell right in the hands. He just was looking downfield.
So a 3rd down and 7 now for the Wolverines. With 4 wideouts, Cade McNamara, Donovan Edwards next to him in the backfield from the shotgun. McNamara has got it, back to pass. Here comes some pressure, and he's going to get sacked. Oh boy. Coming off the edge there, Troy Golden for the Rams just went right around Trente Jones.
Yeah, Trente just got caught in a bad set, took a bad first step. You take a false step, and even if you're not playing against the best of rush attacks, they're going to get home. You've got to be able to be consistent at your sets, and that's one of the things that you will learn sometimes the hard way at somebody else's expense. This time it was at Cade's expense of having to do it time in and time out on the field when it matters.
It was Muhammad Kamara on that sack, and so the Wolverines will be forced to punt, and it's Melquan Stovall deep to take Brad Robbins' punt. Puts his foot into it, gets that one to turn over, and Stovall will accept it at the 16, and he's dragged down right there. Wow, great downfield coverage. One-on-one. And the Wolverines making the play, Iman Dennis. Great coverage on special teams, and Colorado State will take over right there. 43 yards on the punt with 10:45 to go in the first half. It's 13-0 Michigan. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $65,000 with $50,000 or less in assets, and tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
It's good! Remy Hamilton has done it!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your car. Like 5 quarts of Mobile One Full Synthetic, now just $33.95, plus earn double O Rewards points. Extend the life of your vehicle, improve performance, and protect your engine against sludge and wear with Mobile One Full Synthetic at O'Reilly Auto Parts and O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Doug Carson, John Jansen back at the Big House. 10:45 to go in the second quarter. Michigan on top of Colorado State 13-0. The second quarter is presented by Lexus. Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Well, John, that last Michigan offensive series, we heard Jason Avant's report that Carson Barnhart had come out of the tent, was cleared to return, but they went with Giovanni El-Hadi that last series. We'll see how they proceed moving forward, but they rave about their depth, and this is where it's supposed to be. This is where, in my opinion, it's most valuable, is when guys get hurt.
Yeah, and obviously already starting down one with Ryan Hayes not dressing today. Carson Barnhart goes down. Giovanni El-Hadi goes in. Don't be surprised to see Reese Atterbury, Raheem Anderson, Jeff Percy, a number of these guys. And the first center to go in is going to be Greg Crippen, who was neck and neck with Olu, the new center, coming over from Virginia. In regards to who is actually going to start, has had himself a terrific camp. They feel comfortable with a number of guys. They think they can go actually 9 to 10 deep offensive line-wise, and not really have any drop-off.
Seeing George Rooks for the first time today, the sophomore out of St. Peter's Prep, checking into for the Michigan defense, as Colorado State will take over on their own 16-yard line following the punt from Brad Robbins. They trail at 13-0 from the shotgun in a pistol formation. Clay Millen, the redshirt freshman quarterback, takes the snap, hands it off to his running back. This one looks like Avery Morrow, a transfer from Nevada. And he is met at the line of scrimmage. Not much there as the Michigan defense plugged the hole.
Mason Graham's doing a good job of holding tight inside. George Rooks was actually the one on that play of standing up the guard, the guy in front of him, and creating a pile, and really nowhere for Colorado State to find any room to run.
Another one of those true freshmen on the field for the first time, Derek Moore. The edge rusher position, as Colorado State's looking at a 2nd and 8 from their own 18-yard line. Millen back to pass. Looking, he's in trouble, and he's drilled, and it's Derek Moore. The ball got away, incomplete, just as Millen was getting ready to release. And how about that for making an impact for the young kid?
Well, he does a great job, and one of the things coaches have talked about, and I've noticed at practice, is his ability to get off the ball. That first step, it's quick, it's long, he covers ground, and that puts a left tackle at a severe disadvantage. And right now, Crespo Jacquez, their left tackle, is trying to figure out, do I set power or do I set speed against this young buck?
Derek Moore comes out. Yabi Anoma goes in, the transfer, who just got here. And he's going to sack Millen. It's Anoma, his first play as a Wolverine. And that will force a Colorado State punt. Boy, did he come flying off the edge, John.
Hey, that was a huge pickup for this Michigan defense midway through camp. What are we going to see? Who are we going to have? And when you have a player like Anoma with his just pure athletic ability. How could he possibly pick up the defense? You don't have to. 3rd and long, just say go get the quarterback.
Punting from his end zone is Patty Turner, and it's, almost blocked. And another short punt that's going to bounce around the 40 and get touched by a member of Colorado State. Trying to field it was A.J. Henning, but once the Colorado State coverage man fields it, A.J. Henning can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, Cornelius Johnson was the player that got in there and almost
Michigan ball.
Blocked it.
You can, if a player on the coverage team touches a football on a punt, and you try to pick it up after that.
The kicking team was the first to touch it. It'll be first down, Michigan.
That's why if you see somebody touch it and you're a return guy, go pick it up. Because even if you fumble it, it's your ball. And Colorado State did touch it initially at their own 48-yard line. So great field position for Michigan after a 32-yard punt. Cade McNamara continues at quarterback. Donovan Edwards will be the running back. Wolverines with 2 wideouts split to the near side, Cornelius Johnson and Ronnie Bell. And McNamara is going to take a snap from under center, which is a rare occurrence. From the 48, 1st and 10. Handoff to Edwards, makes a man miss in the backfield, then gets across the line of scrimmage where he is dragged down by C.J. Onyeche, the 6-year player, the transfer from Rutgers, who had 6 sacks in his Rutgers career.
Well, Giovanni's getting his first opportunity to play substantial snaps here today, and that left side is giving up a little penetration. We saw it with Trevor Keegan giving up pressure on the quarterback. Penetration will kill plays. They got to get better push on that left side if they're going to continue to run that way.
2nd down and 9 for the Michigan offense. Wolverines leading at 13-0, 8:41 to go here in the second quarter. Eric All in motion, handoff. It's Edwards running right, and he's got some room. Breaks it outside, down to the 40, and one of the wide receivers didn't make a block, and Edwards, good gain there, but it'll set up a 3rd down. That looked like it had big play written all over it. Gain of 4, and it'll be a 3rd down and 5.
It kind of feels that way every time Donovan touches the ball as he stiff arms a linebacker. Same thing holds true when Roman Wilson gets that quick screen out to the right, wide receiver screen, and then takes it to the house. You only get big plays when you can block downfield. Wide receivers have to be a large part of the running attack.
We see Max Bredesen checking in at the tight end spot for the first time today as the Wolverines are facing a 3rd down and 5. McNamara from a shotgun brings Bredesen in motion. Inside handoff. Donovan Edwards, he's got the first down up the middle. Down to the 36-yard line as he weaved his way for 7. And on a 3rd and long, 3rd and medium, Edwards gets the first down.
It's a great opportunity to get a feel for Donovan Edwards' quick feet in there. As that was a great description of weaving. I mean, he changed directions about 4 or 5 times in the span of 5 yards, dodging Ram defenders.
1st and 10 for the Wolverines from the 36-yard line. Shotgun, handoff, Edwards running right. He's got a host of blockers, and they power forward across the 30. Move the pile for a gain of 7 for Donovan Edwards.
One of the things I'm really enjoying about Donovan Edwards as I watch him is his patience in the backfield. He grabs the ball, takes the ball from Cade, and then gets a chance to look at the defense. Remember I mentioned early on there was a cutback lane that he missed. When he settles down and surveys that defense, he's going to be able to find those holes. And obviously 7 yards on first down is a nice pickup.
2nd and 3, Cade McNamara from the shotgun. Handoff, Corum up the middle. He's got a huge hole, 20, 10, as he's knocked down by the safety. Henry Blackburn came up and undercut Blake Corum as incredibly well-blocked play. Corum hit the hole fast, and as he got to the 10, Blackburn chopped him down, gain of 19.
Well, shades of last year as they bring Eric All behind the formation and run kind of an old-school counterplay with him kicking out the defensive end. We saw it a lot of times last year, and just nobody inside to stop Blake at that point.
Matt Hibner checks into the ball game at tight end. You talked about how deep that room was. As we've seen the 5th different tight end play for Michigan. Shotgun, inside handoff, Blake Corum running right. And he's chopped down at the 7-yard line. It was 1st and goal from the 10 on that play, so Wolverines will be looking at a 2nd and goal from the 7.
This is an important possession for Michigan. As I mentioned earlier, You get the interception, you get inside the red zone, you settle for a field goal. You drive down into the red zone, and you have to settle for a field goal. The third time in the red zone, they need to put it in the end zone and get 6 out of this drive.
Ronnie Bell on the near hash goes in motion. He'll come in tight now. Andrew Anthony, the lone wide receiver, but they'll run it with Blake Corum going right, and he will score. Untouched Blake Corum. Well-blocked play up front. A 7-yard touchdown run for Blake Corum, and Michigan leads it 19-0. Well, John, I know you love that.
Oh, it was beautiful. It was untouched because they pulled the right guard and center. Zach Zinter, Oluwatimi gets out in front of Blake Corum and did a great job of just clearing the way for him. They not spectacular blocks, but sometimes when you're out in space, all you got to do is get in the way, and they just got in the way.
Jake Moody on for the extra point. Snap good. Ball handled by Brad Robbins. Kick is up, and the kick is good. So Michigan makes it 20-0 here with 5:25 to go in the second quarter. That Wolverine touchdown was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 7 plays, 48 yards on the touchdown drive for Michigan over 3 minutes and 55 seconds. 20-0 Michigan from the Big House. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time we go together. Let's go see something new together. Let's go capture moments together. Let's go experience something unexpected together. Wherever you go, enjoy a cleaner running engine with Citgo's top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline. Citgo. Let's go together.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Doug Carson, John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan on top of Colorado State, 20-0. 5:25 to go here in the first half. The second quarter is presented by Lexus. Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. A couple of things to get to, but first let's go down to the field and check in with Jason Avant. Jason?
Oh, Sharon Moore, coach on the sideline, is fired up. They're telling the job, and everyone around firing their eyes. They were excited about that play. Offensive lineman making the plays happen on the sideline. They're fired up down here.
Jason, we were just talking about that during the commercial break. John Jansen loved that drive because the guys up front, that was pretty much all on the ground. Good hard running from Edwards and Corum, but there were holes blown open in that Colorado defensive front.
They were frustrated down here earlier. Or got them together, and now he's excited about the way they're playing.
Sharon Moore gets that O-line pumped up. That is for sure. I can tell you from experience of being down there.
Yeah. And the nice thing about that is they're getting a good feel for each other. The running backs, Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards, are being patient in the backfield, letting the offensive linemen get their blocks. They're setting them up, and then they're hitting the hole when it presents itself.
Deep for Colorado State, Ajon Vivens and Avery Morrow, and it's going to be Vivens fielding it 2 yards deep in the end zone where he will take a knee, and Colorado State will take over on the 25-yard line. Well, we've seen some youngsters start to make plays for that Michigan defense. Kalel Mullings getting a lot of run, looking good at linebacker, but up front, Braden McGregor, Derek Moore, Yabi Anoma, all living in the backfield of late for Michigan's defense.
Yeah, and Jim Harbaugh talked about a no-name defense being able to come out and play well and possibly better than last year. That's still to be determined, but we're starting to learn what some of those names are going to be in terms of who's going to be the stars, who are the guys that you can depend upon to make big plays.
From the shotgun, Clay Millen with a lone setback. Ajon Vivens takes the snap, hands it off. It's actually Murrow, and he's going to be met in the backfield. It is Mike Morris. Mike Morris will drag down Morrow for a 1-yard loss as Mike Morrow just blew off the end. I'll tell you what, this is a veteran offensive line, not playing together, but 2 transfers from Nevada, including an All-Mountain West honorable mention in Gray Davis at guard, Dante Bivens, a transfer from Tulsa, Dante Keys from Florida International. Only Brian Crespo Jacquez was a holdover from Colorado State's last staff. Millen from the shotgun fires quickly, and again, Michigan's defense making a play. DJ Turner will bring down Torrey Horton for a loss of 2 yards, 3 yards, and it'll set up a 3rd and 14.
Well, this defense right now is pinning their ears back. Whether it's up front trying to put pressure on the quarterback or on the edges, they feel comfortable enough to be able to take on some of these blockers and make plays just like we heard and saw from DJ Turner. That is an absolute attack mode style from DJ Turner.
4:12 to go here in the first half. 20-0, Michigan on top. 3rd and 14 for the redshirt freshman quarterback, Clay Millen. 2 wideouts split to the far side, 1 to the near side. Back to pass is Millen. Fires, crossing pattern, caught. And good yardage for Colorado State. Did he get the first down? It looks like they did. Ty McCullough with a gain of 15 for Colorado State on 3rd and long. That'll move the chains.
Yeah, it's disappointing when that happens because they only rushed 4. They had 7 guys in coverage. We're able to clear it out with some crossing routes, just hit the running back coming back across the field. And when that happens, there's just nobody there. They're all playing catch-up at that point.
First down in the second quarter for Colorado State from their own 35, 3:32 clock running. Millen barks a command, takes the shotgun snap, fires, short, caught, and met immediately is his receiver. Short gain for Colorado State. It was Kalel Mullings leading the tacklers.
Yeah, and one of my keys to the game was keep everything in front of you, and so far they've been able to do that by making Kalel Mullings, hey, you can give up a 3-yard catch, but you got to be right there to make the play. And so far, Colorado State, you mentioned that's the first down they've had in the second half. They have yet to cross the 50-yard line.
Second quarter, it was Stovall on the reception there. 2nd down and 7 for Colorado State. 3 wideouts to the near side, 1 up top. Back to pass is Mullen. Here comes some pressure. And he's going to scramble out of there, and he's got some room across the 40, across the 45, and run out of bounds near the 50, and that'll move the chains again with 2:39 to go here in the first half.
Well, they're putting good pressure, and one of the things that'll happen sometimes when you put so much pressure on a quarterback and you think you're going to get home, you'll get out of your rush lane. Rashawn Benny started to get some pressure, decided that he was going to come inside. That's not his rush lane, got out of it, and that's exactly where Clay Millen escaped the pocket.
Millen, big kid, 6'3", 210, 4-star recruit, completes a pass, quick wide receiver screen. It's Torrey Horton, nowhere to go, so he's going to reverse his field, come back towards the center of the field where he is met by Taylor Upshaw. Ran about 25 yards, but it was all east-west, and gain of just 2.
Now, it's hard to reverse field against the defense that has the speed that Michigan has, and Taylor Upshaw is not going to be as fast as any of the receivers that he's facing, except for the fact that he didn't have to go anywhere. Basically ran right into him.
2nd down and 8 from the 48-yard line. 2 of the true freshmen in on the defensive line for Michigan, Derek Moore and Mason Graham. From a shotgun, Millen back to pass. And here comes Graham just pushing his blocker back towards Millen. And we're going to get a flag, and the Wolverines are going to sack Millen anyway. It was Derek Moore and Michael Barrett. And that's going to be a big loss, but we await the flag. It's holding on Colorado State. They will decline that. And the Wolverines with a big play there with a minute 27 to go here in the first half.
Penalties declined.
Boy, did you see Mason Graham?
Yeah. When you can blow a center back 4 yards on the snap of the ball, I mean, to think a true freshman comes in here with that size, that speed, that power, I'm excited about what I'm seeing out of Mason Graham.
Another true freshman, Jimmy Roller, was on the field for that play.
And here's the thing, is Clay Millen was able to escape the pocket.
Michigan's going to take a timeout with a minute 15 to go here, hoping to get the ball back with Colorado State facing a 3rd and 19, 20-0, Michigan on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Over 100 years ago, Pioneer State Mutual Insurance Company started with the simple idea to help our neighbors. That attitude shaped who we are and drives how we do business today. Our employees and independent insurance agents are Michiganders just like you. We know the state and your insurance needs. Insurance can be confusing, but with Pioneer State Mutual, it doesn't have to be, because you're buying our promise to put you first. Visit psmic.com and give one of our 230-plus agents a call. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
Wolverines football plays here.
Cuts inside the 5, and he dives for the end zone, and they're going to give it to him.
Right here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Michigan hockey's 100th season is upon us, and you won't want to miss any of the action here in Ann Arbor. The reigning Big Ten tournament champions will host a ton of exciting opponents, including Michigan State, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Boston University, and Western Michigan. Ticket packs go on sale Thursday, September 8th, and start at just $140 for 6 games. For more details, head to mgoblue.com/tickets. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to experience Michigan hockey this season.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination. Get in zone, AutoZone. Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Scoreboard, you can see underneath.
Jansen back at the big house. Michigan on top of Colorado State 20-0 with a minute 22 to go here in the first half. Wolverines hoping to get the ball back as Colorado State's facing a 3rd and 19. And let's go down on the field with our Jason Avant, who's got a special guest.
Oh, I have a special guest for the Michigan fans. I have Hassan Haskins here, Tennessee Titans. Hassan, how do you like being back today?
Man, it's a good feeling. You feel me? It's good to be back. It feels different because I'm on the sidelines, but it's all love for it. You know, I'm glad to be back.
Awesome. You put in a lot of work here at the University of Michigan. What a great player you were. Is there any advice that you have for Blake and Donnie and all those guys?
Oh, yeah, man, just keep working, man. Don't take anything for granted, you feel me? It can get taken away quick. You know, just keep coming out here every day, practice, whatever they got to do. Just keep working, keep grinding.
All right, and as far as the University of Michigan preparing you for the NFL, can you tell us how your experience has been so far and how Michigan's helped you?
Oh, yeah, man, experience been super great. You know, Michigan prepared me a whole lot. I'm not going to lie, they prepared me a lot, and I definitely thank them. Thank everybody at Michigan, and it definitely helped me prepare, and I'm just ready to go now.
Awesome. We hope you do well. Tennessee Titans, you will. Great running game. It's great to see you, and go blue.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Go blue.
Hassan Haskins with our Jason Avant, and boy, what a tough runner.
Yes. We've seen some tough runs today, but nothing like Hassan had. And when you talk about preparing for the NFL, you know, when you practice at Michigan, and we just talked about Mason Graham, when you have Mason Graham and Olu going against each other, a couple of the guys that are going to be playing on Sunday, eventually, it certainly prepares you. The practices are quite often more difficult than the games are.
3rd and 19 for Colorado State. Millen from the shotgun. No receivers open. He's going to run, get across midfield, and slide He makes it down to the Michigan 46-yard line, a gain of 13. And it'll be 4th down for Colorado State. Are they going to go for it? It looks like they are.
They got to get something going.
4th and 7. They go hurry up. From the shotgun, it's Millen. Takes the snap. Back to pass. He's in trouble. Here comes the rush, and down he goes. Braden McGregor was in there.
But
Jalen Harrell was in there.
Had absolutely no time at all to even look downfield. He got set up at 7 yards, and he was under duress from the get-go.
A loss there back to the Colorado State 47, a loss of 5, and Michigan will take over with 49 seconds to go here in the first half. Boy, that defensive line, we wondered who would replace Aiden Hutchinson and David Ajabo. And the long way to answer that question if they found a replacement. I like what I've seen from Braden McGregor, Derek Moore, Yabi Anoma. Mike Morris has been in the backfield.
Well, Braden McGregor is showing a great get-off, but he's using his hands well. And that's really what's going to separate him when he gets into the Big Ten. He starts playing against some bigger, more talented offensive linemen.
Wolverines are going to run option with Cade McNamara, and he flips it to Donovan Edwards, who gets across the 48 down to the 47, and Jim Harbaugh is going to use the Wolverines' second timeout. Gain of 5 there. Mohamed Kamara on the stop for Colorado State, and the clock stops with 44 seconds to go.
Well, they've got a great opportunity to get the ball on Colorado State's side of the 50. You want to be able to come away with points. Don't be surprised with just 44 seconds left. It's 2nd and 5. 3rd and 5 is manageable, so go downfield, take a shot, and if you don't convert, hey, you can still convert a first down, especially with the fact that you know you've got Jake Moody in your back pocket.
Well, Jake Moody, one of the best kickers really Michigan has ever had. But this is still a bit out of his range, I would think.
Yeah, for now, but it still gives you the opportunity with another timeout to be able to get in his range or still take more shots at the end zone.
One more first down, and they'll be in his range. From the shotgun, it's McNamara back to pass. Looking, scrambles out of the pocket, fires. Caught, Eric All breaks a tackle. 25, 20, dragged down. First down, Michigan into the red zone. Wow, he was well covered. 22-yard gain, great throw from Cade McNamara. And clock running, 34 seconds to go. McNamara, shotgun, back to pass, fires and caught, but was it inbounds? It was. Cornelius Johnson, and he falls out of bounds for a short gain down to the 15-yard line.
It feels like Cade has really settled down. That was a tight window to get it to Eric All. Great catch because he was well covered. Hands were in there. And then to be able to hit Cornelius on the sideline with a quick hurry up, get set, and throw.
Clock stopped, 28 seconds to go, 2nd and 6. Wolverines from the Colorado State 15-yard line. Cade McNamara back to pass, looking, fires, and he's going to throw it away. Nobody there, and that'll bring up a 3rd down with 23 seconds to go. C.J. Onyechi in the Michigan backfield providing pressure on Cade McNamara.
Yeah, they're getting too much pressure off of that right side, whether it's tackle end games or we've seen Trente Jones just give up that edge too quickly. They're going to line up a tight end over there, maybe slow him down a little bit, maybe give him some extra help.
3rd and 6 for Cade McNamara and the Michigan offense. Looking to capitalize. Late first half, shotgun, back to pass. McNamara rolling to his right. He's going to fire, looking for Roman Wilson, and he's going to throw it out of bounds. Nothing there that time either for Cade McNamara, and with 16 seconds on the clock, it looks like we will see Jake Moody again, and as much as I like Jake Moody, we've seen him too much today.
Yeah, we have, but, we're starting to see some trends develop, and not that you want to get in the red zone and not convert, but Michigan did make some corrections in their protection there. Better footwork by the offensive lineman, good protection. And when you have that opportunity to be able to escape the pocket, still look downfield, good decision by Cade to throw it away, knowing, like I mentioned, you got Jake Moody ready to go.
34-yard attempt from Jake Moody. The kick is up, and the kick is good. So Jake Moody, who converted on 23 of 25 field goals a year ago, is 3 for 3 here in the first half. and Michigan leads 23-0 with 11 seconds to go here in the second quarter.
Great opportunities provided by the defense. A sack, picking up 10 yards on that. That's a big deal. That's a first down by this Michigan defense, being able to give Michigan's offense the ball on their side of the Colorado State side of the 50-yard line, leading to that field goal. The turnover by Rod Moore early in the game, again, leading to a field goal. Now if we can just get some of those defensive pressures and opportunities they're providing to the offense converted into touchdowns and not settle for field goals.
I would think that the defensive coordinator at Colorado State, who came from Montana State, Freddie Banks, has to be reasonably pleased with his defense stepping up. Offense, they are putting him in a bad position when Jay Norvell decided to go for it on 4th and 7, and Michigan got to take over in Colorado State territory.
Yeah, but Colorado State's got to make something happen. They were down 20-0 at the time. First time they had gotten across the 50. Who knows how many times they're going to get there in the second half, so they wanted to take their shots when they could.
Moody, low line drive right at Ajon Vivens, who's going to let it roll into the end zone. He doesn't want any part of the Michigan coverage team. That was a returnable kick, but he just got out of the way. The Colorado State will take over here with 11 seconds to go, 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. We'll see if they decide to take a knee or try and get the ball downfield here in the final 11 seconds.
My guess is you're going to see some type of draw just to run out the clock. They don't want to turn the ball over. They take a shot downfield. There just hasn't been anything available to Colorado State downfield. This Michigan secondary, whether you're talking about Rod Moore with the interception, but R.J. Moten, D.J. Turner, Will Johnson, we've seen at times, has done a great job of covering these receivers.
From the 25-yard line, they're going to run it, and it's going to be Ajon Vivens running right, and he'll get met in the backfield by Junior Colson. Spins forward, back to the line of scrimmage. Colorado State's going to let the clock run out, and that'll bring us to the half. Michigan on top of Colorado State, 23-0. John, your thoughts on half one?
Well, good. It's still a lot left to be desired.
Good-ish?
Good-ish, yeah. I guess it's probably a good way to put it. I like the fact that they've been able to develop pressure on a quarterback that is running at high tempo, trying to get the ball out. They've still found ways to put pressure, whether they're bringing pressure from the linebacker. Offensively, from the 20 to 20, it's been relatively good. Cade McNamara settled down, found his rhythm, showed some good accuracy in the second quarter, but they've got to find a way when they get in the red zone to convert those into touchdowns and not settle for field goals.
Wolverines on top 23-0 as we get to halftime in the first half. Cade McNamara 7 of 15 for 128 yards and the 61-yard touchdown pass to Roman Wilson. Blake Corum 12 carries, 65 yards and a touchdown. Donovan Edwards 9 carries, 49 yards for Michigan. Millen for Colorado State 10 of 14, 56 yards and the 1 interception. So the Wolverines take a 23-point lead to the halftime locker room. Lots to do, including Jack Miller will join Brian Bush for our halftime show and scores from out of town. As we continue, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Score tickets to the hottest acts in town performing live at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Rock steady with the Whispers on September 22nd. Witness a Hall of Fame-worthy performance from comedian and social media superstar Desi Banks on October 8th. And don't miss legendary frontman Aaron Lewis as his Frayed at Both Ends acoustic tour makes a stop at Motor City for 2 shows on November 4th and 7th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Let's be frank, your home, vehicles, business, and life are not like sports. The unexpected can happen at any time. Insurance may be the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. It's the first thing on ours every day. You can depend on Alberto Insurance Agency and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance to be on your team. Visit Alberto Insurance Agency at www.alberto.com.
Let's break down the first half. Welcome to the Lexus Halftime Show. Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Halftime for the Big House. Michigan leads Colorado State 23-0 as we take a look at the first half highlights. Quiet start to this one. Opening possessions, Michigan started with the ball, went 3 and out. Rams would get near midfield before punting, and that would be the theme of Colorado State's first half. Then the Wolverines would get going 5 minutes in offensively. Blake Corum opens up with a run of 19 on the first play. Next play, Roman Wilson takes care of the rest.
Now Corum motions up to McNamara's right. Back to pass, McNamara, quick pass, Roman Wilson, and he's got running room. 50, 45, 40, 30, 20, cuts inside, 10, 5, touchdown. Roman Wilson, 61 yards, it's 6-0.
Just like that, 2 plays, 80 yards, Michigan up 7-0 5 minutes in. So a quick strike from the offense. 2 plays after that, the offense would find themselves back on the field.
Millen in the shotgun, back to pass. Here comes pressure, steps up in the pocket, fires over the middle, and it's picked off. It's Rod Moore at the 50, the 40, cuts outside, now makes a man miss at the 20, and he's dragged down at the 12-yard line. Rod Moore, the interception for the Wolverines.
First takeaway of the season for the defense gives the offense possession deep in Colorado State territory. Nearly get nothing to show for it. Third down from the 13, Cade McNamara looked like he threw an interception near the goal line. Replay, though, overturned it. So instead of nothing, Jake Moody boots a 31-yard field goal midway through the first. 10-0 Wolverines. That turned out to be but a mere blip on the radar. Defense gets another stop. Offense closes out the first quarter on the move. 12 plays, 71 yards. The first quarter ends inside the Rams' 10-yard line. Second quarter begins with another Moody field goal, this time from 26 yards out. 13-0 Michigan early second quarter. A couple of missed chances in the red zone. Defense, though, protected the lead with a plum. First Colorado State possession went 27 yards. Next 4 possessions went just 26 yards. Complete domination, getting off the field quickly. It allowed the offense to start to wear down that Rams defense late in the second.
Ronnie Bell on the near hash, goes in motion. He'll come in tight now. Andrell Anthony, the lone wide receiver, but they'll run it with Blake Corum going right, and he will score. Untouched Blake Corum. Well-blocked play up front. A 7-yard touchdown run for Blake Corum, and Michigan leads it 19-0.
That capped a 7-play, 48-yard drive consisting entirely of runs, and it's 20-0 Michigan. 5 minutes to halftime, but there'll be one more chance for the Wolverines. Under a minute to go, inside their own territory, Colorado State goes for it on 4th and short. A sack ends that, gives Michigan 49 seconds to play with. McNamara finds Eric All for 22 yards, puts them in a field goal range for Jake Moody again. He connects from 33 yards out, so 3 short field goals, all made from Moody in the half, and Michigan goes into the locker room with a 23-0 lead. That's your first half recap. We'll take a timeout, come back, tell you what's going on around the Big Ten, and preview the rest of the day around the top 25 and beyond. 23-0 Michigan leads Colorado State as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Greasy bootleg right, firing deep for Tuman. Touchdown, Michigan!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Sports are easy to disagree on. Let's see what happens when sports talk hosts talk about something they agree on.
No, hold on. I'm saying drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Well, I disagree. I think drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Come on, man. Wait, I think we're saying the same thing.
Oh, so what do we do now?
Everyone agrees that drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. National average 12-month savings by new customer surveyed who saved with Progressive between June 2020 and May 2021. Potential savings will vary.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. We know that when you're hurt, hiring a law firm with the most experience can mean the difference between getting everything you deserve or walking away empty-handed. We're Michigan's most experienced personal injury law firm. Our lawyers have over 600 years of collective experience. 600 years. And that matters because more experience means more money and more wins for our clients. Our experience pays. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
Halftime, Michigan leads Colorado State 23-0. Taking a look around the rest of the Big Ten on this busy week one. 3 other games in progress. We'll start in Chestnut Hill. Rutgers opening up the year at Boston College. At the half, the Eagles lead the Scarlet Knights 14-6. Rutgers did score a touchdown but missed the extra point. In College Park, also at the break, Maryland leaves Buffalo 17-7. A couple of rushing scores for the Terps gives them a 10-point lead at the break. And how about this? A tie game in Iowa City at halftime between Iowa and South Dakota State. It's 3-3. Both starting quarterbacks are 6 of 15 passing. For Spencer Petras of the Hawkeyes, his 6 of 15 passing has accounted for just 41 yards. So 3-3 Iowa in FCS school, South Dakota State. Everything else later on, 3:30 Nebraska will search for its first win of the season at home against North Dakota. Tonight, number 18 Wisconsin also playing an FCS team. The Badgers welcoming in Illinois State at 7. Top 5 affair at Ohio Stadium at 7:30. Second-ranked Ohio State plays host to number 5 Notre Dame. That's it for the day in the Big Ten. Time now to look nationally at the top 25, brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. Not a whole lot going on right now, just a couple of games in progress. 6th-ranked Texas A&M blanking Sam Houston State at the half, 17-0 in College Station, while number 13 NC State leads at East Carolina 21-7 as they near halftime in Greenville. Everything else comes later on. 3:30, a good one in Atlanta. 3rd-ranked Georgia opens up its national title defense against number 11 Oregon. Another top 25 affair at 3:30. That's in Fayetteville. Pits number 19 Arkansas against 23rd-ranked Cincinnati. That top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Again, 30 minutes complete. Michigan 23, Colorado State nothing. Brian, look at the first half numbers and more when we return as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Imagine this, a day filled with indulgence, bursting with excitement, and packed with extraordinary moments that build memories to last a lifetime. A day that is unmistakably yours, at the place that is undeniably spectacular. Whether you're winning big, dining lavishly, or relaxing oh so comfortably, it's your getaway reimagined at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
A spectacular 92-yard punt return for a touchdown!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. Headquartered in Brighton, we also have offices in Clarkston, Northville, and very soon, we're opening a new office on West Stadium Boulevard in Ann Arbor, just down the street from the Big House. Visit us at FoguthFinancial.com. That's F-O-G-U-T-H Financial.com to find out more. As a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we can't wait to see you in Ann Arbor. Go Blue!
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Back here on the Lexus Halftime Show. It's 23-0 Michigan in front of visiting Colorado State here in the season opener at the Big House. Brian Bush back with you. Jack Miller is alongside. Jason Avant down on the sidelines. And Jason, your thoughts. Michigan with 5 of 7 drives being scoring drives, but they only punched it into the end zone twice. 3 Jake Moody field goals. What did you see from that Michigan offense in the first 30 minutes?
Down on the sideline, you begin to see a little bit of frustration on some of the offensive players' faces, but you have to be happy with the way Moody's kicking the ball, and also they're moving it. They have to score in the red zone, and there are some very makeable plays left on the field. McNamara has to do a better job of getting the football to his guys. And then the receivers, especially Cornelius Johnson, he's a big play guy. He's looking toward the end zone. Ronnie Bell one time as well. They have to secure the football. It's some off-target throws, and sometimes as a receiver you have to help the quarterback out with making a really good catch in order to get him back on track. And I thought the guys let him down in that situation, but they also have to be better passes as well.
I think John and Doug said it best. It was good-ish, right? There's a lot of good things in that first half, but there's also some things that you can point to, just missed opportunities. One guy misses a block, otherwise it's a touchdown. You drop a ball, Cade early, throws behind a few times, right? Just playing 10-man football instead of 11 early on. There's some really good things in there. You put up 240 yards of offense in the first half. You're pitching a shutout right now. There's good things going on. Just settle into the game. I think it's some first-game jitters across the board there for everybody. But just settle down, keep doing what you're doing, and let this thing develop over time. You'll be all right.
Did like what you saw from the rushing game, Jason. Blake Corum, 65 yards on 12 carries. Donovan Edwards, 9 for 49. That second touchdown drive, all runs. Did you see some big holes down there?
Oh, of course. You start to see the offensive line play switch up a little bit and start to run the ball up the middle. And Blake is a great player. He can always make that guy that's free miss, and he did it at a high level on that drive, especially on touchdown. He didn't get touched. So I know Jack can speak to this. When you see a guy that doesn't get touched in the end zone, that's extra incentive for the offensive lineman. It fires them up. So they did a great job running the football. I would like to see them do better on third down, but they did a great job running it.
Yeah, Jason, I'd agree. I think early in the game they were missing some blocks, and really it was Blake Corum just being a special athlete, making a guy miss, getting an extra few yards here and there. Early in the game, the offensive line looked to struggle a little bit. We heard Coach Moore telling the offensive line, Jason and I did down there, pick up blitzes, pick up movement. They know that they're outmanned as a defense, Colorado State. They have to move. They have to try to confuse that offensive line to get anything done. So as the game went on, as the half went on, they settled into it, started to pick up blitzes, started to pick up movement a little better. You saw Donovan Edwards got back there, was able to make some things happen along with Blake Corum, and all of a sudden, boom, the hole started opening up. You go in untouched for a touchdown.
Lots of like defensively. Colorado State just 76 total yards. Clay Millen at times has run for his life. Jason, your observations on that Wolverines D?
Oh my gosh, they've been stout. I don't think that they've only gotten past the 50-yard line one time. They've been doing and every time the momentum has shifted into Colorado State, the defense have shut them down. So a lot of guys, Cosin has been all over the field from the beginning of the game. Sanders still with the sack. There's a bunch of guys making plays. Freshmen out there making plays. It's been a great job by the defensive coordinator.
Let's get into our halftime adjustment. It's brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Jack, we'll start with you. You guys have agreed with Doug and John's assessment. Good-ish. How can it be great in the second half, Jack?
Yeah, I think you just need to finish drives, right? Between the 20s, they've moved the ball pretty effectively and played pretty solidly. It's just stalled out as they've gotten in the red zone. So offensively, I'd say just red zone offense, right? Be a little more precise with what you're trying to do. It looks like sometimes they just got confused, got away from themselves, and ended up having to rely on Jake Moody, and we know he's certainly pretty reliable. So I'd say red zone offense, and defensively, I think they're doing a terrific job right now. Playing fast, playing hard, getting pressure. Maybe need to be a little more disciplined. You've seen some times where the quarterback Millen's been able to get out of the pocket, extend plays, and get a couple first downs. So just continue to stay disciplined.
Jason, what do you think Michigan needs to improve upon?
Especially offensively, I think they have to communicate a lot better. I'm here on the sideline, and I see a bunch of dejected faces at times. I think that the quarterbacks and the receivers can do some communication and talk about each play as they come off the field. I'm not used to seeing guys look forward and straight stares. So I'm looking forward to seeing some communication to get some energy going. Defense is not the only side of the ball that needs energy. Offense has to do it too. Hopefully that momentum shifts and they can start to communicate a little bit better.
All right, we'll continue to get Jason's thoughts from the sideline. Jack will be back in our post-game show to break it all down. Those were our halftime adjustments brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Our halftime score, Michigan 23, Colorado State nothing. Let's pause 10 seconds. Let our stations identify themselves. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Back here on a warm day in Ann Arbor, Michigan 23, Colorado State nothing. Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant bring you the second half right after this. Thanks so much for listening to the Lexus Halftime Show. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing the 2023 Ford Explorer. Place an order for a 2023 Explorer lease and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery, the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ Plan lessees can order a 2023 Explorer and lease it for $299 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Take delivery in fall 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 renewal and $1,000 retail order bonus cash. Take new retail delivery from dealer stock by October 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $299 lease payment on the 2023 Ford Explorer today. Think Ford first.
Today's game is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. The reigning Big Ten champions are back in action. Let's return to our live coverage of Michigan's season opener against Colorado State.
Doug Carson, John Jansen back at the Big House with Michigan on top of Colorado State, 23-0 at the half. Get the second half underway in a moment, but Jim Harbaugh addressing his team in the locker room. Jason Avant is on the field. Jason, what did the coach have to say?
Oh, the coach had to say that they had to keep leaning on them on the offensive side. They're going to wear them down. He also said they had to convert on third downs. And if they are aware of their assignments and their assignment pure, they're going to convert on third down. So he likes the balance of the run and pass game at this point. Defensively, he needs to stop the run. He said they need to stop the run continually. They only have 15 carries and 20 yards on that, so he's happy about that. You got to force them to pass because they feel like they can get to the quarterback when they want to. And lastly, he said they have to play to Michigan standards, not to Colorado State standards. So I really like that a bunch. You have to play to Michigan standards every snap and not down to Colorado State standards.
All right, Jason, thank you very much. And I agree, the Wolverine pass rush has been rather impressive. While it is a veteran offensive line, it's the first time this group with Colorado State, with 4 transfers up front, the first time that they have played together. And Michigan's pass rush got better as that half went on.
It's a lot of parts to try and fit together in a short period of time without knowing the ins and outs of what another guy does. But when Jim Harbaugh talks about being able to convert on third downs, right now they're 1 for 6 on third downs. A lot of those lack of conversion opportunities happen in the red zone. They've got to find a way to get those.
Vivens and Morrow are deep for Colorado State, and Jake Moody's kick is fielded by Vivens at the 2. Fair catch, and Colorado State start their first possession of the third quarter from the 25-yard line, trailing 23-0. John, I don't know if you saw scores from out of town, but the one that caught me at halftime, at the half, Iowa 3, South Dakota State 3.
You know, Iowa is that team that, everybody that I've talked to in Iowa, they haven't made a change at quarterback because you can't just, they haven't gone out to the transfer portal to bring a new guy in. Offensively, they really struggled last year when we saw them in the Big Ten championship game.
Clay Millen will continue at quarterback for Colorado State and the air raid offense. He's got Vivens in the backfield and 2 wideouts split to each side. From the shotgun, Millen has it, inside handoff. Vivens dives forward across the 25, chopped down there by Chris Jenkins, a gain of 3.
Chris Jenkins doing the same thing we talked about Rashawn Benny earlier, creating a pile and allowing guys like Jalen Harrell to come in and make the play. Jalen Harrell is doing a great job of collapsing. When nobody is blocking him backside, he collapses down. We saw that earlier from Mike Morris. You mentioned him running a guy down from the backside. Got to keep putting pressure on him there.
2nd and 7 for Colorado State. 14:28 to go, third quarter. Millen back to pass. Pressure coming. Fires caught by Stovall on front of the Michigan bench. Heads back towards the middle of the field where he's dragged down at the 37-yard line. Makari Page with the stop, gain of 9.
A little bit too much of a cushion by DJ Turner on coverage there, and overran it just a little bit as well. And sorry, there's R.J. Moten on the coverage.
First down running play with Vivens going left, and Will Johnson, the freshman, darts into the backfield and undercuts him. Vivens fights forward for 2 yards. Good play there by Will Johnson, who read that play pretty well.
Nice to see him come up and make a hit, but the pace has been picked up again.
Colorado State, quick pass out to the far side and caught Torrey Horton, but immediately there, Makari Page for Michigan's defense. So a third down now for Colorado State.
This defense has really good speed on the back end. It's not really been tested today, but sideline to sideline, we're seeing guys like Makari Page, R.J. Moten make plays outside the numbers.
Colorado State looking at a 3rd and 6. Millen from the shotgun. 3 wideouts split to the near side, 1 up top. Vivens, the lone back in the backfield, flanked to Millen's left. 3rd and 6. Millen has the snap. Back to pass. Here comes pressure. Tries to step up, and he will go down. Big Chris Jenkins on the sack. A loss of 1, and it'll be a 4th down for Colorado State.
Well, they're bringing in basically an all-out blitz and line up Michael Barrett in the A-gap. They brought Jalen Harrell off the edge. And right now, this offensive line just cannot figure out how to block Michigan's front 4, let alone the linebackers.
Colorado State has left the offense on the field, and Michigan got caught with their punt team going on, but they seem to have adjusted. And it's Millen on 4th and 7, back to pass. Here comes pressure again. He's hit as he throws. Ball's on the ground, and it's picked up by DJ Turner, and he's going to take it to the 40, to the 30. One man can track him down. It's Stovall who can't make the tackle, and DJ Turner's going to walk into the end zone, but will that be ruled incomplete? We await word as Millen was hit as he released the football.
For a touchdown.
And DJ Turner looks like he has got a touchdown, 45-yard fumble return.
Yeah, you never know what an official's going to call. They're not going to blow the whistle if there's doubt. They can obviously go back and review it, but sack, fumble, ball's on the ground. DJ Turner picks it up with one man to beat, and he makes a miss. Ends up in the end zone. I'm sure they're going to take a quick look at this again.
I would imagine, and the question is, was Millen's hand going forward without the football? As soon as that hand starts forward, it's an incomplete pass, but if the ball got knocked out, it's a fumble, and it looks like they're going to count it. Jake Moody on for the extra point. Snap, spot, kick is up, and kick is good. DJ Turner with a defensive touchdown, a 45-yard fumble return, and Michigan leads 30-0. Okay.
We'll take that one. And you know that they're reviewing it up in the booth, but there was nothing that they saw, obviously, to say, hey, we need to take a little bit longer look.
Number 94 for Colorado State had his helmet come off during the play. He must leave the game for one play. Timeout.
While the replay official is Matthew Conrad, and I will give Matthew Conrad credit, he works quickly.
That's the second time he's worked quickly, both times to our benefit.
12-12 to go third quarter, 30-0 Michigan. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
In life, it's all about timing, and now is the perfect time to get more and spend less. So say hello to WOW Mobile, powered by Reach. Get extra reliable coverage on the nation's largest and fastest 5G network. Unlimited talk and text and no contracts. Best of all, mobile plans start as low as $15 a month when bundled with WOW Internet. It's time to switch and save. Visit Huawei.com/mobile today. Available to WOW Internet customers. Subject to change. Mobile services provided by Reach Mobile. Reach Mobile terms apply.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Doug Carson, John Jansen back at the Big House. Michigan on top 30-0. 12-12 to go here in the third quarter. That DJ Turner scoop and score from 45 yards out. Wolverine touchdown brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. And it was Mike Morris who is credited with the sack and the forced fumble on Clay Millen. But again, Jay Norvell, he's rolled the dice twice near midfield on fourth and not short.
Well, and quite honestly, I mean, what does Colorado State have to lose other than a sack, fumble, touchdown? But they've got to try and make something happen. And right now, they haven't even been able to get across the 50-yard line. That happened one time, and by the time that series of downs was over, it was sack and all the way back to their own 40-yard line. So they're just trying to find a way, whether it's to get in field goal range, to try and put some points on the board. They know they're overmatched. They're just trying to take every opportunity they can offensively to make something happen.
Deep for Colorado State, Ajon Vivens and Thomas Panunzio, as Jake Moody will kick off for the Wolverines, leading 30-0, and the ball fell off the tee. Yeah, John, Jay Norvell rolling the dice a little bit. He and Jim Harbaugh go way back. 1985, Jim Harbaugh, the quarterback for Michigan, and Jay Norvell in the Iowa secondary in the legendary 1-versus-2 game in Iowa City. Wow. Jay Norvell was in the defensive backfield. Only touchdown that game was a Jim Harbaugh scramble and shovel pass to Gerald White. And a Rob Houtland field goal at the end gave Iowa the win on a rainy day in Iowa City. And Jake Moody's kick goes into the end zone, and that one will come out to the 25 again.
That was future Lions quarterback, too, Chuck Long.
Chuck Long.
On the other side.
Chuck Long. Completed a touchdown pass that, in this day and age, would have counted. But back then, they ruled it incomplete out of the back of the end zone, and the replay showed that it
That was long before the process of the catch became, complete the process became a thing.
That's right. There was no under further review back in 1985.
That's right. Yes.
And then, of course, they were teammates with the Bears, Jay Norvell and Jim Harbaugh.
Mm-hmm. And they were in the same coaching staff, I think, at San Francisco.
All right, from the shotgun, it is Clay Millen with a tight formation, hands it to Vivens running right, and he's going to get the edge across the 30 out to the 35-yard line. We'll have to see where it was spotted. Junior Colson on the tackle as he chased him down in front of the Colorado State sideline, 10-yard gain, first down.
Yeah, it's nice that they've been able to put pressure on Clay Miller, but you've got to find a way, as Jim Harbaugh said coming out of halftime, to be a little bit more stout against the run.
2 tight ends in for Colorado State. Clay Millen from the shotgun, pistol formation with Ajon Vivens behind him. Snap, handoff, Vivens running, big hole. Across the 40 out to the 42-yard line. Rod Moore came up from a safety spot to make the tackle. Gain of 6.
Well, this is obviously not a new defense. New defensive coordinator, new voice, but everything for the guys that are returning from last year is pretty much the same. With Jesse Minter coming in, obviously Mike McDonald going back to the NFL in Baltimore, so they should be able to, and some of the defensive guys have talked about taking this defense to the next step, to the next level.
2nd and 4 for Colorado State. Handoff to Vivens running right, and he's going to get met at the line of scrimmage. No gain. Mozzie Smith was in there. Mason Graham was in there. Good penetration from the interior of the Michigan defensive line.
And that's what will kill an offense like this that's trying to run the ball from a single back formation. A lot of times you got 4 wides. If you can get penetration, there's nowhere for that back to go. They have built this off of, hey, we need to be able to put our foot in the ground and get upfield or cutbacks, and they're just not there when you get that penetration.
3rd and 5 for Colorado State. 10:22 to go here in the third quarter. Michigan on top, 30-0. Millen back to pass. Here comes the pass rush. He's in trouble, and he is sacked again. Mason Graham was in there. Chris Jenkins. Rod Moore finished him off. And that is a big loss.
Quite honestly, it looks like Clay Millen is simply just trying to protect himself. He kept trying to go down, but every Michigan defender, every time they'd hit him, he'd kind of pop back up.
Now watching a replay here, Jenkins was the first one to him, then Mason Graham grabbed his legs, and then Rod Moore helped him lay down. A loss of 14, 4th and 19 for Colorado State. Ooh, a bad snap fielded off the bounce by Patty Turner, and his punt gets to A.J. Henning, and he's going to get a chance to return this one. Running left, 35, splits a pair of tacklers out to the 40. A.J. Henning with a good return on a 44-yard punt, 10 yards on the return for A.J. Henning. His first crack at that today. And we will keep it right here, it looks like, with 9:28 to go in the third quarter, and Michigan on top, 30-0.
Well, I mean, obviously playing against Colorado State's not going to answer every question, and numbers are going to be somewhat inflated, but being able to get 6 sacks, and we're only halfway through the third quarter right now, everybody was wondering, can they still put pressure on quarterbacks? So far, the answer is obviously yes.
McNamara from the shotgun hands it off to Blake Corum, and he bounces it outside, 40, 45, leaps a defender across the 50 as he hurdled a Ram defensive back, Angel King. A gain of 11 for Blake Corum.
Luke Schoonmaker, the tight end, was the one that was leading him up, came across the formation like we've talked about and seen from Eric All, did a great job of getting square on the outside linebacker. That's what allowed Blake Corum to get to the edge.
Shotgun for McNamara, 3 receivers, split to the left. And Blake Corum to the sidelines, and we see C.J. Stokes for the first time today, the true freshman running back. Flank to McNamara's right. Shotgun snap. Quick fake to Stokes, thrown out to Roman Wilson. He's running away from defenders, gets to the sideline, knocked out of bounds on a wide receiver screen, gain of 5 for Roman Wilson. Check that 4.
Well, it's exciting to see how they're operating this offense with some creativity, with some options. You got C.J. Stokes, the ball is fake to him. You could hand the ball off. We've got a Colorado State defender down on the ground right now.
Looking at the replay, trying to see who it is. I think it might be Angel King, the safety. But they will address him, and we will take a break. 8:37 to go here in the third quarter. Michigan on top of Colorado State, 30-0. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the attention-getting Chevy Blazer. Blazer is the midsize SUV you've been looking for. Its bold design and athletic stance will turn heads wherever you go, and its roomy interior offers seating for up to 5 passengers with plenty of space for cargo. Chevy Blazer. It's the SUV that has it all. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Word from our sideline reporter, Jason Avant. Greg Leday was the injured Colorado State Ram, and he walked off the field under his own power, which is good news. Michigan looking at a 2nd down and 6 with 8:37 to go here in the third quarter. Wolverines leading it 30-0. They've got the ball into Colorado State territory. At the 45-yard line, Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, with its headquarters in Brighton and offices in Clarkston and Northville, and a new one opening in Ann Arbor. Learn more at FoguthFinancial.com. John Jansen?
Yeah,
what do you see in this with this Michigan offense?
Well, what I was talking about before we went to break is the options that they're providing themselves. They fake the handoff to C.J. Stokes. That's a read, and if Cade McNamara likes what he sees, he can hand the ball off. If it's not there, they've got Roman Wilson in the flat. They're creating opportunities to keep a defense off guard. They'll never know, okay, if we do this with our defensive end and we show that we're not going to rush them, then all of a sudden they hand the ball to C.J. Stokes. Or if next week we could see J.J. keep the ball, let alone now you've got Roman Wilson in the flat. You've got 3 options on a lot of these different plays where a defense simply can't be right.
Coming out of the timeout, C.J. Stokes remains in the game at running back for Michigan. The Wolverines looking at a 2nd and 6 from the Colorado State 45-yard line. Max Bredesen in motion. Handoff to Stokes up the middle, puts his shoulder down, powers ahead for 1 yard on his first career carry, and it'll be 3rd down and 5 for the Wolverine offense.
Yeah, it kind of looked like his first career carry, a little tentative getting in there. C.J. Stokes is one of those backs. Jim Harbaugh's real high on him. I know Mike Hart is as well. Hey, when you get the ball in your hand, especially that first one, put your head down and just barrel forward, get what you can. Run hard.
Donovan Edwards checks back into the Michigan lineup. Eric All as well on a 3rd and 5 for Michigan. Wolverines at the Colorado State 44-yard line. Andrell Anthony split left. Cornelius Johnson split right, back to pass. Cade McNamara fires underneath, caught Donovan Edwards, and he had a 1st down, but he danced backwards, and he's going to be about a half a yard short, 4th down.
Be interesting to see if they get up, snap the ball quick, go just QB sneak. Not going to be under center, so it probably won't be that.
No, from the shotgun, quick snap. McNamara hands it off to Donovan Edwards, and looks like he's got it, but not much more. Running right, move the chains, 1st down Michigan.
Yeah, Donovan's got to know on that 3rd down exactly what he needs. I know he's trying to make a play, trying to make something happen, but you got to know where the sticks are. It's not going to affect them in this game, but it's a lesson they've got to learn when they do play, when they go to Iowa City. Hopefully they're going to score more than 3 points like Iowa's opponent this time, but you've got to know where those sticks are so you can keep the chains moving and you're not forced to go for it on 4th down.
Timeout on the field.
Looks like we have another injured Colorado State Ram.
This will be extended into a full media
One of
timeout.
the big fellas up front, Muhammad Kamara. So we'll take a break. Michigan on top, 30-0, 7:03 to go third quarter. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you interested in a career in metals? Join the Alro team. We have over 3,000 teammates in 70 locations and across 12 states. Our core values include loyalty, honesty, and integrity. Careers at Alro begin with training for all levels. We offer competitive pay and excellent benefits. Apply today at alro.com/careers. That's alro.com/careers.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Hey, Michigan fans! StubHub is the easiest way to buy and sell Wolverine tickets for almost 20 years. Whether you're looking for a single seat at the 50 or a section for your whole squad, StubHub has the best selection of tickets for any budget. Use Virtual View to find your perfect spot. Score a great deal with a price alert and get your tickets delivered instantly. It's the best way into Michigan Stadium. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan Athletics. StubHub, be there.
The rainstorms here in the Midwest can sometimes be harsh, so make sure you're prepared with a brand new set of Bosch Perfect View wiper blades from Auto Value, where Perfect View wiper blades are on sale for just $8.99 each. And don't forget the windshield washer solution. Rain-X All-Season Windshield Washer Solution is only $5.59 at your neighborhood Auto Value auto parts stores. And thank you again for keeping it local. Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it.
Michigan is back at the Big House for the 2022 opener against Colorado State. Today's game is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Once again, here's Doug Karsh and John Jensen.
Wolverines on top, 30-0, 7:03 to go here in the third quarter. Let's go down to the field and Jason Avant. Jason?
Yeah, defensive lineman for Colorado State, Muhammad Kamara, was on the sideline for cramps. It's looking like their guys are starting to go down because of the weather. Michigan looks like they're in great shape. Colorado, I don't know.
Two things. It's hot out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty spicy down here, and those guys from Denver or those guys from Colorado can't hang.
And did you find Cam the Ram? Did Cam the Ram make the trip?
I haven't seen him at all, but I'm looking forward to punching him when I see him. I'm going to do it for Karsh.
Hey, Jason, have you had a chance to test out those new benches? They got AC units on them. Maybe that's why Michigan's doing so well right now.
Hey, listen, I've seen every player on the sideline, on these benches. Not many players are standing up. These guys are living in luxury down here.
Yeah.
Cam the Ram. Do you know how Cam got his name, John?
I have no idea.
Originally, when Cam was introduced as a live Ram mascot, Colorado State was known as Colorado Agricultural and Mechanical. Hence, Cam the Ram.
Yep, there you go.
All right, Wolverines looking at a 1st and 10. J.J. McCarthy, it's Kay McNamara in a quarterback, fires to a very well-covered Luke Schoonmaker. Ball broken up down there by Chigi Anuzia, the transfer from Cal.
Yeah, one of the things that Schoonmaker's got to do when he knows it's man coverage, run out of that break. Just like we saw Cornelius do earlier. He drew that holding call that they took back, but you've got to run out of that break and make sure that you give the quarterback a target to throw to.
2nd and 10, J.J. McCarthy in at quarterback now with C.J. Stokes flanked to his right. McCarthy takes the snap, hands it off to Stokes. He's got room. 30, 20, knocked down right there, Colorado State. With the tackle saving a touchdown, C.J. Stokes, Chigi Anuzium again on the tackle. And a good run there for the Wolverine freshman back, 18 yards.
Well, I'm very curious as to what the mindset is on the Colorado State side, because we've seen Jay Norvell go for it a couple of times on 4th down as we get another player going off, looks like with cramps. But they brought an all-out blitz. Michigan was not in a formation where they were going to throw the ball. once you break that initial defense, there's just nothing there. There's no defense. They're all at the line of scrimmage.
JJ continues at quarterback and fakes the handoff to Stokes. He's going to run left. He's got a big hole to the sideline, to the end zone. Touchdown, JJ McCarthy. The Wolverines lead it 36-0.
That's that added element that JJ adds to this offense. Great decision to keep the ball. There was absolutely nothing. They crashed everything down on the left side, and it was pretty much a walk-in for him.
And again, the Michigan offensive line doing the job on the zone read as JJ for the first time today kept the ball and scored from 18 yards out, and Michigan trying to add to its 36-0 lead with Jake Moody in. And the extra point out of the snap of William Wagner and the hold of Brad Robbins. Snap is good. Robbins puts it down. The kick is up, and the kick is good. 8 plays, 60 yards in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And Michigan gets the touchdown run from J.J. McCarthy. That Wolverine touchdown was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Well, they're starting to settle down on the offensive line. I was not real happy with the way the offensive line was playing in the first half. Yeah, on that run that they had, Blake Corum scored a touchdown, did a good job of getting center and guard around, but not great footwork on pass protection. Trente Jones gave up an edge. We saw, and I know Trevor Keegan, he wasn't the starting tackle. He was third deep on the depth chart because Ryan Hayes isn't playing. Then all of a sudden Carson Barnhart goes down, but you've got to adjust your footwork when you change your position up front. They've made some of those adjustments. They're doing a better job of, the footwork, the hand placement on pass protection, but also when running the ball, they're doing a good job of staying low, pad level, and you're starting to see some of those Colorado State Ram defenders, you're starting to watch their head snap back a little bit.
Well, the Wolverines taking command of this game here in the third quarter and using J.J. McCarthy kind of like they used him last year. Looks very similar as far as the formula. Ajon Vivens and trying to field Jake Moody's kickoff and another fair catch. And the ball will be out to the 25-yard line. So if you're wondering about Colorado State, Clay Millen, redshirt freshman quarterback, if they decide to go another direction at quarterback today or get into the depth chart a little bit, he is backed up by 3 more freshmen. They have 4 freshmen at the quarterback position, Colorado State.
Yeah, and you talk about 59 new names and faces on this roster. Yeah, there's a lot of transfers, but there's also a lot of young players on this staff or on this team that are just freshmen. They had a lot of scholarships available, and they utilized every single one of them. So it's a very young team that Colorado State's putting on the field.
Speaking of young players, Jimmy Roller, the freshman linebacker, is in. Running right, it's Morrow. Runs past Roller, where he is greeted by Junior Colson for a gain of 8. Second down. Caden Colasar was the man in making the tackle as well, along with Junior Colson, and he has to leave the field. It looks like he has an equipment issue. Caden Colasar.
Yeah. Big Cam Good. That 99.
Oh, yeah?
It's stretched out quite good.
The transfer from UCF. Now in the middle of that Michigan defensive line from the shotgun, Clay Millen. Pistol formation with Morrow. Handoff to Morrow. Got a little bit of a crease. Scampers across the 35-yard line out to the 38. That'll move the chains.
I'd like to see the guys inside. Big Cam Good. I mean, he's a big body. I mentioned it stretched out. I mean, he's a load in there, but you can't just take up blocks. At some point, you got to create separation, get those offensive linemen off of you so you can shed a block and maybe actually make a play.
Caden Colasar back in for the Michigan defense. From shotgun, Millen back to pass. Pressure coming, completes a pass. Torrey Horton over the middle, crossing pattern, down the Michigan sideline, tripped up, across the 45, down to the 41-yard line. Torrey Horton, their best receiver, gain of 21 there, and Colorado State moves into Michigan territory, and we got another Ram coming up limping. It is Brian Crespo Jaquez, 6'5", 330, his first start. And he's perhaps cramping up as he heads to the sideline for Colorado State.
Yeah, today with the heat, the humidity. It's not built for 6'4", 330 guys. I could tell you that from experience. It's hot out there, and we're starting to see a number of guys on the other sidelines, and this is where I think Michigan does have a huge advantage of having those new air-conditioned benches, which are completely loaded right now with Wolverines. I can only imagine standing down there. Why would you not sit on an air-conditioned bench?
Julius Welshoff in on that Michigan defensive line here. It's Colorado State inside Michigan territory at the 41-yard line. From the shotgun, it's Clay Millen. 4:38 to go. Michigan on top, 37-0 here in the third quarter. Running left, it's Morrow. Turns the corner at the 40, down to about the 37-yard line, gain of 4. We expect to start seeing guys down the Michigan depth chart, some of the young players making their debuts.
Gaining some experience.
Yami Yanoba back in for the Michigan defense. He had the sack on his first play. He'll play the edge rusher from the right side, Julius Welshoff on the left. Shotgun for Millen. Morrow in a pistol formation directly behind him. Snap. Handoff. Morrow up the middle. Not much running room there. Junior Colson, hello. Right in the hole. And a gain of maybe 2. Setting up a third down for Colorado State.
Junior Colson's done a good job of going sideline to sideline, and when asked to, which is why he wanted to keep more weight, he does a good job of filling on the interior of that offensive line, some of those holes that have opened up.
3rd and 3 for Colorado State. Shotgun snap. Morrow in the backfield. First man there is Anoma, trips him up, and then coming up to finish him off is Michael Barrett. And it'll be no gain, 4th down for Colorado State.
I'll tell you what, Anoma is really quick off the ball. You could see why he was a high prospect coming out of high school. He's bounced around to a couple of different schools, comes in as a grad transfer, but boy, when he gets off the ball, he's gaining ground immediately.
And the Wolverines bring in some beef on this 4th down play for Colorado State as Mozzie Smith checks back in. Chris Jenkins. 4th and 3 for Colorado State from the Michigan 34-yard line. Stovall in motion. Millen fakes a handoff. Back to pass. Looking. Pass rush is going to get to him and down. He goes. Sack. Mozzie Smith. And the ball will turn over to the Wolverines.
Well, you don't see a lot of sack from interior defensive linemen, especially the way that this defense is set up. But Mozzie has done a great job. I mentioned that extension I wanted to see from Good earlier. He does a good job of getting the guys off of him so that he can shed blocks and then use that freak quickness and speed that we hear about to get after the quarterback.
That is the 7th sack today for the Michigan defense. And with 2:33 to go here in the third quarter and Michigan on top 37-0, the Wolverines will take over from the 42-yard line. J.J. McCarthy will continue at quarterback. Also, we see Darius Clemens, the freshman wide receiver, in for the first time today. Max Bredesen, the tight end, in motion. McCarthy takes the snap, going to roll left, fake a throw across the 50, carries the ball deep into Colorado State territory, down to the 40-yard line, move the chains, gain of 18. J.J. McCarthy, after a little pump fake, takes off and runs.
I don't think there was anything designed in terms of J.J. going to run that ball. He just rolled out to his left, does a good job when he's rolling to his offhand, but the running lane just opened up for him, and he took it.
From the 40-yard line, 1st and 10. 2:14 to go, third quarter, clock running, Michigan up 37-0. McCarthy back to pass. Got some time, now scrambles out of there, completes it underneath to his tight end, Max Bredesen, with his first catch. A gain of 3 on a short crossing pattern as Max Bredesen gets involved in the pass game.
They're really excited about Max. It's going to be hard for him to find opportunity and reps with so many tight ends on this roster, especially guys that are senior like All and Schoonmaker and Honigford, but he's had a great fall camp.
Pistol formation, J.J. McCarthy with Donovan Edwards behind him. Darius Clemens and Andrell Anthony split to the right. Split wide left is A.J. Henning. Max Bredesen from the tight end spot. Handoff, nope, fake handoff. JJ's going to run it around the right end, get a block from Darius Clemens, steps out of bounds with first down yardage inside the 30-yard line. Move the chains again on the run from J.J. McCarthy. 12-yard gain on that run.
Well, J.J. is showing why he was a five-star kid, and it's the fact that he is that dual threat type of quarterback. His athletic ability when he gets in the open field is exceptional. His speed is there, and he's showing good poise and decision-making when to run it and when not.
J.J. McCarthy back to pass. Receivers bunch to the left, and he'll throw it quickly to Andrell Anthony, who escapes one tackler before he's knocked out of bounds at the 20-yard line. Gain of 4 for Andrell Anthony, his first catch of the day. And the Wolverines will be looking at a 2nd down and 6.
Now, on this drive, I think this is exactly what we expect this offense to be. Multi-dimensional with being able to run with the quarterback, but also ball in the hands of the quarterback and out quickly to some of your really talented receivers.
New quarterback is Alex Orji, who takes the direct snap and quarterback run left. Not much there, and the true freshman chopped down as he crosses the 20-yard line. And it'll set up a 3rd down and 5 for the Michigan offense. J.J. McCarthy will come back in. Well, there's you talked about options.
Yeah.
Alex Orji gets his first carry.
Yeah, he's a well put together kid. He's going to be a tremendous athlete at quarterback, another weapon that they can use running the football. I'd like to be able to see him throw the ball, not necessarily the time to do it right now, but I want to see what they can do with him just as an athlete.
The clock's going to tick down to 0, and that's the end of the 3rd quarter. Michigan extended their 23-0 halftime lead to 37-0 here after 3 quarters. Wolverines will be facing a 3rd and 5 when we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
The Michigan volleyball season is in full swing. Don't miss your chance to experience Michigan taking on some of the top teams in the nation at Chrysler Center this fall. The Maize and Blue will host rivals Ohio State and Michigan State, along with reigning national champion Wisconsin. The Chrysler Series Ticket Pack offers a great way to package all of the Chrysler volleyball games into one. To purchase or for more information, visit mgoblue.com. That's mgoblue.com.
Improve fuel mileage with Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. A clean fuel system can increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage. Get Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner starting at $9.99 and earn 10 times O Rewards points on your purchase. Get the most out of every gallon. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Start of the 4th quarter, Michigan leads Colorado State 37-0. Rob Joyce back in the Learfield Network studios. Quick Big Ten scoreboard update. 3 games in progress. Got to start in Iowa City. I promise you, this is not a baseball score. Iowa leads South Dakota State 5-3 late in the 3rd quarter. Hawkeyes just got a safety to take the 2-point lead on the FCS Jackrabbits. Other games, Maryland taking control against Buffalo, 30-7 Terps early 4th quarter. Rutgers inside the red zone at Boston College, but Scarlet Knights trail Boston College 21-12 as we head to the 4th in Chestnut Hill. This Big Ten scoreboard update brought to you by Abso Pure Water, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Doug, Joe.
Hawkeyes do have the bases loaded, though, John.
That's a eerily reminder of the 95 Purdue game. Was it 5-0?
Yeah.
Except that was weather affected. They're going to have to figure out something offensively in Iowa City because their defense, it's been good for a number of years, but they don't have Tyler Goodson like they had last year. Sam Laporte, I know they're tight end. They've got some options, but they've got no quarterback to try and deliver the football.
I was surprised that Spencer Petras got the start there, but, I mean, they're 3 quarters into the season. Iowa's offense has 3 points. Iowa's defense has 2.
Yeah, it's a race.
Well, here Michigan's offense has 37. I won't call it a well-oiled machine today.
No,
but we call it good-ish earlier.
It's a first game,
yeah.
All right? And in the first game, you're operating without your starting left tackle. Carson Barnhart goes in, and now he's out in the first quarter. You've got guys playing a little bit out of position, but tested well regarding, hey, this is an offensive line that has been touted as we've got 7, 8, 9 deep. We're seeing that now. I'd like to see some improvement from both tackles. Trevor Keegan playing the left, Trente Jones playing the right, and then defensively, kind of the edge as well. Colorado State, when they've converted on first downs, they've attacked the edge of the defense. Up the middle, not so much, and obviously they haven't been able to throw the ball because they've been, under duress in the backfield, but you've got to find a way to solidify those edges on both sides of the ball.
Wolverines just 1 of 7 on third down today, looking at a 3rd and 5 from the Colorado State 20-yard line. J.J. McCarthy in at quarterback, Blake Corum flanked to his left. Max Bredesen comes in motion, McCarthy back to pass. Fires far side, got it. A.J. Henning, first down yardage, make it 2 of 8. Pickup of 7 on 3rd and 5, and the Wolverines have the ball down to the Colorado State 13-yard line.
Really nice execution on that. A.J. Henning obviously knowing where he's got to get a first down, and that ball was delivered on the money, on the mark from J.J. McCarthy. If any one of those things doesn't happen, then you're forced with, hey, we've got to settle for another field goal in the red zone.
Wolverines 1st and 10, leading at 37-0, 14:33 to go here, 4th quarter. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun brings Andrell Anthony in motion. Hands it off to Donovan Edwards. Knifes through the line to the 5, powering forward to the 3 and down to the 1-yard line. Powerful run from Donovan Edwards. And the Wolverines looking at 1st and goal. Jack Howell on the tackle for Colorado State.
I know we're used to a guy built like Hassan Haskins, but...
Snap, handoff. Donovan Edwards into the end zone, touchdown. Wolverines went quick there, capitalized, and Michigan leads it 43-0.
But Donovan Edwards is as strong as they come. He's a workout warrior, one of those guys just like Blake Corum that's put some weight on in the offseason, and you can see it pay off when he gets contacted on the 5-yard line, powers down to the 1, picks up another 4 yards after contact, and then quick snap, boom, Donovan Edwards in the end zone. Just a great trip in the red zone finally.
Well, there it is. Earlier in the game, Wolverines settled for field goals here in the second half. They're getting the ball into the end zone, 43-0 with 14:12 to go here in the 4th quarter. Jake Moody on for the extra point. Wagner's snap is good. Robbins puts it down. Moody booms it through. And Michigan, following an 8-play, 58-yard drive in 3 minutes and 21 seconds, Wolverines have made it 44-0.
You know what's really interesting, and I appreciate our stats guy here, Bruce Motti, and one that Jack Miller just sent me, no penalties in the game so far.
You gotta like that.
Yeah, for Michigan.
One flag picked up, right?
Yeah, one flag picked up. So it's, and I know everybody's telling me, hey, don't say that out loud, but they've done a good job of protecting the football because we had that one interception that was reviewed, called back, and they've done a really good job of what I wanted to see in this game. Pre-snap, post-snap, no missed assignments, no lack of mental awareness.
Let's go down to the field and Jason Avant. Jason?
Hey, I'm Colorado State's body language. They're just totally dejected. They're checking out of this ball game. But I will say that McCarthy in the game, the offense is running a lot smoother. And I think the door is wide open for him next week. If he plays well, I don't see how he is as this quarterback for Michigan.
Ooh. Well, a lot of time to make that decision.
Yep. I think there's going to be a lot of cramps on the Colorado State sideline. Might be the center if he has to stare across the line of scrimmage at Mozzie Smith again.
J.J. McCarthy engineering that last Michigan drive, the last 2 Michigan scoring drives. Jake Moody kicks it out of the back of the end zone, and Colorado State will take over from the 25-yard line. And I wonder if they continue with Clay Millen here at quarterback or go to the backup Giles Pooler.
I mean, he has been absolutely running for his life. Clay Millen has. And they put him back out there.
Want to make a correction. That was Tommy Doman on the kickoff there. And that was unreturnable. Out of the back of the end zone. Clay Millen continues at quarterback from the shotgun. Takes the snap. Hands it off to his running back running left. And we'll have to see who that is. They just put in a new running back. And coming up with the football's Cam Good, saying that he had a fumble, but they're going to say that David Aggery was down.
Well, here is, we mentioned 0 penalties. Here is where, when young guys get a chance to get in there, they're excited. They're excited to be playing in the big house. Sometimes they forget some of the basics. So far, so good.
A gain of 4 on the play from the shotgun. Clay Millen takes the snap, back to pass, under pressure, escapes it, fires it over to the far side. He's got his running back out of the backfield. And that looks like Bailey. And it's good for first down yardage, gain of 8. David Bailey. Tremont Green and Michael Barrett on the tackle.
Linebackers for Michigan, it's a deep group. We've been talking about Junior Colson a lot and his ability to run sideline to sideline. Michael Barrett is one of those guys we've been talking about for a number of years, and his speed. He was originally in that Viper position in the defense that was here prior. He's bulked up a little bit, but it seems like he's doing a good job of maintaining that ability to run sideline to sideline.
Shotgun snap handed off to Bailey, and he's going to be greeted in the hole, but pushed forward for good yardage for Colorado State. Gain of 6, maybe 7, 6. German Green and Cam Good leading the way for Michigan defensively.
I know Michigan, especially Jesse Minter, in his first opportunity here to call a defense, they're looking at that 0 right now, and they don't want to give that up.
Derek Moore in the game for Michigan's defense. Jalen Perry is checked in. Shotgun snap. It's Bailey running right, and no room this time, as he is buried for a gain of maybe 1. Looks like Michael Barrett was the first to greet him in the backfield. 12:03 to go here in the fourth quarter. Michigan on top 44-0, and Colorado State looking at a 3rd and 3.
Starting to cycle a lot of guys in and out. Julius Welskoff back in the game.
TJ Guy checks in for Michigan for the first time today in the edge rusher position. 3rd and 3, Colorado State. It's Millen in the shotgun with Bailey flanked to his left. Wolverines showing blitz. Millen takes the snap, back to pass, looking, fires, got his man out near midfield. First down yardage, move the sticks for Colorado State. Michael Barrett with the tackle. Gain of 6 on a completion to Stovall. Ty McCullough. Player they're very excited about. And move the chains. 1st and 10, Colorado State. Snap to Millen, handoff, Bailey running left. Scoots through a small hole. Jimmy Rolder, the freshman, in there. Gain of 3. Rolder brings him down.
One of the really nice things that the defense has done today is they haven't given up any big plays. They've kept everything in front of them. They've forced Colorado State, hey, okay, go ahead, pick up 3. We're not going to give you that big play. And they've been very disciplined with a lot of new guys in the rotation. I think that's a nice positive to take out of today.
Speaking of new guys, Kenneth Grant, the freshman defensive tackle, checks in for the first time today. Colorado State will run it with Bailey running right. Got a little running room across the Michigan 40 down to the 36-yard line. Move the chains again. Good run there for Bailey for Colorado State.
German Green in the secondary came up to make a nice play, fill a hole.
10-17 to go here in the ballgame. 44-0 Michigan. First down, Colorado State from the Michigan 36-yard line. Nice drive here for the Rams put together as Michigan has gotten down on the depth chart a little bit on the defensive side of the ball. It's going to be Millen from the shotgun. Pistol formation with Bailey behind him. Well, it looks like Millen wants to change the play, and he's going to take a timeout.
Michigan showing blitz. Actually looked like they were going to bring a corner off of the field side. And whatever whatever play Colorado State had planned, looks like it was going to run into that teeth of that defense, and they wanted no part of it.
So we'll take a break with them. 9:52 to go in the ballgame. It's 44-0 Michigan. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
What does it mean for you when University of Michigan Health was once again named the best hospital in Michigan by U.S. News & World Report? Or when they're recognized as the only Michigan hospital awarded straight A's for safety 10 years running? It means you can count on experts in every specialty, all in one place, working tirelessly to unlock a Michigan answer for you, U of M Health. One of only 8 hospitals in the nation to receive healthcare's top designations. Learn more at uofmhealth.org.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires. Go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information.
John Jansen here, inviting you to check out the podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. MGO Blue Podcast is the home of 3 different episodes. In the Trenches focuses on all things Michigan football. Defend the Block highlights both basketball programs here in Ann Arbor, and Conquering Heroes features interviews with players and coaches from all over Wolverines programs. Search MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. MGO Blue Podcast, subscribe today, and go blue.
John Jansen back at the Big House. 44-0 Michigan on top of Colorado State. 9:52 to go fourth quarter. It's time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. And who or what do you think has been the best today for the Wolverines, John?
Well, it's been the pass rush. I mean, when you look at what they've done to Clay Millen, he's been under duress all day long, and it's not just been up front. You've got guys like R.J. Moten, Mike Sanderstill, Rod Moore, all in that sack quarter category, and they've got 7 of them right now. And that was the question mark coming in. Can they still pressure opposing quarterbacks? Yes, it's Colorado State, but when you have guys from every level in on the action, you know that they're being creative. They're finding ways to get to the quarterback, even if you don't have it coming off of the edge.
So Colorado State has moved into Michigan territory. 1st and 10, ball on the Michigan 36-yard line. Clay Millen continuing at quarterback with Bailey in a shotgun formation behind the redshirt freshman quarterback. Takes the snap, turns, hands it to Bailey, up the middle. Not much running room as the Wolverine defense stacks him up just across the line of scrimmage. Looks like it'll be a 2-yard pickup for David Bailey.
Well, right before the snap, once on that motion, you saw both defensive linemen, I believe it was Mason Graham and Chris Jenkins, jump a little bit. When they did, you could tell that they know where the ball's going. They know where they want to go at the snap of the ball.
2nd down and 8 now for Colorado State. Millen from a shotgun looks over that Michigan defense. Takes the snap, fakes an inside handoff, back to pass. He's going to go deep down the near sideline. He's got Torrey Horton in the end zone, caught, touchdown. Will Johnson in coverage there, and Torrey Horton, the junior transfer from Nevada, scores the first points of the game for Colorado State, a 34-yard touchdown pass on a very well-thrown ball, John.
Yeah, it was a nice play, nice pitch and catch. Anoma was in on the pressure. As we get a chance to see the replay, foot down, arm down, it is a touchdown. And there goes the goose egg. I know that Jesse Minter was hoping that he could start off with a shutout. But young Will Johnson getting picked on a little bit there.
On for the extra point for Colorado State. Kick is up and good. Caden Camper, all Mountain West honorable mention a year ago. And Colorado State is on the board. 44-7, Michigan on top. 9 plays, 75 yards. That touchdown pass was the 10th consecutive completion for Colorado State quarterback Clay Millen. 8:59 to go in the ballgame. Wolverines leading by 37. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Introducing the 2023 Ford F-150. Place an order for a 2023 F-150 lease and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery, the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ plan lessees can order a 2023 F-150 and lease it for $299 a month for 24 months with $4,509 due at signing. Take delivery in fall 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 renewal, $500 retail order RCL, and $500 retail order bonus cash. Take new retail delivery from dealer stock by October 3rd. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $299 F-150 lease payment today. Only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Today is the 301st consecutive game with over 100,000 fans at Michigan Stadium. Today's attendance, 109,575. Michigan on top of Colorado State, 44-7. 8:59 to go here in the ballgame. Before we continue, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Doug Carson, John Jansen on a hot day here in Ann Arbor. And, John, there was an announcement yesterday that college football would be expanding to a 12-team playoff in the next few years. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, why not make that announcement in week one? It seems a little odd, and it's obviously it's not something that is shocking or surprising. I think they're doing it to try and slow down conference expansion. Some of these teams, if they know they can win their conference and have automatic bids, they're going to maybe Oregon wants to stay in the Pac-12 because they know they can dominate it and get an automatic bid going into the college football playoffs.
Well, here's the thing that stood out to me. That the first 4 byes under this format will go to the 4 highest-ranked conference champions. We're talking to you, Notre Dame.
Yeah, conference champions. Winning your conference matters.
It should.
And that's coming out of a group where Jack Swarbrick, the Notre Dame athletic director, is a voting member of that 11-person committee.
Joe Taylor will return this kick for the Wolverines, and he gets it across the 25, undercut at about the 28-yard line. And the Wolverines will take over there with J.J. McCarthy taking the field at quarterback. Jeff Percy is checked in for the first time. We see Greg Crippen. Amorion Walker, the freshman wide receiver, is out there. C.J. Stokes. So here's a chance for some of these young guys to get their first taste of playing experience for the Michigan Wolverines. As J.J. McCarthy will take this snap from under center. Reese Atterbury is checked in at the right guard position for Michigan. McCarthy under center. Takes the snap, fakes a handoff to C.J. Stokes. Avoids pressure, rolling to his right, and completes it to Stokes with a ton of running room. To the 30, to the 40, and knocked out of bounds at the 43-yard line. C.J. Stokes with a big pickup, and really J.J. McCarthy making that play by avoiding the rush. Gain of 15.
Yeah, and Max Bredesen was out in front. And coaching point for Max is, hey, when that ball is completed, don't look downfield. Look back first at the guy who caught the ball. If he turns back, there's only one guy. He might be able to get a block and spring him for an even longer game.
Now the Wolverines have brought in Alan Bowman at quarterback. The transfer from Texas Tech, and a handoff, inside handoff to C.J. Stokes. Powering over the right side for a gain of 3, the true freshman. C.J. Stokes. They love this kid. They love him.
They really do. They think once he gets out into space, he's a guy that's not going to be caught. They love his aggressive style of running between the tackles, and it's a very deep running back room.
3 freshman wide receivers in the game as Tyler Morris is checked in. Back to pass, Bowman over the middle. He's got his tight end, and it's Hibner across the midfield stripe into Colorado State territory, and he dives forward to the 44-yard line. Another first down for Michigan on the gain of 10.
And another receiver to catch a ball. I believe that's 12 receivers now that have caught balls from Michigan quarterbacks.
Now 3 freshman wide receivers and a freshman tight end as Colston Loveland is checked in for the Michigan Wolverines. Alan Bowman from a shotgun looking to the sideline and getting the call. Stokes in, the freshman running back. They got all the kids out there. From a shotgun handoff, Stokes running left, runs into a tackler right at the line of scrimmage and pushes forward for a gain of 2. 6:59 to go in the ball game, 44-7, Michigan on top.
Hey, Doug, you didn't by chance plug in last year's results in regards to who went to the college football playoffs, the top 12, and see who.
I did. Did you take a look at that?
No,
Okay.
you
we'll
teased it to me earlier. I want to know who Michigan would have played last year.
From the shotgun, Bowman back to pass. Fires, caught. Far sideline. And again, getting down the depth chart here a little bit. It was Amon Dennis. Hunter Neff. Check that, Hunter Neff. And a first down for the Wolverines. So the Wolverines have used this new format with last year's final standings. Michigan is the number 2 seed. Would have played the winner of the 7th seed and the 10th seed. 7th seed was Ohio State. 10th seed was Michigan State. 1st and 10. Bowman hands it off to Stokes, running left. Dives forward over the 30. Inside the 30. Good pickup on first down. 5:56 to go.
So who do you want to play at that time? You want to play Ohio State, which you've already beaten, or do you want another shot at the Spartans?
I would imagine they would have wanted another shot at the Spartans.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
I think, yeah. But given the 2 opportunities, too, you're probably going to be favored a heck of a lot more.
And that game would have been played. That game would have been played here at the Big House.
Yep. That's the other nice little wrinkle is that you're going to have
that.
You're going to have some of those college football playoff games played on campus.
Come on up here, SEC, in December. We welcome you. C.J. Stokes, check that Tyler Dunlap running right. Gets the corner, but there's a flag down after a gain of about 8.
Reese Atterbury was front side of that play, and I saw a Colorado State defender.
Holding, number 74, offense, 10-yard penalty, remains second down.
There you go, 10-yard penalty, we'll back it up.
And he just has to know, okay, where's the play going? I know it's coming right behind me. Yes, if a defensive guy gains an advantage on me, it's not ideal. But if you're front side, I'd rather take a 0-gain, tackle than as opposed to getting called for holding and then you got to march back 10 yards. Young player, young mistake.
All right, Wolverines back it up to the 40-yard line, looking at a 2nd and 16, 5:08 to go. Bowman back to pass. Flushed out of the pocket, now fires it over to the middle, and he's got Colston Loveland. Good running room, 35, 30, inside the 25 and powering towards the yard marker, and it looks like he's got a first down.
Yeah, he picked it up.
Well, that is a big freshman tight end that can run from the recruiting hotbed that is Idaho.
Yes. And I really like the fact that Alan Bowman He bought a little extra time knowing that Loveland was going to eventually shake free in the middle, just dumped him the ball. It was an easy 4 or 5 yard pass and let him run and work, do the rest.
Under center, play action, Bowman rolling out, fires far side, good throw and caught. And slipping out of bounds there is Patrick O'Leary, who Jim Harbaugh has referenced that they have started to nickname him Cooper Kupp. Walk-on wide receiver. Patrick O'Cup.
Yeah, we'll take that. Great hands, runs really good routes for a young player.
From the shotgun. Did Davis Warren check in? No, it's still Alan Bowman going for Michigan at quarterback. C.J. Stokes in the backfield with him. 4 wide for Alan Bowman on a 2nd and 6. 4 minutes to go, clock running. Handoff, Stokes up the middle. He's got some running room, powers forward across the 16, down close to the 15, gain of 5 on first down for C.J. Stokes.
And one of the things that you want to look for when you're watching some of these young running backs get an opportunity, what happens when they get hit? The first run wasn't the best that we saw from C.J. Stokes, but since then, when he gets hit, he falls forward. He gains another yard or 2 we saw on that play.
Correction, that was a 2nd down run. 3rd and 1 now for Michigan. Shotgun, Bowman hands it off to Stokes up the middle. First down inside the 10. And the Wolverines are knocking on the door again. Gain of 6 for the young freshman C.J. Stokes.
He's gaining confidence every time he gets called to carry the ball. He really hit that line of scrimmage with good speed, good velocity, and determination. Knew exactly where he was going to go and was ready for contact when it arrived.
Christian Dixon is checked in. Wolverine wide receiver Isaiah Gash in at running back. Bowman, play action, rolling out to the right. Fires short underneath to Colston Loveland for a short gain. His 2nd catch of the game. And the ball down to the 7-yard line, gain of 2. Clock stops, 2:57 to go. Bowman 5 of 5 right now.
2nd and goal from the 7.
Alex Orji comes in at quarterback. 3 wideouts, 2 to the near side, 1 up top. Orji with Isaiah Gash in the backfield. Handoff, Gash running left. Can he get the corner? Down to the 5. And he's ridden out of bounds at the 3-yard line. And they're going to rule him down inbound, so the clock continues to run with the Wolverines up 44-7, 2:25 to go here in the ball game.
Yeah, sometimes you give a guy the ball just on the wide side of the field and say, hey, use your speed, get what you can. There wasn't much there, but he was able to pick up 3 yards just simply because he was faster than the defender.
3rd and goal for the Wolverines. Alan Bowman back in at quarterback. Ball on the Colorado State 4-yard line. As they break the huddle, and it'll be Bowman from a shotgun with 3 tight ends split to the left. Stokes way out left, and Amarion Walker. Check that, Darius Clemens in the end zone, and a quick slant pattern from Bowman to Clemens will fall incomplete. First incompletion by Bowman today, and it looks like Jim Harbaugh is going to go for it on 4th and goal from the 4-yard line. This is a tough call. You kick the field goal, you don't need 3 points.
Yeah.
You go for it. You don't want to.
You don't want to run the score.
You don't want to run the score up. So.
But you want to be able to get guys valuable experience.
Absolutely.
You still got Trente Jones in there. You got Greg Crippen at center. There's some great value in running this play.
Orji keeps it. Quarterback keeper up the middle. Dives. Touchdown. True freshman Alex Orji into the end zone, and the Wolverines have made it 50-7. Well, they love this kid's ability to run the ball, and they've used 4 quarterbacks today.
Yeah.
Alex Orji being mobbed as he gets to the sideline.
4 quarterbacks, 15 receivers, 9 different running backs, and you want to talk about a balanced offense. 206 yards through the air right now, 234 on the ground. It's been an efficient offense, and those numbers could be even better if they were able to have better success early on in the game in the red zone.
Jake Moody, who's been perfect on the day, kicks that one through, and the Wolverines make it 51-7 with 1:43 to go. 14 plays, 72 yards, 7 minutes and 10 seconds. And the Wolverines have extended their lead once again. Michigan 51, Colorado State 7. Minute 43 to go in the ball game. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to bring the big game to your backyard. With battery power, made by Steel. Steel battery blowers start at just $139.99, and battery chainsaws start at $299.99. Find yours at over 10,000 local dealers. Visit steeldealers.com. Real Steel. Find yours. All prices BS SRP.
Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics. Headquartered in Brighton, we also have offices in Clarkston, Northville, and very soon, we're opening a new office on West Stadium Boulevard in Ann Arbor, just down the street from the Big House. Visit us at FoguthFinancial.com. That's FOGUTH Financial.com to find out more. As a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, we can't wait to see you in Ann Arbor. Go Blue!
The wait is over. Also, waiting as we know it is over. Because with good internet from WOW, everything is done in a flash. Streaming never stops. Online multiplayer games are buttery smooth. And video conferencing is like being in the same room with everyone. With speeds up to 1.2 gig, waiting is a thing of the past. Get WOW with plans starting at just $9.99 a month. Plus, learn how to get up to $300 on us at wowway.com. Wow, good internet. Limited to new customers with auto pay and paperless billing. Offer subject to change. Terms apply.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
The season opener is on the air. It's Michigan and Colorado State, live from Ann Arbor. And today's game is presented by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Now, let's head back to the broadcast booth.
Alex Orji scores on a 4-yard touchdown run. That Wolverine touchdown was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. A minute 43 to go in the ball game, 51-7, Michigan on top. John, I want to correct something I said earlier.
Yeah.
Under this new playoff format, if Michigan got a bye using last year's standings, the first round or the second round game Michigan would play would not be at home. It would be at a bowl site.
Oh, come on. They should earn that opportunity. I know that they get the bye.
5, 6, 7, and 8 will
Get the
host
home.
9, 10, 11, and 12, and then they go to bowl sites. Still, nonetheless, I want to see SEC teams up here in December.
Yeah. Do you think they'll eventually push that up? Because the contract runs out in 2025. This is supposed to come into play in 26. Do you think we'll see it sooner than that?
They're going to try. A lot of TV deals need to be sorted out. Doman on the kickoff, and it's another nuke as that one goes about a yard short of the back of the end zone. Wolverines and Rams, 51-7, Michigan on top. We got another timeout. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
When you call on your local Rude dealer for service, rest assured that our technicians are adhering to all health and safety protocols when they work in your home. Trust the experts at Rude, keeping your home and family safe and comfortable for more than 100 years. We service all makes and models, and we meet or exceed all home air quality inspection standards. Find your local experts at Rude.com and schedule an analysis to be sure your system can keep you cool and healthy. That's RUUD.com. Rely on Rude.
Imagine this, winning big at Soaring Eagle, where the fun is twice as nice during the $75,000 Double the Prize giveaway. Every Friday in September, you could win up to $10,000 cash and up to $5,000 in premium play. Drawings are every hour, 7 to 11 p.m. The Double the Prize giveaway, only at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Your getaway reimagined. Visit SoaringEagleCasino.com for complete rules and details.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest.
From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Hey fans, this is Wayne Cook, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country every week during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way to the national championship game in January. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you'd love to get your podcasts. And be sure to follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Doug Karst, John Jansen back in the big house. Minute 43 to go in this one. Michigan on top 51-7. And looks like some of the faithful have decided to leave this one.
Yes.
And by some, I mean almost all of them.
Yeah.
But Wolverines leading comfortably here late. Let's preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meijer. Michigan taking on Hawaii. Night game next Saturday.
Yeah, Hawaii struggled last week, obviously, against, was it Vanderbilt, giving up 63 points. So it's not like you've got another defense coming in here. I'm not sure how much. Yeah, we saw some good execution today from this offense. How much will they be tested next week against the Hawaii defense? Again, I don't know. But it'll be a primetime game. It'll be an opportunity to go back out there and fix some of the mistakes that they had tonight.
Our preview of the upcoming schedule was brought to you by Meijer, presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. So, John, we do have an update from Iowa City.
Oh.
Iowa left the bases loaded.
Yes. Too many runners left on base.
South Dakota State got out of a jam. It's still 5-3. That game getting late fourth quarter. 19 combined punts.
A lot of warning track power. Just can't seem to get it over the fence.
Well, the Wolverines have really started to empty the bench. We see Micah Pollard in defensively for the first time, another one of those true freshmen. As Millen continues at quarterback for the Rams. Handoff running right and battling out to the 29-yard line for Colorado State is Jalen Thomas, the running back.
Well, and one of the great things about today, especially in a game like this where it's 51-7, mere moments before the game is over, there's been one penalty in this game, and that was from Reese Atterbury just a few minutes ago. So the young players have come in and played really sound football.
Giles Pooler at quarterback, and he hands it off. Running right on 2nd and 5 is Jalen Thomas again. Gain of 2. It'll be 3rd and 3 now for Colorado State, and they go hurry up here. A minute to go in this one. Michigan up 51-7. Wolverines defense. These young kids trying to get off the field. Kenneth Grant is in there. Another one of the true freshmen. Hand off to Jalen Thomas again, and he'll fight for first down yardage. Did he get there, or was he short? Looks like he was short. And it'll be a 4th down. Carson Barnard, or check that, Keyshawn Bennett on the tackle.
This will bring Michigan to 2-0 all-time against Colorado State. And Coach Gary Moeller, who we just lost, was the head coach last time Michigan played Colorado State. Obviously, just loved Coach Moeller, what he meant to Michigan, what he meant to me personally as well. So just a quick trip down memory lane for that one.
Clock running, 4, 3, 2, handoff on 4th down. It'll be Jalen Thomas. He'll get the first down on the final play of the game. And Michigan will put one in the W column in game number 1, 51-7. Well, John, overall?
Well, kind of what we said at halftime. Good-ish. Obviously, when you score 51 points, you put up 440 yards of offense, you're doing something good. But they left a lot of points on the field. They left a lot of opportunity out there. Everything wasn't always clean, but for the most part, with only one penalty in the game, this was a very clean game in regards to that. A lot to work on before they play, obviously Hawaii next week, but they're going to get a chance to see, and we did. Cade McNamara today, this was his opportunity to build his resume. J.J. McCarthy next week as this quarterback competition will head into week 2.
Cade McNamara finishes 9 of 18 for 136 yards and 1 touchdown. JJ 4 of 4 for 30 yards. Alan Bowman 5 of 6 for 40 yards. Blake Corum had 76 yards on 13 carries and a touchdown. Donovan Edwards, 12 carries, 64 yards and a touchdown. 9 different ball carriers for the Wolverines today. 15 different receivers. Roman Wilson, 2 catches, 65 yards and a touchdown. Defensively, Junior Colson led the way with 10 tackles. Rod Moore had an interception, and Mike Morris, 2 tackles for loss and a forced fumble. Wolverines finished with 440 yards of offense, 206 through the air and 234 on the ground. Let's go down to the field. Jason Avant with a key member of the Wolverines offense.
I have one of the Michigan captains with me. I have Ronnie Bell coming back his first game since that gruesome injury. Ronnie, how was it to be back out in Michigan?
Just a whole lot of fun, loving the energy, and just beyond blessed, man, to be able to come out here with my brothers and compete.
You're one of the best with yards after the catch and how you attack the defense. Jansen called that out again today. What are you thinking when you get the ball in your hands?
Just go, you know what I mean? First man not allowed to tackle me, so you know what I mean? You got to keep your feet moving and just go. Make a play.
At the University of Michigan, being named captain is very, very special. Are you humbled by that? What are you thinking about becoming the captain this year?
Yeah, without a doubt, man. I think it's just definitely a humbling and just like an honor, you know what I mean, for the team to look at you as one of the guys that they want to lead. And, yeah, it's just a big honor, man.
All right, last question. You guys have Hawaii next week, but let's talk about this game. How did you feel the offense did this week?
I thought the offense did well. Definitely got things to clean up, though. There's always X's and O's to get right, especially early on, you know, where we in the red zone, we got to come up with touch, you know what I mean? So those are the things we're going to clean up, and we're going to attack them next week.
Oh, thanks, Ronnie. You have a great season. It's great seeing you out here.
Jason Avant with Ronnie Bell down on the field. First man's not allowed to tackle me, he said, and stuff to clean up. Well, I'll tell you what they don't need to clean up. Penalties, just the one late, a holding call. First penalty on Michigan came late in the fourth quarter. And turnovers, none for Michigan. The one interception was overturned. So the Wolverines get the win, 51-7 here at the Big House. Lots to do here on the postgame show, including John Jansen's conversation with the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. Brian Bush will check in, Jack Miller as well, his thoughts on this one. And Jason Avant heads to the Michigan locker room where he will talk to more members of the Wolverines following a 51-7 win here in the opener for 2022. This is Michigan football from Learfield.